Thanks for being here with us today at this special meeting of the Gainesville City Commission, which normally would be a general policy meeting, but we have a number of things that we need to take official action on, so it's a special meeting. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion second to accept the agenda as printed and distributed. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Willits absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our discussion items. 2025-356 Advisory Boards and Committee Report with a recommendation the City Commission hear a presentation and take action deemed necessary.
Very good. Chair Carter, you want to come talk to us about the airport, please?
I would love to.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Just a real quick update on the airport. What I'm going to be referencing is roughly from 2021 till 2026. So some of these numbers you're going to see are going to be amazing. Some of them are yet to come. So I would like to start off by just saying thank you to the Commission for trusting me and allowing me to represent the City of Gainesville at the Airport Authority. I've had the privilege of being on the executive committee, and I'm now the current chair. I have been for 2 years. I time out. I will be off in July, but I will be visiting my son in the UK. So June will be my last meeting, and I wanted to make sure I thanked you. It's been a very good relationship. Forrest from the city has been amazing, and every time we've asked of the city has delivered for us. Every time we've had any concerns or questions, the city's worked with us very well, and so the city is part of the success I'm going to be showing you.
Thank you.
So to start off, and if I don't screw this up here, these numbers that we're showing here with the job report, that's 3,557 jobs. Now that is creation from 2021 into 2026. These are construction related jobs. So this is economic impact. $168 million that your beautiful little airport has put into this economy. About a $282 million value add on that, with economic impact up into the $557 million. Okay, I hit it the wrong way. Okay, these are emplanements. So we hit our best time ever in 2019, and you, of all people, do not need to know what happened to us in 20. But as you can see, it devastated our airport. What I am so proud to report to you is we're back 2019 and better. And that is absolutely amazing. And this is attributed a large part to our staff at the airport. I wish us board members could sit up here and say this was us. We had the honor of just saying yes or no, or let's research more to our staff. Alan and his staff are amazing, and they are the ones that continue this. Here's just some major infrastructure, but as we're repairing the airport, these are local jobs, local people. Shear Construction does a lot of our work for us. They employ people locally, local engineers, hopefully, local, environmental, and this all puts money back into our economy. This next photo is a large project, $11 million. This is our general aviation apron. This is an old, obviously we know this is an old World War II airfield. So when we excavate, you'd be amazed what we find underneath. And so we had to restructure a lot of our aprons and to allow bigger and bigger planes to come into Gainesville. And we actually set up some pads for large corporate hangars. And you'll see in a minute, we built and finished a large corporate hangar to hold a Gulfstream 550, which is an extremely expensive, nice jet. And I will say locally owned, hopefully. Our taxiway, you think? Okay, smarter than I thought. Okay, our taxiway expansion or our reconfiguration project, this is something, it's $18 million, and this was a safety issue. So what the FAA has asked us to do, if you can imagine, as you're merging onto a street at an angle, you never get a good right-hand turn, So what we've done is we've 90-degreed all of our taxiways. So when the plane, whatever size it is, pulls up, it can see right and left, and it won't interfere with other traffic. This is $18 million worth of work, mostly funded by the FAA. We do some participation in that. But we went ahead and aligned up the taxiways, which is extremely important for the safety of our airport. This next one is extremely cool. We try not to call it the Eclipse hangar anymore because that's such a bad memory. But the consortium has rented the Eclipse hangar, and what you're going to see here, these are United Airlines jets. They are ERJ 190s. We're doing 300 of these, and we're putting Starlink, and when I say we, it's not us, it's our contractor that rents from us. But this has created 60 aviation jobs right here in Gainesville. So those are all high-paying jobs. I don't have the number of it, but it's a very, aviation jobs are high-paying jobs. So that's another celebration. This is the corporate hangar I was telling you about just a minute ago. This is what we call our GA, General Aviation 37 project. And it's a 12,000 square foot hangar, if you can imagine how big that is. And it's owned by a local group, and they rent from the airport. So basically, they rent the ground from us. They pay taxes on the hangar and the ground back to the taxing authorities in this case. And you can see I think it's a real sexy looking building because of the way the doors fold up. It's very innovative in its design. This is the inside of the hangar. Just to give you an idea, that polished concrete floor alone was $50,000 just to finish the floor. So this is what we call and consider a very high-end hangar. From there, anybody that has flown out of Gainesville has seen our improvement in our terminal. So this is a $17 million expansion that we've done. We've opened up the back of the terminal with a lighting. We've added to concessions. We've added a whole other concession section to it. And then we've elevated the gate so we can take larger aircraft. We can take, I believe, a Boeing 767 now, should we have the need. So as planes come in, our charters come in, some of those are 757s now. So it's pretty neat when it loads up and goes out of here. And you can see we're anticipating, as we'll go through these slides, we're actually anticipating much more business at Gainesville Airport. So also we added 2 new boarding bridges, and this is also another one that can go up higher to the higher plane. And as it says here in the bottom, the Boeing 767. If we start rolling those out of here, our economy is doing extremely good in Gainesville. Trust me on that. And this is something, and again, this is one of those behind the scenes that makes your life easier as a traveler. But this is our baggage handling system. This system here, if you've traveled before, basically the people handle the bags, they sort of put them around, then they get them to a door, the cart comes, gets them, and they take them out. This system here actually takes them via conveyor up and over, and it goes out to where the planes will load. That is state-of-the-art stuff. Again, right here in your beautiful little Gainesville Airport. And this system here was $7 million. And as you can see, that's how our totals are adding up on our. So here's the actual picture of it. We have a few more finishing touches that we're putting on this right now. But the baggage handling system and then also the airline ticketing office renovation is all part of this phase. As you can imagine, the security and the caution that we had to put up here with the ballards and everything for the vehicles that run underneath them. And this is simply just more of the baggage system. It's just quite impressive when you think about what's here at this Gainesville Airport. And keep in mind, this is only phase 1. We have phase 2 and 3 coming. So our next thing is the airline ticket office renovation. What this allowed to do is before the people basically at the ticket had a little office behind it. And it wasn't really set up for good operations and maintaining employees. So what we've done in this renovation is we have our 2 airlines right now, which are American and Delta, and we are hoping to get another airline, substantial airline. And so we have an office for them should they come. And I'm just, this also, again, behind the scenes, but this is our boiler and chiller. This is very important because obviously we want to save money. So we put in a new boiler and chiller, and this will allow us to expand, but it also gives us a redundancy at the airport. Should something go down, we'll always have air conditioning of one form or the other, but it's extremely economical compared to what we have, and it's also a natural gas boiler. So again, it's the economics of it. It was an expensive unit, $2.9 million to put this in. And if you can imagine, conditioning the airport is not cheap, but this will pay dividends in our utility bills going forward. So it was a good investment. This one is our old concession stand. So if you go through the airport on the left-hand side, it was very small, and our feedback was it looked temporary. So we went to our Tailwinds concession group and asked them to update it, and this is what you're going to see. And so we're going to have, you think about it, we're going to have this one and yet the other one also, and again, in a 5-gate terminal. So that's pretty exciting. Here is the demolition of it. So sort of a little bit backwards, I guess, but here's the demolition of the current location right now that we're in the process of redoing. This is my favorite part of all because I went and signed checks yesterday and I had to park in the grass and run like a crazy man. And so I was hoping I didn't get ticketed, so thank you, officers. But this is our parking garage. This is a 4-story, I believe 440 units parking spot, $13.3 million. That is opening up next month. And we are very excited about it. And as you see here, so it's 1,418 spots, and we have 12 EV chargers going in day one, but we have room to expand. So when we did that, we don't know what the future is going to bring. So we went ahead and piped it, so we could probably do a whole floor of EV if we had to. And no, the garage is not sprinkled. That was my first question after the Jacksonville fire. But also, we have the bus canopy and the restrooms going in there. So any guests that come in, they'll be able to use the restroom, and it's covered all the way to the terminal, so you're not going to get wet at the Gainesville Airport. This is just a picture, and that's going to be the bus terminal. So that's where the bus is going to come in, and we're also going to have staging for taxis and ride sharing there, so they don't interrupt the drop-off in front of the airport. So to try to make that a little bit smoother transition. This is what it's going to look like in probably about 4 days. So again, just looking at this, thinking that this is at the Gainesville Airport, that's impressive. And that's to Alan and his staff, the city commission, because most of this is grant money. And Mayor, I don't know how many times we've come to you to sign the grants, but without the city's approval, this wouldn't have happened either. So keep that in mind. This is a joint venture all the way. Here is another thing. Again, a lot of stuff at the airport's behind the scenes, but we're adding 30,000 gallons of fuel to the airport. This is one we're working very closely with the city because you imagine fuel, retention of the fuel, you know, it's important. Forrest has been great working with us on this. And this allows us to bring the bigger planes in because right now, if I get fuel dumped today, I can't pump till tomorrow. It's got to settle. Any sediment's got to settle down because you don't want that in your jet fuel. So the addition of the 30,000 gallons will give me constant rotation to fuel big planes, which helps fund the airport. Okay, this is EV chargers, fast chargers for the rental car. So we have several rental cars out there, and they are using the electric vehicles. And it's been a challenge, quite frankly. We're going to start off with 3. We have the capacity to do it. And the rental cars have backed off a little bit just because people don't realize they have to charge them, and we've had a few run out just before the airport. But this is going to give the option for the rental cars now to charge on site, and our consumers can go in the airport and charge while they're gone. So that'll be a good addition. General aviation, as you can imagine, our building goes back to World War II. So that's the opening of everybody that comes to talk to the University of Florida, whether it's football, science, whatever. When they fly in the private jets, they saw our old beautiful building. This is going to be the new one. And it's like anything else. It's a work in progress. We have not started. We've looked at several designs on it. And this is going to be 14,000 square feet on this building, and I believe it's going to be about $12 million. But this is going to be state-of-the-art, and it's really going to make a statement for all the private people that come into the Gainesville Airport. There's going to be lounges, there's going to be cafes, and there's actually going to be, if we go with the original thing, a public meeting area. So should the citizens maybe need a spot to meet, we are going to have that option for them at the airport also, because as we know, that's needed every single day. Okay, this is the commercial apron expansion. This is sort of, I'm almost done. There's so much out there. This is actually at the terminal now. What we're doing with this is we're going to expand the apron by 11,800 square yards. And it's very heavy duty, but now those 767s we told you about, we can actually pull them over there and do charters, Or should an airline want to leave the plane there and fly it out the next day, it won't take up a gate. We can actually move them over there and then allow us to get more aircraft in and out of Gainesville. Okay, our airport plan, stormwater management plan. This has been ongoing. This is something that we work hand in hand with the city on a weekly basis. But as you can imagine, we have a lot of old ditches there. We just renovated a lot of them. And as we do that, our goal is to not have any standing water. Birds are the enemy of the airport. Standing water will create birds. So we try to not do that, but also we have to be in compliance, and the city's been extremely helpful with that. And then I just want to thank you. And does anybody have any questions that I might be able to answer? I know the mayor, I think you said once, who's on the board or something?
So yeah, I mean, if you want to remind us who all's on the board.
Let's see if I can pull that up fast, because my memory's not as
But
good.
while you're doing that, I will say thank you. It is a great experience to fly GNV these days. And I, for a variety of reasons, always fly GNV, but it's just a great experience. A couple of months ago, a month and a half ago, I was downtown with you at a Rotary meeting at the Cade, left there at about 1:20, and I was in my Delta jet taxiing down the runway at 2 o'clock.
Isn't that nice?
It was pretty incredible.
That is nice. And also, I want to thank the city. I think you adopted that fly Gainesville first as long as it made sense to the city. You're not going to spend an exorbitant amount of money. But we're asking the University of Florida and Alachua County to also look at that same option. And we do appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, I have that list for you. It's
Great.
Teresa Callan, Craig Carter.
Can you
has been-
say who they're appointed by, please? Just, I have
Oh,
it.
yes. I'm sorry. Hold on one second.
I can do that if-
I do have that full list. Hold on one second. I just had the city
Well, it
one.
sounds like Craig's got it.
I have it right here.
Okay, go ahead.
So Teresa Callan, City of Gainesville, first term. Craig Carter, 2 terms, second term, City of Gainesville, President Chair. Brian Crawford, Governor, first term. Adrian Hayes Santos, we're a little sketchy on this guy here, you know. First term, City of Gainesville. Wes Mall, first term, Governor. Fred Posner, first term, Alachua County. Brandy Renton, City of Gainesville, University of Florida. So thank you very much. It's very important to have them represented there. Stacy Sims, first term, Governor. And Kenneth Thomas, second term, City of Gainesville. And that's about it.
Very good. I appreciate everything you all are doing out there. It gets better all the time, and I can't wait for the garage to be completed. Yeah.
And I would encourage anybody that wants to go out there, the airport's always happy to give you a tour or anything. And thank you again so much for appointing me. I look forward to doing something in the future.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you on behalf of the commission for your service. Appreciate it. All right. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-491, update and presentation on proposed plans for the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Recreation Complex and Citizens Field at Northeast 8th Avenue and Northeast Waldo Road. With the recommendation, the City Commission receive a presentation and provide direction as appropriate concerning the redevelopment plans for the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Recreation Complex and Citizens Field at Northeast 8th Avenue and Northeast Waldo Road.
Madam Manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. On July 2024, the city entered into a contractual agreement with NV5 Inc. to prepare conceptual design plans for the development of the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Recreational Complex in the vicinity of Northeast 8th Avenue and Northeast Waldo Road. The complex also includes the 50-meter heated Olympic-sized Dwight H. Hunter pool, multi-purpose playing fields, and Citizens Field. Moreover, NV5 was also charged with designing conceptual streetscape plans for the Northeast 8th Avenue, as well as Northeast Waldo Road. And the scope of work was expansive. The lead team for NV5 is Lori Hall. She will be making the presentation today, and she will be accompanied by the team member from Monarch Design, Mr. Barnett Chenault. And with that, Mr. Mayor.
Very good.
Well, thank you, guys. Madam Manager, Mr. Mayor, thank you guys so much for the opportunity. We have a lot of slides here, a lot of information, so we're going to try to move through these efficiently. what I'd ask is just stop us if there's something you want to make sure we spend a little bit more time on, but we're going to try to move through it quickly so that you all have plenty of time to discuss. So with that, we tried to, with this presentation, pull together all of the information we've heard to date from the public meetings we've had, from meetings with you all, to just give you all of the information that we have to this point. So quick introduction. As the city manager said, this project includes the entire site. It's about 36 acres. Looking at the facilities that are there, this also includes the existing Gainesville Fire Rescue facilities that are on site currently. So these are some images of the existing conditions and the facilities that are out there. This is looking overall at just the circulation of the site, what exists there now. As I mentioned, there's several facilities that are Gainesville Fire Rescue facilities. Some important things that we want to note here is there's approximately 16 acres of what we would perceive green space. This is kind of what we're calling that northern portion of the site that folks use a lot for multipurpose fields currently, as well as the pool, the stadium, the existing MLK, and the Gainesville Fire Rescue facilities. There is also a roadway that goes through the site currently. So we go through with existing conditions, kind of walking through the existing facilities that are there now. We had some great meetings with the folks that run those facilities and with the community, and so we collected the feedback that we heard. So I won't spend a lot of time on these again, but just kind of the high points. MLK Center existing facility is about 19,000 square feet. It contains one basketball court, and we heard very clearly that that facility is undersized, that there's a big demand and a need to double the size of that facility. Citizens Field Stadium, obviously there's a lot of other discussion here between you all and the school board. Again, won't spend a lot of time here, but just captured the information that we heard. We met with users from the school board, from the high schools, from not only athletics, but the bands, and got a lot of good information on the things that are currently not working. Dwight Hunter Pool. So the pool is, it was built in the 70s. It is an old facility. It is at the end of its useful life. So it has been evaluated by engineers looking at the actual plumbing and the structure. Even though the city has done a great job of upkeeping and trying to maintain it, it is at the end of its useful life. And so that's important for the project to understand that this pool is used by a lot of user groups and it does need to be replaced. Something specific to note on the pool, you can see in this diagram here, though there is a decent amount of deck space around the pool, much of that deck space is taken up with storage. So all of the clubs that utilize that facility, they have equipment that they need to store. And so you can see here those red areas around the pool deck all currently contain other things that that sit on the deck and prevent use of that space. That was something we heard a lot from the user group, of just the need for more space. The multi-purpose fields, so as I mentioned, we're kind of the green space on the northwest side of the site. Those are also used very heavily. Something important to note is that that is a former landfill site. There is some environmental remediation that needs to happen on that site. The diagram you see there, you can see in the teal color is the extent of where that previous landfill was. Very important to note, though, that the stadium itself is not part of that area that there was contamination, so that there was no contamination where the current stadium sits. So project schedule really starting August last year and up until today, you can see some of the things that we've been working through. We've done a tremendous amount of meetings with not only the general public, but specific stakeholders and staff and you all. And that's been tremendously helpful in the project. Public engagement, this is just a list of some of the meetings that we've had. So we've held, I think we're up to almost 40 meetings that we've held specifically on this project. So talked to a bunch of folks and been able to collect a lot of really good information. Some images of some of those meetings. So some of the things we heard, again, won't spend a lot of time here, but just looking, most people do drive to the site. There are pedestrians that go there. We asked, which do you use the most facilities-wise? The multi-purpose fields and the MLK Center were the top, with the pool following behind that, and then the stadium. So we asked in two different ways, what is the biggest need for improvement versus what would have the biggest impact on the community? The biggest need for improvement, you can see the stadium was identified as the biggest need, followed by the MLK Center. When we asked what would be the biggest impact on the community, you see that the MLK Center was a much larger percentage there. And then the other things that follow. So these were some of the themes that we heard, just capturing the things that we heard over and over again from the community. Preservation of green space was a theme throughout. We know that this is an important area for the community, just the natural environment out there, being able to use it in a passive way for walking, walking your dog, just utilizing the green space. Making sure that this remains something that is available for the community and emphasizing the need for the community to have access, accessibility and safety, upgrades on the facilities, that was across the board. You know, these are very well-loved facilities and they're very well-used facilities, and with that, they need upgrades and improvements. Having things for different groups, seniors and youth, that was something we heard. A lot of just importance of the site. This is a site that is very important to the community. And then also in all of this, wanting to use this site as a catalyst to help support economic development, especially in this area. So again, some of those themes, and then also just the goals, overall goals of the project. So looking to revitalize this piece, making sure that it's serving the community, that it's protecting the natural environment, expanding access, and just providing opportunities for the community. So programming. So taking all of that information we heard from the community and moving into what does that look like? What are the things that are wanted out on this site? Facility-wise, a new MLK Center. We mentioned this during our previous meetings, but when we started getting pricing information, the cost of doing a renovation and an expansion on the existing MLK was really the same cost as a brand new facility. So with a brand new facility, you can get exactly what you want, and so looking at a brand new facility to serve the community. A pool support facility. So also in working with Parks and Rec, there is a desire to separate those two uses, and that allows them a lot more flexibility in programming. So looking at a standalone pool support facility, which would include the restrooms, locker rooms, all of that necessary. We'll get into that a little bit more. A stadium, obviously there are ongoing discussions with the school board, and then also fire station number 3 will be included within the site. However, the training facilities that are currently there with Gainesville Fire Rescue are not going to continue to be on the site. Site amenities, improved multi-purpose fields, outdoor courts. So it was discussed of trying to incorporate some outdoor basketball courts that the community can utilize, new playground, walking trails, dog park areas, and then just other considerations, making sure we're protecting green space, additional parking. We know that parking is important here, and having a balance of paved and unpaved so that we've got opportunity to expand for events, but that it's meeting the day-to-day needs. And then other things, just improve lighting, signage, access. So I'll let Barnett cover the buildings specifically.
Yes. Thank you, Lori. So my name is Barnett Chenault, president of Monarch Design Group. So MV5 brought us along to work through the programming phase of this project. What you see up here, starting with MLK, which as identified earlier is one of the priorities of the conversation, right? We wanted to go through a few high-level points, right? I'm prepared, then we have the documents that we can go as detailed as we currently have, but for the interest of time right now, I'd love to highlight the things that are actually new within the MLK Center, right? So you can see line item number 1, we're contributing about 8,700 square feet to a new programmable senior center space with programmable space inside of that. That breaks down into multiple different ways, but it changes dramatically from the original space that's provided at the current location and expands it quite a bit. Moving on from there, we have the Wellness Center, which has been designed to accommodate not just the existing square footage that is currently there, but also to account for new additional square footage in events that require emergency shelters and the like, right? So we go from roughly about 1,000 square feet to 2,000 square feet. Those are the first two major additions. And On top of that, conversations with staff brought us to where we are bringing other administrative components over. Those end up being about 11 different office spaces and the additional supporting rooms to handle those additional people. And by and large, the largest component that goes into MLK Center is the basketball court. That's because currently you have one basketball court. We're proposing 2 basketball courts based off of conversations with Parks and Rec to provide a lot of versatility in how that actually gets utilized, right? By providing 2 full-size high school basketball courts, that allows you to also have tournaments for 4 volleyball courts or multiple pickleball courts, depending how the courts themselves are striped. One thing I want to go back to and say, with addition to the courts, right now, some of the components within the existing MLK Center are co-located along that existing court, which means that if you have a basketball game, you can't utilize it for other needs at that time. You can choose one or the other. In our programming sessions that we've done to date, we've provided adjacencies with additional stage support attached to the senior center and programmable space so that you can have basketball going at the same time that you have programmed presentations or use of the stage and other portions of the building. Equally so, the Wellness Center is going to be located with a separate entry so that it does not interfere with those other activities that are happening at the same time. All in what we're looking at with these elements, and there's a few items with the exterior, such as outdoor basketball courts and pickleball courts that will be accommodated in this plan. We're coming in at about 55,000 square feet would be the new MLK Center. Again, that's a change from the existing, which is 19,000 square feet. Yes, sir.
So the basketball courts, the big central area, how flexible is that for event space, or is it at all?
So it depends on what we finalize with the floor system that you go in with it, right? The flexibility can be built into it so that you can maintain that as programmable space and have the additional senior and programming space and still use that for different programs. So I guess the short answer is we can make that basketball court very versatile, but the more versatile you make it, the less it becomes really a great programmable space for just the sporting activities.
Gotcha.
So you kind of it's a trade-off as you move forward.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. All right, and the senior center, the 8,000 square feet, that is that's the whole multi-purpose area? That's not broken up into different offices, is that correct?
So largely it is the multi-purpose, but I can go through and say that of that 8,700 square feet, what's budgeted is about 1,500 square feet that is a multi-purpose room, right? That type of room, if you put tables and chairs in it, will accommodate about 100 people. Adjacent to that is additional programmable space in about 3,000 square feet of space. So those 2 spaces, the multi-purpose and the other banquet hall space, could be adjustable and flexible so that you could move them along based off of whatever needs or programming that you have that's brought by staff.
Okay, and how does that space compare with the senior center out on 34th? Do you know?
I don't have the number of the senior center, but it is a good bit larger as far as I understand it.
The 34th Street is a good bit larger.
This is a bit larger, but right now this is just the program that's been brought to us so far.
My guess for that other space, because I was there on Tuesday,
At the 34th.
yes, is that the big open room there, my guess is that's about 2,000, maybe 2,500 square feet
Okay.
total.
So in just taking the dedicated rooms, because there's also other additional support rooms that go into this. The stage, we have as attached to it, the catering kitchen, we have a component of it. All those components add up to that total 8,000. But if you're talking just a room size, As the mayor said, the banquet space, the 3,000 square feet that we have attributed to that, that's about the same size, 1-to-1 of what the other location is. And we have another 1,500 square feet on top of that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Engel?
So in the current configuration, there's a stage around the basketball, like it kind of shares the same area as the basketball court.
Yes.
How does that configuration work with this? There's a stage, but it's inside the senior center portion, or is the stage also kind of around the basketball portion in this?
In this configuration, the stage is associated with the senior center area, or that event space. So it's a separate space. The other thing I'll say with comparison of the existing stage that is at MLK, it's more of a platform than really a stage. What we're also taking consideration is expanding that, so you have the front of house stage, but you also have a back of house and additional storage, so that it opens it up to a lot more larger productions that could take place.
That was my next question. And then, obviously now the acoustics are atrocious. So I assume if we're putting this into a banquet hall, it'll be a more usable stage, and the acoustics aren't as.
It'll be a lot more usable, because that goes back to the more versatile you make a few of these spaces, the less you sacrifice on making them really good spaces that are dedicated towards one particular or two particular uses. So by putting the stage adjacent to the senior center, you're improving both of those areas versus just making a larger stage inside of a gym space. Due to the higher ceilings, the harder surfaces, the echoes that get picked up inside there, you can have a lot more control inside of a dedicated space.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Willis?
So the two courts for the basketball, are they in basically the same room that can be partitioned with bleachers then for both basketball, not like championship basketball court and then the JV, right? It's both of them will have like bleachers after they're partitioned.
Yes, at this time, the conversations that we've had would be that both the basketball courts are in one large room. We can have discussions if you want a dividable curtain to cut down on sound between the two, but then also supported by additional seating on either side.
Okay, and then, so currently I know that our local roller derby league uses it at, uses MLK, and they have to lay down cardboard or whatever it is. Would that still be possible here with the same kind of laying something down on the floor?
It will be possible at this time. We haven't gotten into the finishes of it. That's largely a finish question based off of when you get further into the CDs of it. But we can definitely make sure that that's allocated and thought of as we're moving into it, the ability to lay down different floor systems to accommodate other needs versus basketball.
And would those potential changes, I know that's further down the road, is that in the contingency, or is that something we need to budget separately?
So
Beyond.
right now, I believe when we get to the budget numbers on the conversation, there's a range that we have inside there, and I would say that should be included inside that. It's just a question of how that flexibility in FF&E kind of gets adjusted.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis. Go ahead.
Perfect. So all that being said, we have about 55,000 square feet in totality for the MLK Center. I briefly highlight that there will be additional building support elements outside, basketball courts, pickleball courts, and the like. So just flipping through to give a little context photographically for some of the questions that are up there. These are some ideas of how the basketball courts can be utilized in the space. Once again, stacked seating, bleachers on other sides of it. The striping can be done like you see down here in the bottom center. Multiple striping lanes can be utilized to serve different sporting activities. And we have a variation of different floor systems that can go in here depending what the final program ends up being. And then it gives us a lot of ability to be thoughtful about the style and culture of those buildings as you're walking through them. These are some examples that we can look to when we're talking about senior areas and the wellness rooms. None of those have been decided at this time, but just to give a glimpse of what those spaces, those multi-programmable spaces can become. Moving on to the aquatics facility. So one of the big distinctions about the aquatics facility is in our conversations. we heard the needs for the existing pool and what we need to do for the future, right? And what that led us towards is the existing pool that you have is a community pool, but it's also a competition pool. That as it exists right now, you have lap lanes that are utilized. When those lanes are being utilized, it makes it very difficult for the community to enjoy on their own time, and it's creating a bit of a issue with regards to recreation and programming of that space. What we're proposing is having enough space to accommodate a community and a competition area in these pools, and the numbers that you see up here reflect that. In addition to those pools, though, we also heard that the deck space is overcrowded as it is. And so a lot of the square footage numbers that you see up here are given towards an increased deck space size, as well as the community and competition areas. Because currently, with the competition that's going on, those floats, those other areas can't be utilized and allow people to actually watch the sporting events that are happening. So we've budgeted in room for a lot more people to be able to occupy those decks, as well as additional covered areas, as well as additional stadium seating that can view the sporting events that are happening that are out there. So when you look at this number that's over here, what the two top numbers are, the bathhouse and the building support, those are really the vertical elements of this aquatic center. The bathhouse being where the lockers will be, the main entry will be, the showers will be, all those sorts of things. And it really takes up a small component of the overall number here. The rest of it is contributing to the larger deck space and the larger pool areas that we're talking about. Thank you, Laura.
All right. So as Barnett said, this was a piece that we wanted to take a minute to make sure really made sense. So we heard a lot from the community about the pool, and so really wanted to just clarify the thought process that led us to this recommendation. So we're using the terms competitions and community. We're looking at that in design features. So a competition pool, this is designed in such a way that it has lap lanes. It's designed to meet the standards for high school competition, for club competition. It has a dive well. It has all of the pieces that the current pool has that are needed for the competition that happens there. That does not mean that it cannot be used by the community. That does not mean that it can't be used if you or I want to go out and swim some laps for exercise. What it means is it's designed for that purpose, and that's how the physical makeup of it is, right? It's an Olympic-sized lap lane pool. So when we say community pool, that could be something very different. So that's something that's designed maybe a little bit more family friendly. It's something that maybe there's an incorporation of some kind of splash elements. It's a different type of design. The thought here, and Barnett sort of alluded to it, there's a lot of programming that goes into that competition pool. So that pool is currently used by all of the area high schools. It's used by synchronized swimming, water polo, club swim teams. It is very programmed. And what that does is it takes away time from the community to be able to use that facility. And it's a struggle in programming to be able to give enough time to both groups. And so the idea of introducing a second, more community-focused pool, not only does it create a facility that maybe is a little bit more family-friendly, something that caters to families or different groups, but it just gives it another option. So whenever that competition pool is being utilized for club practices, there's still a facility that's available open for the community. So that we wanted to make sure that we clarified. This is something that is very commonly done. So this is very common in a lot of municipalities to have facilities like this. And again, it provides much more flexibility in programming, and it provides better options for the community. So I know I've said to most of you guys, if I'm taking my kids to a pool, when my kids were little and couldn't swim, the worst possible pool to go to was one that's 4 feet deep, that they can't stand up, that you're worried the whole time. And so just having options that makes it a little bit more available to the community. So these are just a couple of examples. Those could be physically connected. However, there's some advantages of them not being physically connected. Also, as you're building a new building to support the restrooms and all of the other things that come with that, you can utilize that same facility for both. So the stadium program. So we've provided some examples here. What we heard.
Hang on just a
of
moment.
course.
We've got a question, Commissioner Engel.
I did have an aquatics question before we move on to the stadium. assumably, like the pool we've got now, there will probably be some entrance fee to get into the pool. While we're putting plumbing the ground and all the associated stuff with that, would it be possible to put outside of that some little splash area, similar to like what we have in Depot Park, to where a family, if they're not going inside the pool, might still have some options to splash around?
Yeah,
You know, around a
absolutely.
playground or something like that, just so you can cool off a little bit in the summer, those type of things, since we're already working on that type of infrastructure.
Absolutely, and that's where we use the term community pool. It could be a splash area. It could be something of,
Well, and I meant specifically outside of that paid area.
and it absolutely could be. It could be programmed in a lot of ways. There are fencing requirements and things that you need to look at depending on what exactly it lands on. However, it could certainly have a different entrance, different access, be controlled in a different way. So there's definitely flexibility to look at that.
Okay, I'd like that idea kicked around at least a little bit.
Thanks, Commissioner. Right.
Right. Okay, so just looking at some stadium examples quickly, what we heard, somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 seat stadium. What we've provided is just some comparables so we can really nail down sort of what a size, what that might look like. These are ones without a track, and then as well as some with a track. So you can see there's a big difference in the overall footprint, whether or not it includes a track or not. So the city manager also mentioned part of the scope of work is to look at the streetscapes of both 8th Avenue and Waldo Road. That work is still in progress. We're going to be back to present that to you all. We felt that there was plenty to talk about on the site. And so we've got just a little bit just kind of talking about some of the things we're looking at, really focused mostly safety, but then also looking at ways to support different modes of transportation. We saw from the graphic earlier, a lot of folks walk here. And so making sure that we're providing safe options to walk here, expanded sidewalks, better crossings, and also look at just ways to support the character of the community, improved wayfinding, all of those things. So we'll be back with more information here. These are just a few of the things we're looking at. As I said, improved crossings, potentially some bike lanes that have zipper protection, increased sidewalks. So again, we'll be back to talk about this more. Okay, so with that, so we've got all of the information, right? Everything we heard, what does that mean? What's going back on the site? So now how does that look on the site? Previously presented, we had a couple of schemes that have been presented to the public. There are things that were working in these, things that were not working in these. Just some notes of some of the stuff that was working or not working. Also, as we went through this process, a few things did kind of shake loose. So we do know that Gainesville Fire Rescue Station number 3 will be on the site. We were able to right size that piece. But just some of the things we heard from the community talking about just adjacencies, talking about parking. Phasing is something too, and we'll talk about that more. So again, just the 2 schemes and some of the things that we heard related to these specifically. So from that, we did all sorts of moving and looking at different scenarios and came to scenario 1 and scenario 2. So these are what we bring to present to you all today. A few things to point out as big differences here. So the southern portion of the site, you'll notice with both of these, is very similar. Gainesville Fire Rescue Station number 3 is on 8th Avenue. It's in the same location with both the MLK Center and the new aquatics complex in the same location. The biggest difference is scenario 1 has Citizens Field Stadium, roughly where that spot is now. Obviously, there's a lot of ongoing discussions there. And so what we've done is laid out that is a larger box than what is the current stadium. So there's some room for expansion, but leaving space as that develops. Scenario 2 looks at what would happen if there was not a stadium there. So as those discussions are ongoing, to present to you all an option of what the city might gain if there is not a stadium there. So you can see in that scenario gives us the opportunity for additional multi-purpose fields, which we know is also a big need for the community. So looking at each of these a little bit more closely, as I said, scenario 1, and in both scenarios, it's a new MLK Center. We have the MLK Center and the Aquatic Center kind of facing each other on a new roadway, driveway through the site. You'll notice also that there's no longer a street that cuts the site in half. These are intended to be more to serve the park instead of a thoroughfare, a street through the site. And with both, it's maybe a little bit harder to see up on the screen. We've got some stuff that'll zoom in, but just the ability to close off some portions of that roadway so that if you had an event or a festival or something, there's a lot of opportunity to have only pedestrian areas and have something that you can use in a lot of different ways. So scenario 2, again, the biggest difference being the stadium and the additional multi-purpose fields. With both of these, there's approximately 250 parking spaces, paved parking spaces. We'll show that in a little bit more detail coming up. So again, MLK, this is just showing what we talked about previously. The footprint that we show here does contemplate a 2-story volume. And you can see then also the adjacent outdoor courts. Those courts could be covered or uncovered. One of the nice things about the orientation is it's on the north side of the building, and it being a 2-story volume, that in itself provides for some shading a good part of the year.
Let me pause you for a moment, Commissioner
Yes.
Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All the site plans, though, end up having traffic patterns that move around the site. So all the internal traffic and transportation is either micromobility or pedestrian or bicycle trail-like, right? So it gets everybody
Correct.
to the site, but without vehicles moving into the site, between, a lot of connectivity between the activities.
Correct. And we do have a slide here that we talk in a little bit more detail about that circulation that also hopefully gives the city much more flexibility in events of being able to open up areas or close off areas depending on how the space needs to be used.
And then just a minor second question, I'm just kind of remembering, so we leave the fire station there, but we've already made the decision to remove the training facility, so we do that to the benefit of Gainesville Fire Rescue, but it gives us some more space while still having fire and emergency management safety essentially co-located in a place, which I think is a really terrific use of public safety. That's accurate?
That is accurate, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Now, when we say Fire Station 1 stays, it stays, but it moves.
It is
a couple hundred feet,
Fire
yeah.
Station 3 and a new facility, brand new facility.
Right.
Correct. Okay, so again, kind of moving through these, both of these do show both a competition pool and a community pool, as we mentioned earlier. That could be done in a bunch of different ways, but just providing that as an option to the community. Just to note too, we talked about the pool deck. We have allowed space here, and you can see in the picture on the bottom left of opportunity to have covered seating. That was something we definitely heard, that there's not enough ability to do that. Moving storage off of the deck and having dedicated storage spaces that aren't taking up deck space. So looking at green space, fields, trails, with both scenarios, this plan includes over a mile of paved trails for the community. And I think that's a humongous asset to the community. This site has a tremendous amount of beautiful trees, particularly around some of the perimeter of the site. And so being able to utilize that for some paved trails would be something that would benefit the community a lot. So what we wanted to show here, specifically looking at the green space, you can see up in the top right corner, the 16 acres, give or take, of that, what is kind of perceived as that green space now. It is a similar amount in both scenarios. So scenario 1, it is still 16 acres. Scenario 2, it expands to about 20 acres. Now, some of that is stormwater area. Because of the site, there's a high water table on the site, and so that stormwater is going to have to remain pretty shallow. What that does is it's a benefit to the site in that it becomes still very usable space, and does make the footprint a little bit larger. However, it's very usable. You'll notice that there's more stormwater shown in scenario 1. A lot of that is because of the stadium. So the stadium would add a good amount of impervious area. Just some look at how those fields and trails. Also, both scenarios show a new big outdoor lawn area with a playground, and that could have a stage space and an opportunity to use that in a lot of different ways. You can see some images here. As I mentioned, there's also flexibility in the roadways of closing off some areas and utilizing, these are drawn as very nice, generously sized walks that you could do a farmer's market, you could do events, you can pull food trucks in here, use it in a lot of different ways. Dog park areas as well. One thing we did want to mention with scenario 1, the footprint that we show, it is without a track. You can see here the dark orange, a track does add some size to that footprint. It does fit, some stuff might need to be adjusted a little bit, but just wanted to make sure to clarify that. So as mentioned, parking and circulation. Oh, of course.
All right, but at Celebration Point, there is a track, correct?
At the facility at Celebration Point.
Yes.
Yes. So that's it.
And we heard too, as far as a track goes, that, you know, Cone Park right down the road from here has a very nice track. So kind of what we heard with the stadium itself is the track, the big benefit was separating the stands from the field, that was a big problem of just the parents are kind of too close to the kids. And so that was a lot of the reason of wanting a track, is just to provide some more separation.
Madam Clerk, let the record show that she said that, not us.
Just repeating what we heard. And so this footprint does allow that separation east-west. You can see the changes north-south if a track was
And
to
I
be
think
included.
in the other sites that you've shown, for example, at Bradford, there is no track there, right?
There is not, yeah. So we showed some examples, and there are plenty of examples of ones that do not have a track. You see both, but it's not a requirement by any means.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chestnut. Go ahead.
Okay, so again, we'll run through these. Existing, there's about 150 paved spaces now. As I mentioned, both scenarios, we now have 250 paved spaces, and then the opportunity to grass park a lot of areas. So if there's an event or something, there's opportunities to overflow. You can see those numbers, 350, 400, depending on how that's utilized. Most of the site, what we have included are paved drive aisles with the ability to then grass park along the drive aisle. And in all of these areas, as I mentioned, there's some flexibility of how you might restrict vehicular access. So if there's the desire, you can circulate and close off, for example, vehicular access between the new aquatics complex and the MLK to allow that just to be pedestrian, and there's still circulation for vehicles to get in and out. Okay, so budget and phasing. Again, scenario 1, scenario 2, important to note, this does not include the streetscape portion. This also does not include Gainesville Fire Rescue Station number 3. So,
And let me
Yes.
insert right there, when we talk about including or not including Gainesville Fire Rescue Station 3, that is a street stations and strong foundations project, so it's outside the scope of what we're talking here. But we know, for anyone who's listening and paying attention about the fire station specifically, we know how that gets paid for, and we can see where it will be on the property in any scenario. So,
correct, thank you. Okay, so can come back to this in any level of detail. Scenario 1, so what we've done is broken out the elements. This contemplates a single phase of construction. These numbers not only include the construction costs, but contingency, FF&E, so that's your furniture, your finishes, and then also the design, construction fees, and permitting fees. So with scenario 1, the total is just over $85 million. Again, this is an all at once option, and it does not include a stadium. So that number does not include a stadium. We've got some additional information that we can dive in there.
so the dollars don't include a stadium.
Correct.
But it does include kind of a big fuzzy area here where we could build a stadium in.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so to clarify, there is space to include a stadium. However, that number of $85 million does not include the cost of a stadium.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Chestnut.
Okay, but today, we're going to include You're going to show us what it would cost with a stadium.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Schedule-wise, again, this is one phase of construction. Procurement, so that's hiring your AE team, that's 4 to 6 months. Design and permitting could be 12 to 18 months, and construction 18 to 24. There's a good amount of variation there, just depending on how it's structured. Scenario 2, so similarly, Gainesville Fire Rescue, we talked about that. That is separate from the costs that are put together here. So this total comes to 88 million. Again, includes all the things I mentioned: contingency fees, furniture, all is one phase of construction. The difference here being this is the total cost. So obviously, there not being a stadium here, this isn't missing the stadium costs. Again, similar scheduling. So when we talk specifically about the stadium, we had presented 3 options. One is a brand new full stadium. So this is completely demolish existing stadium, build brand new from the ground up, artificial turf, concessions, restrooms, locker rooms, all the support facilities for a brand new stadium. Design and permitting about 9 months, construction timeline 24 months, cost 35 million plus. That could vary depending on exactly what that looks like. We also provided 2 options, one for major renovations of the existing facility, another for minor renovations of the existing facility. So cost variance, you can see major renovations 18 to 22, minor 10 to 12. So the differences both include new synthetic turf. The reason that recommendation being, it's heavily used. So utilizing it for 3 different high school teams, that's just really difficult for real turf to hold up to. And as you all know, they've had to cancel games because of that very reason. And so we would recommend a synthetic turf field for that purpose. So both include structural repairs, the things that need to happen there. You can see in major renovation, it adds chairback seatings, new restroom facilities, demoing and replacing the ticket booths, entrance, concessions, both locker rooms, replacing both press boxes, and new scoreboards, remove and replace all fencing. So pretty extensive improvements to the existing stadium. Minor renovations, again, this is 10 to 12 million. The new turf, structural repairs. This would be looking at adding metal bleachers to the existing concrete stands, removing existing restrooms and locker rooms, providing new, demoing existing ticket booth, replace with shade structure, construct a new concessions building, renovate press boxes, new scoreboards, remove and replace fencing, and then just general improvements.
Let me pause there for a moment, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. In all 3 of the scenarios, do you provide for any shading over the bleachers?
These do not.
Okay, all right, because I'd like to see the shading there, similar to what we have out at Abbey Wambach. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Of course. Okay, so we'll come back to this. I think staff wants to talk a little bit about the available funding sources. The last thing we want to talk through is just some phasing schemes. And both are very similar, but we want to just kind of run through how this project could be phased. So if you look at this diagram, a potential phase 1, so the MLK, the new MLK building where it sits now doesn't impact the other facilities. You can see dashed out just over the number 2 is the MLK. You can see that's the footprint of the current MLK and then the footprint of the current pool just above that, so you can see for reference of where those sit. So when we spoke previously, part of phasing is looking at the existing facilities, and if you take down those facilities, obviously you might not have them for a certain period of time. So looking at ways to potentially phase it in which the facilities can remain operational as much as possible while you're still building the new facilities. So a potential scheme, the new MLK footprint, that could be built. So you could move forward with the MLK Center, the outdoor courts, the associated parking improvements that need to happen with that. Also, the fields, the multi-purpose fields, some of the stormwater infrastructure, the walking trails, either of those things could happen as an initial phase. They don't have to necessarily happen together, but either or both could happen as an initial phase. Once that new MLK Center is up, you could then take down the existing MLK Center, and you can see then that allows you to start with the aquatics facility, whether it's one pool or both pools, either scenario works, but that could be a potential second phase. Once the new pool facility is available, then you could demolish the existing pool facility, and that allows you to finish out the rest of the site. On this one, you can see the stadium, because it sits where the current stadium is, that can kind of stand alone as a phase. That can happen when it needs to happen. The piece that could matter for the rest is parking and stormwater. So you might need to move ahead some of the other phases in order to accommodate the stadium whenever that would come online. So with scenario 2, as I mentioned, a similar scheme as far as phasing, and you certainly could still do the 2 multi-purpose fields and the improvements that happen there, MLK, aquatics facility, finish out the rest of the site. So a very similar scheme in phasing on scenario 2. And so that is all of the information. I know a lot of information. We've got several folks from our team as well as city staff to be able to answer questions.
Very good, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Persons.
Thank you, Andrew Persons, Chief Operating Officer. I'm going to step back to the available and potential funding sources. So I think as the commission is aware, currently we have approximately $13.7 million earmarked out of GCRA. That is out to the end of the current interlocal agreement to 2029. We also have approximately $5 million earmarked out of Wild Spaces Public Places. That's in 2 tranches, $2.5 million in 27 and $2.5 million in 28. There's been a fair amount of discussion, I think, that the commission has had about other potential funding sources. We have the HUD Section 108 loan. Based on our most recent HUD CDBG allocation letter, we have approximately $7.2 million of potential capacity for a HUD Section 108 loan. That is a loan, and so that would have to be backed by either some funding source or backstopped by your CDBG allocation. We also have been doing some preliminary look at some bonding options, whether it be a special obligation or special revenue bonds or a general obligation bond. And then we're in ongoing discussions with the Alachua County about a potential GCRA extension. And then also the commission has had discussions about sponsorship opportunities, and of course those are some variable. If we were to take our current allocation of approximately $3.3 million, which is the city's portion of GCRA, and we bonded that using the current prevailing interest rate, about 4.5%, over a 20-year period, that would raise approximately $40 million in bond proceeds. The borrowing cost would be approximately $21 million on top of that, so a total of $61 million.
So when you say the city's 3.3 million, that's our annual contribution to that.
Correct, exactly. So that's what we currently have, both in terms of available and potential funding sources. Our intent is not for you today at this point to say, a little bit of here, a little bit of there. Our intent is to come back to you at your July 17th meeting after the break with a more fully developed recommendation about potential funding, depending on the discussion here today.
Very good. All right. We've started to have some lights lit up, as you can imagine. Lots of terrific information. Thank you, everyone who's been involved in this. The staff from both the city manager's office and throughout the city system, as well as from NV5 and Monarch, have been very, very helpful in helping me understand, and I assume the rest of the commission as well. And you've given us a whole lot to work with. And if you're watching at home, there's some really cool stuff here. Much, if not most of which we're going to get done. So it's just a question of how we do it, how we approach it, how we pay for it, that are the details within. And the details are where the friction happens. So that's a real thing, but we have some great places to start from. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. In your available or potential funding sources, I can't see that far. Is the general obligation bond, let me borrow yours. Thank you.
It's listed, but because there's so many variables, we would, at this point, we couldn't tell you exactly how much it potentially could raise without, I think, some decisions
Oh, I
by the
see, I
commission.
see. Okay.
We would anticipate that should the commission provide direction on that, that would be on the November 26 ballot, correct? Because we would need to inform the supervisor of election by June of 26 in order to have that on the ballot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Willets.
Mayor. The GCRA extension, are we saying that that would be after 2029 since we're already since this, for the available, that goes through 2029? So is this a theoretical 20-year, let's say 20-year, that extension that's from 2030 to 2050?
It could be as soon as next year, potentially. That's going to be dependent on the discussions with the county in terms of an extension, but the city could bond the portion that we put in annually, basically as soon as that was the decision of the commission.
I'm trying
If
to.
I might intervene just for a second, I think I might answer the question. The 40 million proceed that Andrew spoke about is 20 years out. That's what it's based on, 20 years.
Sure, but I just,
From whatever point.
Yes,
Yeah, from whatever
it's a
point.
20
from whatever point, but if we
Yes.
started it sooner than, if we started it before 2029, rather, tell me exactly where the 13.7 from GCRA by 2029 comes from. Are we double counting something here is what I'm asking?
The 13.7 is what, at the end of the interlocal, how much the total amount of fund balance that GCRA has is earmarked for this project. So all of that is somewhat malleable in terms
Right.
of, the commission could decide we're not going to fund these other projects and we're going to move more money into this project from CRA. But that's what's earmarked to the end of 2029.
Okay, so I just want to make sure it's not double kind of counted here on both the available and the potential.
Right,
on
right, right.
GCRA. Okay, and obviously the GCRA extension, the idea is that maybe we go more, maybe we go bigger, or maybe maybe the county can give us enough of a commitment that we do not just the city's portion, the 3.3. So I guess that's part of the, because we're talking about GCRA extension at the same time, kind of out there where we need to talk to the county about potentially slightly different structure, potentially slightly different goals, and so that's something where as we go through this, particularly on this project, I feel like we're going to need to kind of, all of us individually, but talk to this county commissioners to see what their interest is. Because if they're really down for this and they say that GCRA, this is how it should be spent, then it gives us a little better backing to potentially someday commit some of that, if that's what they're interested in. Because if they're not interested in this at all, if they are just all downtown or all innovation district or whatever, or east side, then it kind of changes how I think about this. I think that's all I have for funding right now. Thank you, Ms. Parsons. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. So interestingly enough, that's all the lights I have right now. So I'm interested in having a community conversation about general obligation bonds, but I'm not interested in saying, yes, let's do that right now. Because it's something you would have to go on a ballot, and I don't want to put it on a ballot unless the community has said, yes, this is a thing we want, and we've talked through it before we do that. So honestly, 26 is sprinting toward that at this point. I mean, that would be hard to get there for the 26 ballot. The 28 ballot, it gives us lots of time to have a conversation. Some of this work can be done by then. And I think there's a benefit. I will tell you, just personally, I prefer scenario one, which leaves space to have the conversation about the stadium, but doesn't lock us in right now, because we need a partner. We got to have a partner with that, because we don't have and are not likely to start a football team. I've been very, very clear, as has Commissioner Chestnut and some other folks, that is special to me, that stadium is something I want to do, but I also want to be a good steward of the public's money. So scenario one leaves a place marker in there for that, but also gets us to work on the things we must do. We cannot ignore maintenance issues and usefulness issues with the other components of the overall park. The pool must be addressed. MLK must be addressed. The community deserves at least as good as Haines City has. I was looking at the images from Sarasota and Haines City, and I don't know who pays for that. I don't know if that was paid for entirely by the city of Haines City, Florida, or if that's part of Polk County, or however that all got paid for. But Gainesville deserves at least a good aquatic center as Haines City has, for goodness sake. I think that's a thing we can agree on community-wide. The upgraded MLK Center, we not only deserve but need that space. There is a need for all those things. And that we can start working with. One of the two of the top things on the list of community desires when we asked what people need from parks a couple of years ago was trails and fields. We have an opportunity to do both of the things right here, and that's, if there is low-hanging financial fruit on this, that's it. Those are things we can do early and cheap while we figure out everything else. So I favor scenario one, starting with kind of phase 1A, the phase one northwest portion there, that gets us moving and shows the community we can be trusted to do this stuff. And while we're doing that, having a conversation with the community about a general obligation bond, while we're proving this, instead of just saying, hey, let's take it on faith. I would prefer that we show some things as we get moving. More lights up here. I'll have more to say later. Commissioner Book.
Thank you. Yes, a tremendous amount of information, and it appears that the project, while we would like to do it all at one time, we don't have the fiscal capability to invest upwards of 88 million without putting stressors beyond our capability to come back from. It appears to me. But boy, wouldn't it be good to get something moving, which is what you said, Mr. Mayor, and we do have funding monies that we can do things with. On the financial, if I'm doing this right, so the project is scalable, is what I'm hearing NV5 say, right? We could do a large piece, not impact the overall picture, and if we showed progress, we might be able to do that over a number of years. Is that what I'm looking at here in your planning?
That's correct. There are options that you could move forward, which is why we wanted to present some scenarios of how it could be phased. Absolutely.
Well, so that's the positive right there. And it looks like we have two funding sources at least that are immediately available. Anything that I would be interested in would be, I'd be interested in us moving forward without putting additional financial stressors on the city using existing funds, because I don't want to hamstring us down the road, given that our financial picture is uncertain. And so perhaps we could take some bites out of it. Looking at your proposed site plan and the preliminary budget objection slide, I know that's on, doesn't matter that it's scenario 2 or 1, just thought maybe we could look at that. If I'm understanding, if 2 pools were desired, plus all pool support facility, that's $12 million right now. And if the fields, which you showed as greenfield and connectivity, and that's another 48, that's 4.8 million. So in total, these 2 big pieces of the project, separate and distinct from the stadium and the MLK, is 16.8 million, which we currently have the capability to do. I'm not horse trading or anything like that. I'm just looking at what's available. Yes, ma'am, Madam Manager?
I was just thinking, and the consultants can confirm, I believe it is a phasing or staging. I don't know if we could do the pool before we.
It is. So, Madam Manager, so some important things to note. In these, we have site work as a big number. This assumes all that site work at once. Whatever phase you move forward with first, there would be some associated site work, parking. So it doesn't quite work out that you can just take certainly
A
that
piece.
pool is that pool number, right? But when you build that pool, you also need to build some associated stormwater, some associated parking, some, so once we have direction from you all and an idea of kind of where that wants to fall, that helps us in better nail down that pricing by phase to understand exactly what needs to be done.
Well, all progress typically instills trust by the community, right? So if we move forward and we get a piece, then they say we did what we said and we did it within the constraints that we had. And I understand where there's amenities and there's other infrastructure that is a part of cost. It's not specific to pulling a piece out. But the two pieces of funding we have is 18.7 million right now over the next 36 months without putting any additional stressors. That's without impacting wild spaces, public places projects, existing projects, because I personally wouldn't want to do that. We have so many good projects. And we have GCRA money, which we could do without impacting other GCRA projects. Well, that's 18.7 million. And that's, even if it's a little bit short, that allows us to do some big things. So I'd be interested in hearing from my colleagues. But boy, it'd sure be great to do a couple pieces of the project, use existing monies within what we have right now. And these other pieces, maybe we work on them as they go, but we have to do something because this project's important, and you started it, right? So I'll be interested in hearing what you all have to say. But 18.7 million can start us on some big things right now.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, before the
Commissioner Burke.
commissioners weigh in, we had provided some guidance in terms of where we might go to build the momentum that Commissioner Book and, of course, Commissioner Chestnut wants us to build. And we provided some notes for you all to consider as the discussion goes forward in terms of building that momentum. And I believe by the next meeting, commission meeting, July 17th, with some of those steps addressed, we can get that momentum on track.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Manager.
Mr. Mayor, if I can add one thing to that question, I do also just want to make sure as we talk about the schemes, just remembering where things lie on the site in relation to existing things on the site. So for example, the aquatics complex, as shown in the scenario now, is where the existing MLK is. So if you were to move forward with that as a first phase per se, you might sacrifice the MLK for a certain amount of time. So just important to note with phasing.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys. This is the presentation I've been I've been hoping for, and that I think is important. Kind of rubber meets the road kind of discussions. And it's and I appreciate you guys laying it all out here and coming back to us with something that is biteable and like taking bites out of the apple. It's interesting looking at it now as we talk about the stadium versus not having the stadium on there. Just that it seems like a very large site when you're standing on there, but then of course you're looking at it from the top down, from a bird's eye view. It's not that huge of a site, and there is a significant difference in terms of the impact that stadium has in terms of having multi fields, in terms of the size that you'd be able to build out of a playground or a use space. As we're talking about sort of phasing and where things sit on the property. The mayor mentioned before the idea that like if we went with scenario one, that sort of leaves our options open, and leaving our options open is always good, and it's worth having a premium to keeping your options open to determine things. But also, if our first phase is site planning and doing all of that, how much can we keep our options open versus make decisive action in the next month or so on saying, hey, like this either needs to be a very good playground, and in a usable space with multi-use fields, or we need to find a way to make it work within the existing footprint of the stadium. What kind of decisions do we need to make sure that we aren't spending money that we don't need to? Because if we're doing all of that, all of the important engineering work, site planning, all of that, what do you need from us in terms of that?
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, hopefully to answer that question, there is a lot of site work that needs to happen, whether there's a stadium there or not, whether there's two pools or not, whether there's the remediation work, that's going to need to happen no matter what happens out here. With both of these schemes, you can see you could definitely get started on that northwest corner, those fields, the two fields. That doesn't prevent you from implementing scenario two if you were to implement scenario two. Even the MLK, and this is why we really tried to keep most of the rest of the site very similar, is that whatever happens with that stadium piece, a lot of the other pieces are still in place. So if you did build some momentum and say we're going to move forward with those fields and the stormwater improvements and those things, that those are going to need to happen no matter what you move forward with. So you definitely could get a jump that doesn't prevent you from either scenario.
Right, but there you would have to build more stormwater with the stadium there, and you wouldn't be building 4 multi-use fields. You're now building only 2, correct?
Correct, but you could, you don't need to build all of that stormwater with an initial phase, so you could look at different ways to do that. Another thing that you could do to just kind of keep momentum going, you can also advance design. So you could advance the design of not only the buildings, but the site. You could go ahead and design the site, permit the site, have those plans ready to go, so that then as you're able to move forward with phases, you could have that piece of it already completed. So that's another thought of how to advance the work.
Right, but then that assumes that we will have future money will be coming in some capacity, either through GCRA, wild spaces, public places, some future funding that would make all this move forward. And I'll say that one thing I I love reading through the old documents of the city, and you'll notice infrastructure that was put in for some project in this place that never fully came to fruition, but there's, a lot of infrastructure that's sitting in the ground with that, or there's a road that's supposed to connect to something that was supposed to happen in the 1980s and never happened. I mean, the city's filled with these sort of, expensive front layered plans that never followed through. Of course, if you don't do that on the back end, you can't move forward, or on the front end, you can't move forward with that on the back end. Let me see what else. And then as it relates to well, can you go back to scenario 2 again, please? So one of the things with this one is if we decide to go with scenario 2, we would be, I guess, building those 4 multi-use. We would not have the money, I guess, for phase 2. So the stadium, we would be, I guess, essentially tearing down the stadium to put in the fields without actually having, the money for a new amenity that's going in that place. Is that how I'm reading this?
So as far as the phasing diagram
Right.
here, not necessarily. I think you still want to look at phasing those first 2 fields. I think leaving some of that, I mean, you can see the pool outline, so kind of in box 3, that's the outline of the existing pool. We definitely heard that needs to remain operational. It's heavily used, and there's not an alternate dive. That's the only diving facility that could be utilized. So that needs to remain operational. So you can see those 2 fields, the 2 extra fields that are shown in scenario 2, they straddle that pool.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think looking at it overall, when I was out knocking on doors talking with folks, this was coming up, I think, during our last election. So we've been talking about this for years. People talked a lot about fields, how a lot of people have to drive all the way out to Jonesville just to have their kids play soccer. A lot. And frankly, and the pool gets heavily used. I'm there almost every day because it's one of the few 0 depth pools that you can go to. So for my 4-year-old, it's the perfect place to actually get up to your neck and be able to swim around. It's filled up to the point where we actually block people from coming in at a certain time of day because there's polo, there's swimming, there is swim lessons. There's all kinds of things going on at that pool. And it's the only facility that really does any of those things anywhere in the city. I love the idea of having that splash pad, that recreational pool. I grew up in Tallahassee. We had 3 or 4 pools that were like that, where you had a separate splash area with a competitive swimming pool with it. We don't have anything quite like that. The closest thing we have is the kind of very nuts and bolts, meat and potatoes, like 0 splash pad that just kind of slopes down, which is nothing like the recreational pools you see in a lot of other municipalities. That would be, I think, a great amenity to have. So there's a lot to chew on in all this. We'll keep talking with staff about it, but I'm glad to see us get some forward momentum and see how we can balance all of these things out. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Engel.
You want to say, I'm also a fan of scenario 1. I think just because it gives us a lot more flexibility. We've been talking about this being needed to be done for, I don't know, better than a decade. It's been a long time coming. So I really think getting some goodwill and actually getting started on this project is something that's really important to me. And that gives us some options on that. I think moving forward, we are going to have to figure out what the funding legitimately looks like and decide which of this very nice list of things we can get. going to sit down with the county here shortly. If GCRA is not being extended, or we're not on the same page with those things, we're going to have to vastly change what our plans are. I am kind of the opinion we need to figure out what those fundings are to really do this. I don't see much way of doing it without the possibility of a general obligation bond. So I think we're probably going to have to come up with a plan, put it in front of people, and let the people of Gainesville decide whether or not, how much of this they want to see in the community. So I think going with scenario one, working to get exactly what funding we've got and what of this we can move forward with is the right way to go. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank my colleagues for being committed to doing something here. It's needed to be done. There's an old politician who always said, "Don't forget who brought you to the dance." And the issue that brought us to the dance here is Citizens Field and the Senior Citizen Center. So I prefer doing everything at once, because I'm afraid that when you, this is the time for East Gainesville. This is the time. I'm afraid if we delay it, that we may not get back to this. Your priorities will change, and we will move on. However, I am not for committing the GCRA funds for 20 years. I think that if we commit those funds for 20 years, that takes care of the ambassadors program, the streetscape, it takes care of a number of things. So I'm not interested in doing that. I do have an interest, though, in a general obligation bond. And I think that we can build the confidence of the community just as we have over the last 3 years. We have met with the community from beginning to end on developing a program. And it's been a whole educational process, and that is why people are expecting us to do something. And we have to do something, because that's our commitment. We have demonstrated that when the city says something, they will do it. And one example of that is with wild spaces. We said what we were going to do, and we've done it. And I think the same thing is here. So I understand what my fiscally committed colleague at the end said, and taking that 18.7.
Is that me?
That's you. I got two of you right beside me. Two of you. And I can see taking the funds, doing something, and coming away with a product at the end. So I'm more committed to what the manager has presented here, and that is with her scenario one with the stadium and laying that out. And I'll just have to see where that goes. But I intend to leave here today with something committed to East Gainesville, and with a direction to the manager to come back to us with funding proposals. I am a person who believes in compromise. I can read the tea leaves and see what's going to work. So I intend to get something for East Gainesville today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chestnut. And I would remind everybody that we're doing work for East Gainesville on Hawthorne Road as well. And we forget about that a lot. I ran into, Mr. Gomez caught me out at the site yesterday taking photos of our progress out at the E. Hetty site. I'm out there at least once or twice a week, and if you're not, you can go out there and get a look at what we're doing. I have a whole soapbox about that. I'm excited about what we're doing there, but that's not where we are today. We're a few blocks west of there. So, Commissioner Willits.
So I have a question. When we talk about phasing versus doing a small, Commissioner Brooks talked a little bit about like what kind of money, but this idea of phasing is still in essence, we're doing it all at once. Get the money. This is still doing it all at once, but of course in phases, of course in chunks, more or less. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Mayor, I would say yes. in some way. I mean, obviously you're phasing it, so you're not, building it all at once could also mean demolishing all the existing facilities, building it all at once, if that makes sense. So like this, as phasing it, you're not necessarily doing it all at once, but I guess you could look at it as you've got a plan to complete all of it. But if you were to really take down the site and build it at one time, obviously that's a lot faster. It's less expensive because you're doing it in that way. But this route, you could certainly have a plan to get to the finish line, but it wouldn't be built at the same time, if that answers the
Okay,
question.
because I wanted to ask staff a little bit about like, what happens if we literally just demolish it all at once in the period of time that we're without a pool and without? I know that sounds impossible, but lots of communities do impossible things after a hurricane or something, right? Does it actually save us any programming money to take out MLK and take out the pool for, I don't know how long it is, 24 months, 30 months? Do we, like, how much is our programming costs, our staffing and maintenance of those facilities? That does it provide any sort of savings where we turn around and say, oh, this gives us an extra $2 million or $3 million if we, I know no one wants to do without, but I have to ask the question.
Welcome, Ms. Gonzalez.
Mayor, Commissioners, Roxy Gonzalez, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. That's a challenge to give you that response because it all depends on what's happening at other facilities. So currently, that facility isn't staffed with an individual that sits in that facility. So that individual that is hired to do that and the programming aspects to that the programs can be placed in other locations. So it's not apples to apples in comparison. So shutting down the facility doesn't mean we're not going to spend the same budgeted allocated funding for programming. We are going to try to figure out different creative ways to continue offering programming in different locations as well.
Right. Well, I'm sure we
With
close
our
that pool for
resources.
a period of time. West Side pools,
Yeah, we
you
might
give
save
people
in
30-minute
chlorine.
blocks to swim, and they got
We might save in chlorine in regards to the pools.
right pump
Yeah.
power, chlorine, literal
Yeah.
water. But okay, I just wanted to ask that real briefly. So it sounds like that the current phasing potentially leaves. Am I hearing that it leaves both pool and MLK functioning, and we can get a new MLK before closing old pool, perhaps in a similar, the new pool is open, competition or community or both, before closing the old. And so that's one of the benefits of making the big full plan for phasing, because we don't actually have to close anything. I mean, parking and navigation will be, a disaster probably. Safe, but it'll be difficult. But that keeps kind of everything open. Rec fields, obviously, they're gonna be down. We don't have a replacement for those.
So, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. So this scheme allows you to keep those facilities open during construction. That does extend the length of time that you're dealing with construction on the site, which obviously increases costs as well. But it does allow you to keep the current facilities open until the new facility can then replace the old facility.
Okay, that's good to hear. I have two very small questions, and they don't have to be answered now. They can be off in the futures. One, just how do we, if this all goes through and the GFR site, how do we keep vehicles off of the GFR site during football games? Because it's somewhat connected with, particularly with the little western access street. So that's just something I want to make sure. I'm sure GFR will have opinions and they'll help us figure it out. The other
old fire trucks there.
There you go. Just park a fire truck there, and no one will go through. I know a lot of people in our community, if we did this and spent $85 million and didn't have solar panels on the MLK Center, we would hear about it later, and I want to talk about that before we spend $85 million. I know that putting panels on city buildings should be a no-brainer, but I hear a lot about liability and everything, and it's not great in hurricane and all that, but our citizens really expect that. And we were going to work with the county on a project to put solar on city and county and school board-owned buildings through a grant. So I know that's not in this, perhaps in this scale, but yeah, solar on a brand new roof we build.
If I may, one thing I would say about that, based off of city's directives in the past, all of the buildings that we'll be building would be LEED certified, right? But the complication comes in that the MLK does serve as a hardened building for shelter, right? And it's advisable not to put things on the roof that can blow out and damage the infrastructure that's on there. But that being said, the overall approach to the whole site and those projects would be environmentally friendly, and we would achieve those same results in a different way. It just may not be direct solar.
And the pool house isn't exactly the square footage to really get a lot of solar panels. I mean, we put some, but.
Yeah, but I do recall that the existing was geothermal anyways.
Interesting. All right. Well, I think people want solar panel on every square inch of anything we build in general, but I understand what you're saying. The last thing is more just to Commissioner Trustman's point. I think we have built a lot of trust with the community in the past 3 years because we have done, in essence, staff has done more with less since the GRU authority with the transfer and contribution. In essence, city staff has really achieved more with less, and I think that has built some trust that, even though a huge chunk of our funding went away, the city didn't, dissolve, it didn't, collapse. Staff just kept on going. So I think I think we have built some trust going forward that it'll be difficult, but when they see plans and understand it, that's a possibility. So I don't, the dollar amount scares me. Going to a general obligation bond doesn't scare me too much. I appreciate looking at the idea of that maybe we don't want GCRA committed all the way out. At that level of where we do that, if we can have a smaller general obligation bond and commit, I'm open to that conversation. So thank you for bringing that up. Thank you all, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Willets. Let's see. Commissioner Ingalls up next. Had something in mind that I wanted to add to something you said, and I've entirely forgotten what it was. So, Commissioner Ingalls,
I just want to chime in that I'm very in favor of phasing this, not only because I don't know that we're going to have the whole chunk of money at one time to start doing the project, but also because you're talking about probably every bit of 2 years. And I think it's a long time to shut down two facilities that are as heavily used as both the pool and the MLK Center are, that are already very, very priority buildings for the community. And I think if we're estimating 2 years, then it's going to be 2.5. So I'm very much in favor of phasing this, even if it does cost us a little bit more. I just think it's a responsible way to go forward with it.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Eagle. So what I was going to ask that we have not talked about at all, but you reminded me when you talked about hardening or having a currently hardened MLK Center. Is there an opportunity to include anything, and I know this changes what we've talked about quite a bit, but is there any opportunity to designate part of the MLK Center, the new MLK Center, for disaster operations of any sort, whether they're, as a place for folks who were displaced for a little while, or any disaster operations or anything like that? Is there funding we could look for elsewhere to help us get it built is a question, without displacing everything else that we've talked about.
So I think the design is in contemplating it as the new shelter or the new MLK would be another designated emergency shelter, and there might be some FDEM money. The last time I think we did some hardening work, it was through some state grant money through FDEM. So obviously we would try to look for whatever was available to help with the finances. But
very good. And we very often just write off opportunities at the state and federal level these days, but I don't think we should. I mean, where there's probably not federal money for us to build a pool, but there are aspects of this that we need to keep our minds open to. I mean, the list of potential sponsors and potential partners could be long, small bits and pieces as we go. But if we add all those bits and pieces up, maybe it gets one more piece of this across the finish line.
And Mr. Mayor, I think to that point, as we get to your July meeting, I think what you'll see from staff is a recommendation that we really try to advance all of the civil and site plan design, and then bring the buildings to a point that we'll have not necessarily construction documents, but the buildings and the pools will be to a point that we'll have renderings. We'll have things that I think will support other applications for funding. If the commission remembers, this has been on your legislative priority list for a couple of years now. So having some of that shovel-ready part done will hopefully help with future funding opportunities.
Right, so as we move forward, it's just going to be important, I think, that we keep both our state and federal lobbying organizations apprised of everything that we're doing, because they're going to see opportunities that we don't for some of those sorts of things. I don't expect them to be huge in the near term, but in the longer term, I do expect we'll be able to earn some of that. Commissioner Chestnut, and after Commissioner Chestnut, then I'm going to call on, if she has anything for us, Board Member McNeely from the school board, and then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that staff has been very clever in looking at Section 108 with the CDBG funds, which will help us a lot with this project. And with the hardening of a building, would that depend on FEMA?
We incorporate that into the design, and I think what the last round of hardening that we've done to MLK was in part through a grant through the Florida Department of Emergency Management. Yes, through the state agency. And so we would look for opportunities as we got sort of closer towards funding for buildings, particularly for the shelter.
Well, I know that, I believe that Representative Kamek is very interested in the senior center. And we could certainly work with her and the lobbyists in trying to get funding there. People are not as interested in funding sports complexes, and they've made that very clear. Federal people are not. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. And while we don't have lights, I do want to go ahead and ask School Board Member McNeely to come up and address us if you have anything, and if not, don't feel like you have to.
I have a representative.
Excellent. Okay. Come on.
Maria Eunice.
Very good. All right. Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
And thank you both for being with us today.
Sure. I'm Maria Eunice, Assistant Superintendent of Operations, and thank you NV5 and Monarch for that presentation. It was fantastic. Superintendent Patton and several board members are out of town attending a joint state school board and superintendent meeting out of town, and they all wish they could have been here, so they're sorry that they aren't here, but we did have our one representative, Dr. McNeely, here. We do want to say that we are in receipt of the City Manager Curry's letter and document, and we thank you for that. And we're very amenable to further negotiations and discussions regarding the stadium. And we already have a meeting set up with City Manager Curry this upcoming Monday in the afternoon. So we're eager to discuss the stadium and the concerns that were brought up in the document. So we appreciate you sharing that with us. So thank you.
Very good. All right, thank you. And I would note to everyone that one of the primary, if not the primary user of the Dwight Hunter pool as it currently exists, and I hope going forward in the new version, is the Alachua County Public Schools. That's where swim competitions happen. There are lots of other folks who use it too, but Alachua County Schools are a huge user of that facility. So Commissioner Book, and then we'll come back to public comments. So be ready, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. I just had one, thank you, Dr. McNeely, for being here, and thank you. Are you willing to share, or can you share how much capital funds you have right now? What is your capital infrastructure figure? Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Book. And for longer term thinking this afternoon, my plan is once we'll hear public comment, we'll come back to the dais for any potential motion. And any more discussion, and then after we finish this item, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we move into the rest of the very busy afternoon. So, Madam Clerk, public comment, please.
We have two speakers signed up, Mr. Rodney Long, followed by Mr. Khalid Long.
Very good. Welcome, Commissioner.
Again.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I signed up too. I didn't hear my.
Could you go see him, please?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Rodney Long. I'm here again as a private citizen. I
No, I'm not. I'm already signed up, Joe Hill. She already been filled out.
So, sir, is that for this item or for one of the other items?
So, Mr. Mayor, we did receive a card.
Hold on. Okay, all right.
We
Go ahead.
did.
Okay, good. I'm Rodney Long. I'm here to speak again as a private citizen. I was here at the last meeting where you all discussed the economic issues, and of course, Citizensville came up. And as many of you know, I initiated Plan These Gainesville back in 2003, which was a joint partnership with the city, the county, University of Florida, GRU, and MTP. And there was a three-part element of that plan. We had a conservation element, transportation, and economic development. We've been talking about that economic development piece for quite some time. And whenever we talk about whether it's this particular development you're talking now, we always want to know what's going to be the economic vitality of the Waldo Road corridor or Hawthorne Road. And we really do appreciate what you all are doing, especially on the Hawthorne Road, and what could happen here as well. We lost the Alachua County Fairgrounds as a potential economic engine. The only public piece of property that's left that may be able to generate some economic vitality is Citizensville and what you're doing with the MLK Center. So let me just say to you that stay the course that you're on. You all are doing a great job. I've been involved with this process since you started in October 2024, I believe. I think I've only missed maybe one meeting. This is very, very important to me because I want to make sure that what we did back with Plan These Gainesville, that we continue to try to work to implement that. Regarding Citizensville, I do think it is important that the City Commission try to find a way, an equitable way, to work with the school district. I read the notice of intent, and that is not an equitable offer. I do appreciate the city manager's response. I've read that. And there are some concerns in the notice of intent that I've read from the school district. I would hope that you listen to the recommendations that's in the response from the city manager. If we're going to have an equitable partnership with the school district, they got to bring something to the table. And from what I've read right now, it's not equitable. I do understand the importance of Citizensville to the school district, but we also need to make sure that whatever happens to Citizensville, there is some economic vitality attached to it that allows us to have economic development on the Waldo Road corridor. Don't be afraid of the general obligation bond. City of Gainesville, you all have established credibility with the voters. The voters trust what you say. I agree with the comments made by Commissioner Book. Do something now. You got some money. Do that now, but don't be afraid to ask the voters to pass a general obligation bond. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
We have Khalid Blount, followed by Joe Hill.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Hello. I just have two questions. The first is this too early a stage to talk about employment in this redeveloped area? How many, not just construction jobs, which is temporary, but how many permanent jobs will result from this work? And can those jobs be offered first to residents of Duval and Cedar Grove? This should be something to help people in the area, and I think they would serve better than the general public too. My other question is a smaller one about the current building and the mural on the front of the building, on the east wall of the building. Is there a practical way to remove and preserve that? Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Blount.
Mr. Joe Hill.
Welcome, Mr. Hill.
Me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Howdy. Joe Hill. I'm a former federal inspector and engineer at Kennedy Space Center back in the 80s. I oversaw my first project of $7.5 million of a building that was 107 foot high at the apex, had a 250-ton overhead crane. We had a railway inside that would bring in the SRBs. The crane would lift up and place them in refurbishment place. And we had two outline buildings, 60 foot high, $7.5 million. W&J Construction, you might want to check in and see what they can do too here, because these figures, wow, I'm amazed. My main concern is that football field, because I'm a former high school football player and tennis player. And what I see as a fix is you bring in dirt in the middle of that field, because I know I used to watch Friday Night Lights, and they wore that middle out. It's a low spot there. There is a low spot there. Fill it in with dirt, put the grass over it again, and this AstroTurf injures players. The pros do not like the AstroTurf. It injures them. And not only that, but by keeping it grass, filling in that middle and keeping it grass, the need for the retention ponds retention ponds goes less. You don't have to have as much retention pond, because I know you got specifications that, well, you got impervious land. Now you have to have this for runoff for going back into the aquifer. Keep the field grass. As for the walkway and Waldo Road and the situation there, I've heard suggested putting in speed bumps. What are most ridiculous decisions I ever heard. Anybody has to stand out there at Waldo Road and see all the commerce that we have. And Waldo Road is almost a bypass to Gainesville for all the commerce and the trucks. Putting a walkover at 8th Street, I see problems in that. A lot of problems in that. The flyover walkway could be put actually in the middle of the situation. You don't have to put it at 8th Street. You don't have to put it at the Walmart. Put it right in between. It's a walkway, you know? And I like that idea of a flyover walkway to get over to the place, but not the corner of 8th. I think you guys are doing a great job kicking this around, and thank you for opening it up for discussion to the public. I've heard a lot of good ideas from the public, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Mr. Mayor, I believe we have one more speaker coming up from downstairs. That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right, very good. So a thing that I want to certainly not to decide today, but as we have discussions about this, when I say Citizens Field, what I mean is the whole thing. I'm talking about, 36 plus acres, but not everybody thinks that. Sometimes when I say Citizens Field, people mean just that, just the stadium. And we need a name for the whole thing. When I say 8th and Waldo, some people are talking about, other corners of 8th and Waldo. We need a common name for it that everybody can agree on, and that is not something we're going to decide on today. But we haven't had any start to that discussion, and it's going to be important as we move forward that we have a common community name for what this larger campus is, and I'm just putting that out there as something for all of us to consider. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
One more quick comment about the Haines City place that this guy likes so much. Call and ask what it costs them for that Haines City place, and do comparative pricing. All right? You were the one that liked
That was actually me, but of course, we absolutely do that. Said I like the photos. It doesn't mean we want to do the same thing. All right, thank you, Mr. Hill. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really had a question. I needed a little bit of a refresher, colleagues. Had we entered into a conversation about a public-private partnership on this? Had staff ever talked about that? Had we ever asked about that? I'm sorry.
persons?
Mr. Mayor, no. We did have during a period of time when the city, when your unsolicited proposal policy had expired and before the commission renewed it, we did receive a proposal of sorts from a private entity to redevelop the complex, but it was during a time when we were still doing the C.H. Johnson feasibility study, that it was still in the mid-work, and then the city had no mechanism because your unsolicited proposal policy was not in place at the time. So that's been the extent of it.
Got you. But we now have that policy in place.
That's correct.
And I'm very curious about what that might look like. I know we're deep into this discussion, but I also know that this is quite a bit of money, quite a bit of investment, and a project that everybody up here on this dais wants to see move forward. But I'm very curious as to what a private partner in this could bring to the table. We have heard very clearly from our colleagues over at the Alachua County School Board and what they're telling us their constraints are. And I do believe they're very real. I would like to, I'd like to hear a little bit more though about what they may be able to do. But I'm also curious about what that might look like. And I don't want to hamper this. I don't want to belabor the point, but that is something that I felt worth saying today. I did also want to remind my colleagues, just as a sticking point for me, we do still have the Cultural Arts Center on the books. The conversation that we actually started before this one, and I'll tell you what a genuine concern of mine is. We're talking about spending money, a lot of money on this project that, yes, will benefit East Gainesville. The Cultural Arts Center is also designed to benefit East Gainesville as well, but we have not talked anything about any numbers or financial allocations for that, and I know staff has not had a chance to get to that. But I will tell you that that's a little bit of my concern now because we have limited resources, limited pots of money, and we're talking about spending some of them down. I don't know what the community's appetite for as we consider this general obligation bond for considering the Cultural Arts Center in that too. But I'll be honest, that kind of scares me. I just want us not to forget that that is something that we have committed to. So as we start talking about how dollars will be spent, because I'm a big picture kind of person. I don't really like piecemealing stuff. I like to take a look at the whole pie. And we have projects that we've said we're going to do. And I just want to make sure that we're putting the money and allocating that money how we need to allocate it, considering all of those projects. So I'll conclude right now, for now, I should say, with my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the appropriate time, if people have no other comments, I'd like to put a motion on the floor.
So why don't you, we do have more comments, but we will always have more comments.
Always
So
have
go ahead,
more
put a motion
comments.
out
Put a motion.
there. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'd move to direct the manager to return to the city commission on July 17th with recommendations on how to proceed with the next phase of design with current funds available to address, let me see what I want to say. To address the MLK Center, aquatics and pools, but holding back on finishing the construction documents on the stadium.
And then did you want to include the fields up here also?
Yes, so that would be on scenario one, is what I'm interested in.
Gotcha.
Is to direct the manager to return to us on July 17th with recommendations to implement, with recommendations for us to consider proposed site plans for scenario one.
Second. Okay.
With existing funds.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Book.
It's very similar to what I was writing, figuring that a motion might come elsewhere from there. But if I'm understanding, I seconded, that's 13.7 million is there. The 5 million is there. What can we do with it? That's really what I hear. Tell us how we can do something, get it moving. And from a, Madam Manager, from a GCRA standpoint and from a wild spaces, public places, these monies are currently monies we can do without impacting other priority projects that we've already had many votes and many conversations about.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, the answer to that is yes. However, the commission may have to reprioritize because for the out years on the GCRA as well as the Wild Spaces money, there are other projects lined up. So we would have to move this project in terms of priority.
I understand. We may move the numbers or priorities different, but it's not taking away from the projects that we've already know have real value.
True, I just want to make
That's
sure.
really important to me.
We would need to prioritize.
Probably to many others who already are looking at those projects saying, let's get those done too. And we're already moving forward with Gainesville Fire Rescue under streets, stations, and strong foundations. So we've got that moving, whether we consider it a piece of this project or not. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, there's other options. We should always be moving. We've talked about, Commissioner Duncan Walker talks about partnerships and I just mentioned AARP. When you talk about multi-generational projects, they do some interesting things with funding. So we have got to find it. We've got to look for it, whether it's that. The Chamber already said they're on board for helping us look for things like sponsorships. I know you and I had a publicly noticed meeting. Commissioner Chestnut, emergency management monies are probably likely to be difficult to come by for this project, but we got to look for them. So that's important. And perhaps the Water Management District, as it relates to stormwater, may have money specific to that may be funding, because we have to do that regardless, and we're going to spend money on that regardless. So that's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I did have a question for staff. I mean, so what we brought forward here is sort of an we will be front loading a lot of the design, a lot of the stormwater with the thoughts of a build out. I kind of mentioned before putting in that core infrastructure and then building it out later. Did we look at other plans that phased this differently or might have left existing things in place, or like what did we look at in terms of the scope and the scale other than what you have presented to us here?
In terms of actual construction or in terms of design?
I mean, I guess both, because the design goes into the construction, right? Like in terms of the.
Yeah, so just to clarify, so when we're talking about design, we're talking about the design based on, where the commission is. The design of all of the civil design with scenario one. So we would do all of the civil design, all the site layout, and then we would take the buildings, the aquatics building and the MLK building, through the design development phase, which is, for layman's terms, like 60% plans.
Right.
That is independent of what the commission decides in terms of the construction. But the construction, I think what I'm hearing is the first phase of construction would be the fields, the trails, the stormwater component. That's what that's the construction phasing component of it.
Right.
I think we and Lori can weigh in if I misspeak. We looked at a couple of different phasing scenarios, but really between a combination of where we had available funds and the desire to not close down the entire site for an extended period of time and to be able to keep the pools and keep MLK open. This is the phasing design that we believe is the best moving forward.
Right. I just I want to make sure that as we go forward, because I think right now we're looking at all of this, and we are a commission that is making determinations about the future. As we're talking about potentialities in the future, like a general obligation bond, if that we decide not to go forward with it, I mean, from what I can tell, that would be. Maybe, that is a tax increase that is coming in to pay for this. And if we're saying that we want to do it that way, then we're moving forward with that. Then that is something that we'd be moving forward with. But I just want to make sure that if we're spending money on the front end with all the design work, with all of that which is a good amount of money for that design work on the front end, that we are that that as we get to the harder questions related to funding, I mean, we talked about prioritization of wild spaces, public places, as we're talking through the concept of prioritization is simple enough, but we prioritize this, we deprioritize that. The actual implementation of prioritization, like saying, you know, we have money for a park in Southwest Gainesville, but that's now going to be pushed back out 2 or 3 years. We have this other project that's now being pushed out 2 or 3 years. That we have, I guess what I'm saying is optionality as we're going forward too, as we're, I think as much optionality as we can have that's saying, how do we, how do we look at the scope and how do we make sure that we're getting something that is on the ground, that is good for folks, that is moving forward, whether or not that we're not just shooting for a bullseye that is up here, that there's some level of being able to come down at that point. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I'm confident with the discussion and with the next phase of work with site design that we can get exactly, I think, where your concern is. We can make sure that the site design is complete, nothing's ever sort of evergreen, but we'll have many years of validity with that site design, and we'll still have the phasing component, as we have funding come online to be able to take down those other areas. So I don't think that completing design is going to get the city out over its skis, if you will.
That's a good way of putting it. All right, well, that makes me feel better. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. And I want to say to everyone up here, now is the time to begin to start looking for sponsorships and naming opportunities. We have a policy on the books for sponsorship, but there may be someone who would like to have the community pool named for them. A name for their family. You would? You would?
I don't have that kind of money. I haven't found a profit, but I don't get paid.
Too late. We already booked it.
But I got you. But now.
.org.
.org? Okay.
Right, it's nonprofit.
Okay, thank you. But now is the time to start looking for that private funding and naming opportunities. And we're going to start first with you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you.
Commissioner Engel.
Just looking at funding on this, in general, if I've got this right, base costs is somewhere around $85 million without the stadium. We don't have $85 million. We don't almost have $85 million. If we wait till we have $85 million, it will be quite some time from now. So to me, like, at some point, we are going to have to go to the public and look at bonding this if we are going to go through with this project. That being the case, I am awfully hesitant to commit all of our funds in these other areas that we have. Because honestly, if we're talking about the $13 or $18 million we've kind of got on deck that we would be using for other projects, we can either use that for Citizens Field and then have to issue a general obligation bond, or we can not use that for Citizens Field and then we're going to have to go to the public and ask for a general obligation bond. So I'm a little concerned about obligating all these other things and pushing off all these other projects that we may have looked at if we're going to have to go to the public anyway and ask them, listen, this is what it's going to cost. Is this worth us, is this worth it to a community as us to pay for this? We're going to have to put that on the ballot anyway. I just don't want to burn every other project that we've got out there in exchange for this when we're going to have to bond it one way or the other. So I just want to see the idea is that when we look at what we've got available, realistically, if that's not going to change what our ultimate bonding is by all that much, I want to do some type of cost-benefit analysis of whether it makes sense to obligate those funds that we do have now towards this at the expense of everything else. Yeah. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Willens.
Commissioner Engel, I'd started to get the conversation about, like, do you use all the funding streams you already have, or do you just borrow perhaps a little more because you're go ask the public once, in essence, right? Instead of asking the public twice, perhaps in a slightly different way, a higher millage as opposed to, ask them once. So that I'm concerned about that as well, which that's a bunch of moving parts to where we get to what that decision is. So thank you for that. Because it pushes us off a lot of different projects, both on potential GCRA, obviously, not that we've got all those planned, but we have ideas how, if we extended GCRA for 20 years, we have a lot of ideas how, we may have not committed to them, but we clearly, they're in the pipeline, or we will come up with them, quickly. So I'm concerned about that. So that's a good conversation to continue, particularly with the community and our stakeholders. This is a very large amount, but just for some reference, the Haines City was 25 million, somewhere between 25 and 28. Construction costs for non-residential construction inflation has gone up 4.8% a year for the past at least 14 or 15 years. If you do that times 16 years, 25 million times 52, puts us in the range of what we're talking here, because then we've got environmental, we've got some extra stuff that they don't have. Their project was almost exactly like ours. They renovated 30,000, 15,000 new on their community center, 2 pools, splash pad, 4 tennis courts, 2 basketball, a banquet facility. It is oddly similar to what we're doing, the Haines City in particular. So I'm glad that our consultants found that, because it's just very, very similar. So this is a very large amount, but other communities have done it. I still continue to be very concerned about the dollar amount, the big, going all in on one site it will be a wonderful community asset. It really will. I don't know if it's going to be as much economic development as we imagine. If it's that if we need a little more money on an obligation bond at some point to have an aspect of economic development that ties it in, that's something that's out there, but that will be hard. I'll just leave it at that. But I think I will support this motion to move forward, because I do like option 1. School board, continue to work with them and save that there, so that that we can reach something together by the time we turn shovels. Hopefully, that we've reached something on that site. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Book.
No, I think those are good points that you brought up, Commissioner Willetts, and you did, Commissioner Engel. I'm not willing to take any monies away from existing projects that we have on our prioritized list. And so when we get back the plans, I know it's not the city manager's intent to bring back something that says, well, you know what, we just sacrificed 3 or 4 other good projects. That's not, this is using the monies that we know we have. And what I like about it for the Northeast 8th Avenue project is it doesn't burden taxpayers at the moment, and I'm just not willing to do that. It uses monies exactly as intended. The wild spaces, public places are for trails and recreational space and for pools, and that's what voters have said they want to use it for. And it uses, it uses monies exactly as intended, for our trails and fields and our facilities there, so I like that. And lastly, it finally gets us moving in a meaningful way forward. And it looks like it's about 24 to 36 months, given the monies and where they're already at. So this gets the plans moving now. It provides some concrete details for us very shortly, and then we're moving forward with something, even if it's plans. And so I really like that. I think the bonding and the millage and the loans, I think those are all very difficult options that I know I don't support at this point. We need to live within our means at the moment, and we have some good means to get the project moving forward, and it's a good one. I mean, we're all committed to it, so let's see what we can do with what we have. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Book. We could talk about this all day long, but I don't see any lights right now. We have a motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, we are going to now take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 3. Yes, was that?
I had another motion.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Can we also have the city manager kind of bring back some legitimate bonding opportunities, special revenue, what other options we've got in addition to what we can do with the current funding that we've got available?
Including the general obligation?
Yes, yes.
Second.
All right.
I was adding a new motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second.
Watch me get Parliament my way through this.
Okay, all right, so we have a motion and a second. I don't see any other lights on this.
Just reviewing options, bring back options and take a look.
Absolutely.
Understood.
Okay. I don't see any other lights on that. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Now, we will be back at 3:35. All right, we have a couple more items on the agenda this afternoon. Thanks for your time and attention so far. Let's get some more good work done, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-371 fiscal year 2026 budget development update with the recommendation the City Commission hear a presentation from staff and provide direction as needed.
Madam Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we are moving along with the budget development process just a little closer. We have some recommendations to you after today's presentations. You would have heard all of our operating departments' presentations and budget estimates, and then we'll be going through some scenarios that we prepared for the commission to take a look at as we move towards balancing the budget and coming back on July 17th with a recommendation based on direction today and the establishment at that meeting of the maximum millage rate.
Excellent.
So with that, Ms. Ramos is here and she will go through the presentation. Ms. Ramos.
Ms. Ramos.
Cynthia Ramos, Executive Chief of Staff. So today we'll do our third budget workshop of the fiscal year. As Ms. Curry mentioned, the next time you'll see us will be in July. But the agenda item backup includes the updated budgets for the set of departments you're going to see today and some additional information. There's also another informational item presentation that includes updated budgets for all the other departments that we presented to date. And then there are summary reports that follow along with a millage analysis. And we've gone over the timeline, so I'll skip right through that. We're in on June 12th, and you'll see these department budgets today. This is a reminder of where we left off the last time we saw you all on May 28th, and we presented those department budgets. And we'll get into the department presentations. Just as a reminder for everyone that's here with us today, these slides are organized in 6 different sections. The first one is the title of the department. The second is the core services that that department offers. The third is the strategic connection, which is the alignment to the city strategic plan. The fourth section is the budget trends, which includes data from fiscal year 2024, the current budget, both adopted and amended, and the estimate for fiscal year 2026, and a comparison year over year. We also have a position levels trends chart, and we also talk about program and service impacts. Our first department today is the Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area. I'm just trying to catch up. And for their core services, they support small businesses and entrepreneurs, promote job development and commercial development, incentivize businesses, property owners, and entrepreneurs, celebrate culture and history in GCRA neighborhoods, and revitalize downtown and neighborhoods. They support all 5 of the city strategic goals. In terms of their budget trends, you'll see that their fiscal year 2026 estimate is $6.6 million. It's slightly under from last year, but we do build in personnel increases here. And their amended budget carries forward all the projects that the City Commission has previously approved, and the funding hasn't been spent down year over year. Their position levels remain constant in the next fiscal year. And here we include in the program and service impacts area, we do want to point out that in fiscal year 2026, the block by block ambassadors will provide the downtown cleaning and safety services. If you recall, last fiscal year, we approved a transfer from the GCRA to the general fund for $298,000. So that will go away and will stay within the GCRA, and they will provide those services. And we continue the major transformational projects with this budget. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Rick Smith, the GCRA Director, to provide some highlights for you.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the Commission. A lot of what you're going to hear now is what you heard last week in terms of what we've done over the last year and what we hope to do going forward. I think I can probably not talk about 8th and Waldo. You've gotten pretty much the deep dive on that.
Can you give us a quick refresher?
So I'll start with Cornerstone. We're happy to announce that we released the invitation to negotiate on May 27th with a deadline of June 25th in terms of deadline for receiving any proposals. We will let you know how many we get at that date. We are also reaching the point where we can begin doing our refurbishment of GTEC. I've talked to you before about our vision to recreate GTEC as more of a small, local, and diverse entrepreneurial center better fitting the needs of the neighborhood. It was originally built back in 2000 as a technology center, and there's a lot of spaces within it which are suited to that, but not suited to small entrepreneurial groups. So we're very happy that we can go forward with this to reposition GTEC. We're also going to be creating a community space that can serve not only as our meeting space, but a meeting space for the community, which they can rent for their life celebrations, weddings, birthdays, etc. We look to get the construction started by probably November of this year, with about a 9 to 12 month construction period. Other going forwards, we're going to be doing an evaluation of parking needs to increase density on the site. The site plan that was approved back in 2017 anticipated only single-story building. We would like to intensify as best we could. This may mean the need to build a structured facility of some sort to add another 200 spaces, but we'll be evaluating that with the Department of Sustainable Development. Our next major transformational project is Downtown Strategic Plan. As Cynthia noted, we were able to bring the ambassadors online late last year. That was a real bonus. We also rolled out a downtown event program, pilot program, where we were able to fund 17 events between May and December of last year. Going forward, we are actually going to be rolling out the second stage of our business improvement grant for downtown. We're going to be taking applications in August. We also are putting out notifications of funding availability for our small downtown pilot event program. And finally, related to that, we are going to be working with the DAB to create a vacant storefront program so we can dress up the main corridors, give it a better aesthetic appearance. We look to be talking to them in July, August, and September about that program. Fifth Avenue Pleasant Street Heritage Trail, we're excited to be bringing the first phase to completion. Final plan has been developed by the consultant from Jacksonville Community Planning Cooperative or Collaborative. We will be back before you on August 14th with that plan, as well as our plans going forward on this program. And that is basically a highlight of all the major transformational projects. I'll be happy to answer any questions. We did add a staff member over the last year. She's very skilled in GIS and information technology. We're happy to have her. We're able to get more and better information to you.
Very good. I'll say lines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next department is the Department of Housing and Community Development, and their core services are affordable housing development, home rehabilitation and neighborhood revitalization, home ownership and housing stabilization assistance, assistance to seniors and or at-risk youth, job training, and employment opportunities. They support a great place to live and experience and an equitable community. And in terms of their budget trends, you'll see that their fiscal year 2026 estimate accounts for personnel increases year over year. And the rest of the other funds are grant funding estimates that they expect in the next fiscal year. Position levels remain steady, and there are currently 2 vacant positions in the department. And the only caveat here that we have for this budget as the commission reviews is that we are still pending grant allocations from the federal government for the major grant programs. And with that said, I'll turn it over to Corey Harris, the Director for Housing and Community Development.
Welcome, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the commission. Again, Corey Harris, Director of Housing and Community Development. HCD works to revitalize neighborhoods through home ownership, preservation, and promotion activities, and increase affordable housing opportunities for both owners as well as renters in our community. Our aim is to offer comprehensive housing services designed to improve the quality of life and create equitable communities. Some of the highlights for this year, we continue to provide our monthly homebuyer education program, which offers opportunities for those participants to receive some down payment assistance to leverage their opportunity to gain capital through a mortgage. In addition to that, what we've been able to do is support our owner-occupied rehabilitation program, as I've mentioned throughout my presentations, in 3 categories: roof replacement, major home rehabilitation, as well as house replacement in some instances. We also provide down payment assistance not just through our State Housing Initiative Partnership or SHIP, but through Community Development Block Grant, as well as our Home Investment Partnership. Some of our other accomplishments, we continue to ensure that our services and our programs are consistent with our local housing assistance plan, which is our LHAP, that's renewed on a 3-year basis, as well as continuing to ensure compliance with our community development block grant or our consolidated plan, which is a 5-year plan. We're working on a housing equity plan. We've been working, and our goal is to complete that in next fiscal year. We've been working with Florida Housing Finance as our consultant on that housing equity plan as well. Also, we've been working with a number of affordable housing development entities, Habitat for Humanities, a local affiliate, as well as Neighborhood Housing and Development Corporation, our housing authorities, Gainesville Housing Authority, Alachua County Housing Authority, as well as Bright Community Trust to bring about community land trust options to our affordable housing toolbox. I'm always touting the level of investment, as Cynthia alluded to, Ms. Ramos alluded to. We are really the financing arm or the facilitation arm of community development block grant funding, State Housing Initiative Partnership, as well as our Home Investment Partnership. So whether that's through the state and local or state and federal government. Last year, we were able to invest, over $3.2 million into bettering our communities and our neighborhoods, which I'm really excited about that. And during the first 2 quarters of this year, we're already at $3.7 million. So you can see there's an increase in the level of investment. We're also planning here shortly to bring back an affordable housing recommendation, which would add some additional dollars on the streets to promote the development of affordable housing, both for rental and home ownership. And with that, I think that's all I have for today.
Commissioner Willetts.
Yes, Mayor. For the salaries wages out of general fund, it's the same number of positions, it looks like, or almost slightly less than FY25, but it's a pretty significant increase in the percentage. Did you have some reclassifications or get rid of some positions and have other higher paid positions?
So one of our positions was reclass, and with a number of our positions, they're funded over several different funding sources. So there are times when we'll adjust that to maybe less allocation go towards CDBG or home or through ARPA, and we still have some funding left from ARPA that we are funding some admin with.
If I might intervene too, I believe specifically this was the housing advocate position that was reclassed higher than it was currently.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Engel.
Just so I kind of understand how the budgets work on these. The last year's amended budget was considerably more than our adopted budget. Is that just grant money that comes in over the course of the year, or like what's the, it was $3 million adopted and then $9 million.
This includes the American Rescue Plan Act money that's carrying forward under this department, so that's what that big jump is about.
Gotcha. Thanks, that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you.
Our next department is the Department of Sustainable Development. The core services for this department are development and implementation of the city's comprehensive plan, support safe and organized planning and development of the city code compliance and enforcement, management of the city's real estate portfolio, economic development, climate change coordination and response. They support all 5 goals of the city's strategic plan. And on the budget trends table, I if it shows up. You'll see that this was mainly a maintenance of services levels budget. We included some contractual increases for some contracts that had not cost of living, but inflationary increases built in. And those are the changes that you'll see here in this budget primarily. And with that, position levels are steady. There's 4.5 vacant positions right now in the department that are currently being recruited for. And with that said, I'll hand it over to Forrest Edelton, the Director of Sustainable Development, for an update.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Edelton.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Forrest Edelton, the Director of Sustainable Development. So just some highlights for some things that we're doing and some goals that we have going forward. So, of course, we're still working on the comprehensive plan update that you all have discussed with us. We intend to bring back some of those revised chapters in August as we've scheduled. And really want to take the opportunity to give a shout out to the other departments that have been working so closely with us on this document. It's certainly not something that Sustainable Development is doing only in-house. We're really working a lot across different departments, as I said, but also including GRU in the discussion for that. Our goals related to that, of course, we're going to update the land development code as you all have directed us, as the plan board has advised us, and as that comprehensive plan and our other plans that are in process, our resiliency plan and others, inform that land development code change. We've successfully transitioned to a major update to our project docs system, and it feels a little weird for me to say that we've successfully transitioned, but this was a major change management undertaking, and our staff really has pulled together to where we have had very, very little negative response or feedback from our typical users, both internal staff that use this development review system to get their information out to our public and developers, but also in the other direction, from developers inwards. Goals on that, we're going to continue to report to management and you all, of course, as leadership, using that defined data and metrics that you've seen us present as a part of our quarterly updates. So our project docs system is a key part of giving us that actual data where we can continue to make those decisions. And that next quarterly update is going to happen in July 17th at that meeting. We're going to continue our role with the Community First program and most specifically the University Park Neighborhood Association. So as you'll recall, we've been working very closely under the manager's direction to really act as that direct liaison to the neighborhood association. A lot of our engagement there for University Park has been at the more planning and liaison level. How do we as the city help you solve your problems? But a good chunk of that has also been very much directed through our code enforcement division. Code enforcement has been heavily involved in that neighborhood, actively responding to issues that the neighbors have really put out there for years. And finally, we're going to continue to support the economic development program that you all have been discussing recently. Of course, economic development touches a lot, if not everything, that sustainable development does. So I expect that we will be directly involved in this going forward. So we will certainly be supporting the ombudsman position that has been discussed, and we're going to continue to have those key staff members that will be ready to address those special projects, or sort of special forces of development review, if you will. Those are my main highlights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we're good.
Our next department is the Transportation Department. And for the Transportation Department oversees transit services, parking operations, fleet management services, interconnectivity of transportation modes and multimodal networks, and the Vision Zero program. They support all 5 goals of the city strategic plan. You'll see here that the budget trends vary significantly from the fiscal year 2025 budget, and that's because the Transportation Department has general fund funding and folds in RTS. So we'll talk about RTS in just a little bit, but you'll see those major changes year over year driven primarily by the RTS fund. This position levels are also at the same level as fiscal year 25 with the addition of 1 position. And in terms of program and service impacts, this budget does include additional funding for the 18 and under 65 and over fare free program to leverage a federal grant. So it's funded at $190,000 from the city, $190,000 from the county, and then we'll be leveraging a grant to fund the program. We also maintain funding for the employee bus program, for general government community builders. And with the last bullet, this is just an update on the RTS system, and I'll just jump into the next slide here because this is really where that takes us. And so, as you all already know, there's been significant change driven by the changes to the University of Florida contract. There is a $2.9 million or 23% reduction in the revenue coming from that contract, and federal grant revenue is going down by $4.5 million or 13.8% reduction. We do have some proposed new revenue streams that are untested but built into the fiscal year 2026 budget, and that includes shelter/bench advertising, and it estimated that will bring in $300,000 next year. We also have leases for buses that are not actively in service. That's another $270,000, and also renting empty office space in the RTS administration building. And you'll see that all of that built into the fiscal year 2026 estimate here. With the position levels, what we've done is we have recommended to move the ADA service in-house to preserve positions. And there also will be bus service reduction hours, and we explain what those hours are on this slide. The RTS budget on the operational side also experienced significant increases in insurance premiums, and the pension obligation bond, that in and of itself was almost $1 million. So that drove a lot of the overage in this division's budget. And so we do propose the elimination of a vacant transit marketing and communications and supervisor position. And this freezes and unbudgets 10 FTE at $693,000. And the thought here is that if there is a reversal from the University of Florida in terms of service, we can very quickly put positions back in place and switch if we need to on the plan that we currently have in place. And we have a reduction of overtime expenditures on Saturdays built in. And with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Jesus Gomez, our Transportation Director, for updates.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, Jesus Gomez with Transportation Department. Just to discuss some highlights of projects we've been completed and working on. On the transportation and parking operations, of course, we implemented the new changes to the parking operations, and we keep changing based on businesses' input. We obtained finally approval of the Federal Highway Administration funding for the University Avenue 13th Street project. We completed also the PD&E study for that project. We completed ARPA, with ARPA funds, the design of 4 projects that is now under Public Works for construction, and we coordinate with the Public Works design and construction on a lot of projects this year. I believe, I'm not gonna mention, but at least 10 projects we have on that section. Of course, we completed the Vision Zero plan, and we implementing that as much as we can as funding becomes available. Work with the city attorneys on the valet parking ordinance on the transportation side. On the fleet operation side, we moving the parts operations in-house, and it's creating some operating efficiencies, so we're saving some money in that area. Implementing a new fuel system for all the city's fleet. We actually work with RTS on the body shop. When they have some downtime, we take some of the fleet vehicles and repairs them. So it's creating some efficiencies for both RTS and fleet. And we replacing this year so far 26 vehicles in the city fleet. With hybrids, half of them are hybrids and electric vehicles. Working also with Santa Fe to establish a program for fleet technicians and fleet interns mainly. On the transit side, we have 50% plans on the east side transfer station complete. We keep working on that, trying to speed that project up. Of Of course, we complete a lot of different plans that were, you saw the ADA study, the restoration plan, the transit development plan that we used to provide some of the recommendation on service efficiencies. Completed 83 or 100 bus stop, so phase one. So you see a lot of bus stop improvements on the city. And we're in the process of designing over 200 more. So we have funding for that, and then we'll see that we need to apply for more funding to complete those improvements. Working on RFP for a solar canopy on the employee parking lot, so we're working on that. And we have 21 hybrid buses and 3 electric buses we're under right now that we under a PO to. We'll receive that next year, but that's we have these 24 new vehicles coming up. And in terms of the budget, on the transportation side, depending on the revenue projections, we requesting 2 parking enforcement officers. We believe that the revenue generated is going to cover the expense, so that's what we think. I guess in August we'll see those projections and see. We also doing some rearrangement on that, so we have the Vision Zero coordinator to be a permanent position. It was before a temp. We threw funding through some grants. The same thing on the fleet side. We're doing some rearrangements on some of the positions, but we're also adding fleet technician because a lot of overtime increasing the service demands for service operations on fleet. And we continue, of course, to replace vehicles with alternative fuel, mainly hybrid electric vehicles. On the transit side, is the big challenge on the budget, because we're looking at $4.5 million deficit, and I guess when we met with some of you was 3.5. That was without getting additional numbers on the insurance premium, so it's 4.5 now. So to address that, we're gonna have to reduce service significantly. We're talking about with the UF related service will be close to 38,000 hours, and on the city side it's 6,800 hours. But with the additional $1 million in deficit, we have to cut another almost 12,000 hours. So we're talking about 50,000 hours of service. It's pretty much 20% of our service we need to cut to meet the budget. I guess the rest I was already, basically reducing the service to 1 bus per route on the city routes. So that's how we have to do to have a balanced budget. That's all I have.
Okay, we'll have a number of lights here. Commissioner Engel.
Well, it seems like kind of peanuts now, but my question has originally been, we're renting an office space. Are there people renting out office space in the RTS building, or are we talking about renting it to other departments of the city?
So we are thinking of placing our new technology department in that space, so it would be internal city.
Gotcha. All right, yeah, that again, it seems like kind of small potatoes now, but I will sit here and contemplate the extra $1 million. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Willits.
Did I hear that there parking enforcement potentially 2 new parking potential that would be kind of revenue neutral? So that revenue comes in and is spent under other funds, not general, or is it?
So the caveat is that we're reviewing how parking revenue is coming in, and if it trends to be able to offset the expense of those 2 positions, we would add it in, but they're currently not in the budget. But it does, the parking revenue does go into the general fund.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes.
That's why I didn't see it in a potential FTE under the general because
it's not funded at this time,
Right,
or
at this time.
included in the budget at this time.
But then did we say that we were going to have another staff member for Vision Zero? Is that what I heard?
He's an existing staff, but he's a temp at this point. So we're gonna convert that to permanent position.
Okay, so some we already have 10
Yeah.
to permanent, okay. Because I'm, when we start talking about adding extras, I'm all about Vision Zero, but I want to save some bus routes, so that's,
Yeah. No,
that's my
one-
general thought. So if it's not that it's a truly new person, okay. And bringing the ADA service in-house, that would, are those employees currently unionized at MV, do we know?
No.
But if they come in-house, they would all qualify, would they all qualify to be ATU
Yes.
members? Okay. And then you'd have to add some staff to kind of manage that operation, but not drivers, right? So this is transit operators and customer support. Is that for that ADA service or is that elsewhere?
Yes. That would be for the ADA service.
Okay. And can you kind of describe a little bit about those savings on the ADA services? Where do we actually get those savings? Like what part of it?
Well, because we basically, NV Transportation is a for-profit agency. So the contract we have is per trips, so we pay them for trips. We're projecting about 3.2 million we're gonna be spending this year on that contract. So we took that, we did analysis on the staff that we have, the expenses and what we need to have it, and we'll be a lot less than that.
Okay, so it's
So
kind
we'll
of-
be saving money.
We'll be saving money, so but it's less. It's not identified because it's already our vehicles, so it's not like we're saving it in the fleet portion. It's kind of spread out over all of it. A big contract, we think we can save that kind of money.
Yeah.
Okay. And does that change what service we will be providing compared to what our current contract gets us?
Well, definitely it's gonna be an impact on services for people to get used to the new system.
But I'm saying is it going to change the
And
geographic?
no, it's gonna be the
or
same ADA service area.
Same.
Yeah, it's
ADA
3/4 mile from the fixed route is what this ADA service area is. That's when we're gonna be providing the service.
Okay, that's kind of what I need to know. But like Commissioner Engel said, this is a much bigger problem when insurance premiums go up so fast, and UF thinks they can do portions of it by themselves, or that they're just not getting as good a deal. And it sounds like we think we're not getting a good deal out of MV Transport necessarily, but yeah, this hurts. Any more bus route? I know we don't have a place to find extra money right now, as of right now, but that, I don't know. It's a death spiral, and I know we have a lot of capital money from the federal government, thanks to them, and some from the state, but we got to be able to run the basic system, and all the capital, all the shiny buses, and we have beautiful. We really have beautiful buses here. All the great buses and bus stops and stations. I mean, I feel like we're going to get stuck with like stranded assets, though we're going to lease out buses. It sounds like so. I'll just say lastly, when it's this tight, I'm willing to look at the sign ordinance to make sure we could shelter advertise. In a different world, I just don't want to touch it. It's not done. But 300,000 is close to that. For me personally, that's where I would look at loosening up sign ordinance in order to be able to find some more funds. In a much better budget year, different situation, I wouldn't touch it. But I think I would rather do that than also tack on $300,000 in, get it out of a millage increase. So that's just my opinion. But thank you, Mr. Gomez, for all your work at a very difficult, intricate budget with lots of funding streams. I continue to learn about it. Thank you for your work on it and your commitment to making sure all of our employees keep their jobs in one form or another, and that we continue to transport people all across the city as efficiently as possible. Thank you to you and your staff. Thank you, Madam Manager. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, wow. Thank you. A 20% reduction in our overall hours is significant. But I guess I'm wondering how significant. You have 18,648 hours, and you said there's going to be one bus per route, right?
Usually you have a route that have 45-minute frequency, it'll be 90-minute frequency.
Wow, okay, so it's going from 45 to 90. And is that just on the 4 bus routes that you have listed here? That's,
There'll be, yes, in those 4 routes.
okay, 5, 8, 15, and 43. So now it's going up to 90 minutes. Have we, I know that, I mean, you didn't speak to us that long ago when it was the 3.5 million, and now it's gone up to 4.5 million. So there's not a lot of time, and I know that there's different capital projects when we're doing bus stops and things like that. But have we considered, as we're rejiggering the system that the University of Florida uses, combining routes, trying to reduce headways? A 90-minute headway is it's very, very hard to plan your day around getting to a bus stop at a 90-minute interval, making sure that you can transfer at a certain point. I mean, it makes increasing headways is what makes the bus service something that is usable. Like making sure that, there's ideally 15 minutes, but 30 minutes, I mean, it gets disproportionately harder. I mean, if we looked at, long-term ramifications, or possibly looking at a system that is much, with less buses on it.
Yeah. Right now, the only route 43 is the one have 90 minutes, or ones have 70 minutes, 75, 80 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, we can look at combining routes, but it's still a lot of, the reduction of hours is significantly.
Yeah. No, I mean, pain is pain, reduction is reduction. When you take money out of a budget, you take money out of a budget. We'll talk about that more here in a couple of slides, but it's, I agree with Commissioner Willits. I mean, if we can, we have, I mean, every year when you look at the census, when you look at the American Community Survey, it always seems like it's between us and Miami as to who uses more, the percentage of folks that use our bus system. And we have people don't think about our bus system as being as robust as it is, but it is. I mean, you look at the numbers, and it's a significant part of our community, more so than almost any other city in the state of Florida. And this will get felt by everyone, regardless of whether you use RTS.
Yeah, we're estimating at least 1 million passengers a year that we're going to be losing with these services.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you. Ms. Ramos.
Our next department is non-departmental, and non-departmental is the department that covers expenditures that are governed by many different departments. So examples of that are the fire assessment, or the pension funds, the trunk radio system, the combined communications, etc. Most of the funding in this department is for pension fund transfer obligations. So aside from those funds, we do have some funding recommendations for fiscal year 2026. The first one is that we maintain the Grace Marketplace funding at $2,050,000. And if you recall, last year we transferred that expense in 2025 to the ARPA fund. So now we're transferring this back to the general fund. And it's $1.7 million from the general fund and $350,000 from the GCRA fund. This also maintains funding for all the outside agency grants. This increases funding for the Combined Communications Center in alignment with information received from the county. So there was a 6.2% increase from last year. We also had increases. We are projecting increases in the annual required contribution for the general employee pension plans, but actually experienced increases in the police and fire plans. So that's built into this budget at $1.8 million. As I mentioned, includes the funding for the 18 and under / 65 and over fare-free program. This is where this is funded out of. And it includes funding for the Hogtown Medieval Fair, the Workplace Stewardship Committee, and includes funding for the holiday parade.
Good. I'm seeing lights. Go ahead.
Our next department, oops, sorry, I forgot I had to put that little box in there. Talked about those, is the Wild Spaces Public Places Department, and their core service is implementation of the Wild Spaces Public Places funded projects. Their strategic connection is a great place to live and experience. You'll see their budget is in alignment with the projects approved by the City Commission, with some a minor allocation from the general fund. Position levels are stable and the same as last year. And we continue to implement the 40 active projects. And I'll hand it over to Betsy Waite, the Director of Wild Spaces Public Places, for some updates.
Very good. Welcome, Ms. Waite.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you, Cynthia. So currently, Wild Spaces team, we have 1 vacancy. So we're staffed with 4 of our 5 FTEs. And so as Cynthia said, we have almost 40 projects in planning, design, procurement, and construction. Just going to mention just a few of those today. So at Duval Nature Park, construction of a new parking lot, trail, and playground is completing. So we're wrapping that up, and the ribbon cutting celebration is going to take place on the 20th at 10 a.m. At the Hippodrome, we're working on the elevator repair of our historic elevator. So the motor had to be sent out to Massachusetts and be reconstructed. There's also a lot of electrical components, so that work is underway today, and we anticipate that wrapping up in the coming weeks. At Tom Petty Park, the pickleball courts are being constructed, so that project is underway as well, and that project wraps up in the spring of 2026. So at Thelma Bolton Center, so our phase 1 improvements for stabilization, we're working our way through design. We're completing some additional testing just to ensure that we know exactly what we're getting ourselves into. And we're going to be providing you with a presentation here on July 17th to discuss progress to date and next steps. Bulwer Springs revitalization, so we're in permitting. We're anticipated to begin construction in the fall of this year and complete in the following fall of 2026. TB McPherson Recreation Complex. So we just finished drafting a scope of work for a master plan for the facility, and we're working to get a consultant. We're looking at NV5 under contract for that work, and the master plan we estimate will take about 9 months to complete. So we're excited for that project to kick off. And coming online in FY26, we're going to start a handful of additional transformational projects. So we're going to begin the planning for the future Depot Park Visitor Center. We're going to begin the design on phase 1 improvements at Morningside Nature Center, and we're also going to begin design on the Wilhelmina Johnson Center Building Improvement Project, also very important. And that's a summary of our active projects. I'm available for questions.
Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Betsy, and thank you for all the work you guys do. Wild Space Public Places is obviously one of the more, it's one of the departments that, or the areas that we have, we have new exciting projects coming out of that's more than operational and is kind of, where we can kind of look forward and see what's coming out. Do you have, when you brought forward to us Wild Space Public Places before, there was sort of a list of projects. There was not, there weren't like capital, there wasn't a total that was for each one of those capital projects. There was sort of a list of projects that were before and after. Do you have a list of costs associated with some of the things you mentioned, like you have Morningside, planning for the Depot Park Visitor Center, that sort of thing that's coming up for, because you have $9.1 million in capital. So I
Yes, Commissioner, and I can answer those questions right now. So in our FY26 budget, we're proposing to have a $3 million allocation for the Depot Park Visitor Center. Morningside Nature Center, we're proposing $3.5 million in our FY26 budget. Wilhelmina Johnson Center, we're proposing $2 million. And then for land acquisition for a future park in District 3, we have $650,000.
Okay. And so for some of these larger projects, like particularly, well, I guess we're clearly you're bringing Morningside Nature Center. That'll be coming to us through the master plan, so we'll have some discussion on that. What about the Depot Park Visitor Center? We've talked about that broadly. It was in a list of things, but like what the plan for that is, what the scope of that is that are you planning on starting construction for that in FY26? I guess is my beginning question.
Commissioner Mayor, that would not be, well, I guess it depends how ambitious we're feeling. So that's not our highest priority right now to start. So we plan starting the planning phase and preliminary design, and we'll bring that to you for review before we proceed any further on that as far as the scope of work. But right now we're really focused on Wilhelmina Johnson, TB McPherson, and some other projects. So we're not quite ready to start the Depot Park Visitor Center planning phase, but in 26 we will start it.
So you're saying the scope of work is in like something that'll be on a consent agenda, like going for design and procurement, that sort of thing at that point? Or when you say scope of work, what do you mean?
So I anticipate that we'll enter into a planning study. I'm not sure if we're going to need to do a full master plan for that project or do more of some concept drawings, maybe get into 30%, and then we'll bring back to the City Commission what we have for discussion before we proceed any further.
Okay, so like, as in like, you'll tell us what your thoughts are, kind of do a full presentation. Okay.
Yes,
that's
Commissioner.
good. Okay, all right, great. Those are all my questions.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Eastman, Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Such an array of projects that we fund through Wild Spaces Public Places. Very comprehensive projects, very complex projects, many facets to several of them, and we get no lack of community input and feedback on these projects. But as a whole, I think I think Wild Spaces, Public Places, and the staff and the support it, I think we're doing a really good job.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Engel.
Hey, just kind of a process question. I know with both McPherson and Wilhelmina Johnson, part of the issue was we had some bad roofing and there was leaks and those type of things. I know we talked about a long time frame for developing a whole plan of attack for taking on these whole projects. When we've got something like that, are we able to address those immediate issues fairly quickly and then drop back and look at the whole project? Or are we waiting that long before we get to those type of repairs?
So for Wilhelmina Johnson Center, Commissioner Mayor, so it's a little bit of a hybrid. So we know we have some roof leaks on the easternmost portion of the building where it has a flat roof. So City Facilities is actually helping us to move that project forward today with Wild Spaces funding. So they're pursuing that work. So when it's something that's really time sensitive, we're kind of separating it from the larger design project. So we're trying to be strategic with keeping the integrity of the building.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And Commissioner Book's right. You guys do some excellent work. And
Thank you very much.
It's a bright spot.
Good. Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Betsy. Y'all do really good work. It's what we all look forward to. It's like one of the happiest things of our jobs, I'm sure, at least mine, because it's positive. We get to show stuff to the voters. They voted something, we get to show. So I'm excited. It sounds like y'all got a lot of stuff on your plans. I understand it doesn't come from general fund, which makes us happy because it doesn't hurt our general fund. We know where these funds are coming from. I just had a random question. It popped into my head for Depot Park Visitor Center. For $3 million, can we move a historic house from Main Street down there and you just have a park visitor center in an old Victorian home instead of a brand new build?
Commissioner, Mayor, we could definitely evaluate a particular situation if you have something in mind.
I originally said, no one's got the money to move those houses. And I'm sure it's not a big enough space for what you need. I'm sure it would be difficult, but just tell me. So if someone can come back and tell me, no, it's really impossible. It's not what we need. But it just dawned on me that there's buildings that need to be moved or saved, and I didn't think we would have a use for them. But a visitor center, knowing that we have a visitor center / nature center at Headwaters.
Oh, Hogtown Creek Headwaters.
It's an old home. So something popped in my head. But thank you for all your work. Thank you to your staff as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. And I don't see anything else.
All right. Thank you.
And that was our last individual department presentation. Right now, we're going to go into the general fund overview. The all funds budget is about $442.3 million right now, but we are going to just focus on the general fund portion of that for the rest of the presentation. To summarize where we've been or the updates on the revenue side, we received our estimated taxable value on June 1st. It came in at 6.3% higher than last year, and we estimated a 6.0% growth. So that generated an estimated $172,000 in additional property tax revenue. We also built in the fire assessment revenue at 53% of the assessable budget. So that brought in an additional $317,000 of revenue. And on the government services contribution, we have reduced the $8.5 million to $7.2 million so that we are accounting for the county streetlight expenses that the GRU authority has mentioned they would pull out of the government services contribution and have a placeholder for the reduction that we will be charged back in legal fees by GRU. And then other revenues have been updated on some updated projections, but we are still pending state revenue sharing numbers. We just checked right before this meeting and they're still not posted yet. So still pending some significant revenue categories here. This table shows that the revenues are projected at $156.7 million, which is $1.3 million or 0.9% higher than the FY 2025 adopted budget. You'll see all the revenue estimates by revenue category in this column.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Cynthia, that is not the final number from the property appraiser, so you didn't mention it. I just wanted you to put that on.
Right, we still have a slide that has, I'll list out what the pending revenue sources are. That's coming in a little bit. On the expenditure side, we have updated personnel expenditures based on current bargaining agreements where applicable and includes a 3% annual merit increase for community builders. This expenditure budget also maintains current program and service levels with minimal inflationary growth. I mentioned the annual required contribution for the pension plan increases. Those are built in. We fund previously frozen police officer positions. We reinstate funding for the fleet replacement fixed costs that we make for non-public safety departments. We fund all the outside agencies at the same level as fiscal year 2025. And police and fire, the police and fire departments requested additional overtime budget, and we fund that as well in this, on the expenditure budget that you'll see. This slide has the high level, all of the departments on one page. You'll see that it's 166.5 million. We fund 981.71 positions. It's a reduction of 4.40 positions year over year and a reduction of 0.4% on the position side. But the expenditure budget grows by 11.2 million or 7.2%. And this slide here just gives you an overview of all of the revenue changes and an overview of all of the expenditure changes that you've heard throughout the past couple of months that result in an estimated deficit of 9.8 million on the general fund side. Now I'll pause here in case there are any questions.
Commissioner Engel.
Does that 9.8 million include the $1 million we were just speaking about with RTS, or is that another $1 million?
Yes. On the general fund, so this is a general fund summary. It brings in the revenue and the expenditures on one page. You'll see the $9.8 million gap, and as Ms. Curry mentioned, we still have some pending items on the revenue side. The indirect cost allocation study is just about done. We need about another week there to get what those results are. We are expecting the final property tax valuation data on July 1st, and we're also still pending the state revenue sharing data. And like I said, we checked just this morning, but the website now just says July or early August. And so the levers to look at to consider for closing this gap is the use of excess fund balance above the reserve levels, a millage rate adjustment, or further decreasing operating expenditures. An update on the fund balance. We do meet our fund balance requirement of 3 months of operating expenditures. We do have some excess fund balance that we can spend down. This number here, the 16.8 million, is based on the June 1st value. If the June 1st, when we get the values on July 1st, if they go down, that number will likely go down, and if they go up, it'll go up by a little bit. But this is our estimate as of today. And the commission has already approved some expenditures from that excess amount. And they've approved, you all have approved funding for critical life safety projects for $4 million. And we also allocated funding for the workday procurement modules, $722,000. And we are recommending some earmarks for expenditures that we know are coming up. One of those is $2 million set aside for the new technology department. And this is operating expenditures and positions that we'll need as we ramp up to a fully operational unit. And we have radio replacement needs in police and fire rescue that total $965,000. The commission is okay with those. We estimate that that leaves 9.1 million available.
Ms. Ramos, let me, I want to highlight a couple of things on there because it's easy to miss, and we should not miss it. That even after we account for the items listed on here, the critical life safety projects, the workday procurement module, the new technology, radio replacement, et cetera, we have available, I'm not suggesting we use every bit of it, but I want the community to hear that because of very responsible, very conservative fiscal management, we have more than $9 million in excess fund balance over and above the maximum that we accepted as a policy several years ago of 25%. So over and above, we have, even if we spit that down, we would still have 3 months of operating revenue in the bank available if all the revenue sources stopped. We could continue to operate for 3 full months. It has not been that long that we had not even that minimum fund balance of 16% available. This is not saying that we will go down to, if we used all that up, we would go down to a minimum fund balance, but the maximum fund balance would still be available. So 25% is in the bank, not even being contemplated doing anything with that. That's important because there aren't a lot of cities that are managed with that level of reserve available. And that is something that we should absolutely point out and not just drive on by as if it were no big deal, because it's a huge deal. And we've worked a lot over the years in the city manager's office and across city government to get to that point. I'm not going to let us drive by it without saying, hey, look at that. So thank you.
The next slide gives an overview of the history of the government services contribution. For historical context, in fiscal year 2024, the government services contribution was reduced from $34.3 million to $15.3 million by a formula, a reduction of $19 million or 55.4% from the prior fiscal year. In fiscal year 25, the GRU authority authorized another $6.8 million or 44.4% reduction of the government services contribution, bringing the amount down to $8.5 million. We continue to experience further reductions to the GSC, including the county streetlights and the litigation costs. And in fiscal year 2026, we're estimating that the revenue that's going to come in from the government services contribution is $7.2 million, or $31.1 million, or 81.3% lower than in fiscal year 19, the lowest in recent history.
So before you move on from there, let me make a comment or two on that. That reduction to 15.3 million by formula, that was adopted, that formula was adopted by resolution by the Gainesville City Commission, not by the GRU authority. It was adopted by the Gainesville City Commission before the GRU authority ever existed. And I want to make sure we point that out. And that 8.3 or is it 8.5, is it? That's not by any formula. That's a fairly random number. But the 15.3 was arrived at by actual resolution, by formula on a resolution that was adopted by this commission. That was the biggest drop in the government services contribution in history. And I just want to point that out. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, and just to reiterate that was in order to get to a debt reduction plan.
Yes.
That was passed by the commission to get us $315 million to a 70% capitalization rate by 2033. The same, I will point out, debt reduction plan the GRU authority is still existing under. It has not really been improved at all. It is the same exact debt reduction plan and accepted by the state auditor general. Just to get that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
This slide here illustrates to the commission and the public that the general fund has a structural revenue deficit that is driven by the reduction of the government services contribution. And we have taken steps on our end to react to this. In fiscal year 2024, the city increased its millage rate by 0.9297 mils, an increase of 16.9%. We eliminated 125.5 FTEs. That was a reduction of about 8.3 million. And we further reduced operating expenditures to balance the budget. And this is when we went through a line item review of the budget and started from zero-based budget, and went from there. In fiscal year 2025, the city eliminated an additional 36 FTEs, and we froze an unbudgeted 23 FTEs to balance the budget, and also looked at operating expenditures and reduced where we could. In fiscal year 2026, the projected budget gap is 9.8 million. The cumulative estimated revenue loss resulting from the government services contribution reductions by the GRU authority total 17.8 million, and that number is calculated by putting in place the formula based, so estimating what we would have gotten if the formula was still in play today. And with the estimated formula-driven revenue, there would be sufficient funding to address the projected fiscal year 2026 expenditures and have funding to make critical infrastructure improvements where needed.
I'll pause you for a moment. Now, Commissioner Willetts.
Mr. Mayor, so when we say infrastructure, or it could have been more bus routes, it could have been saving bus routes, because if we're talking about, in essence, that structural is 10.3 million, right? Is that what I'm reading?
It's 10.3 million in fiscal year 16 based on the formula, plus an additional 7.4 that we would have gotten in fiscal year 25 had the formula.
Right, so
been
we
in
just
play.
really talking about, like, it's not just that we would have kind of filled our hole and be, far less stressed, but we would have been able to, we would have been able to also then go back to some of those bus routes and say, all right, let's have 45-minute headways instead of 90 on those 4 bus routes. Thank you for bringing it up and reminding us that our formula was not that we always look at that 15 point, I forget, as like a moment in time, but that was a formula that was supposed to grow as the tax base grows, or as whatever it is. I can't remember exactly how it was set up, but it grows as utility sales grow and whatnot. So thank you for reminding us that it was not supposed to be set in stone. It was something that moves into the future. Thank you, Mr. Ramos. Oh, and I had one question. What percentage of the new property revenue was for new builds? At some point, we had pulled that out, or maybe.
I don't have it with me, but I can get that to you.
Okay, thank you.
But it was smaller than last year by almost 50%.
Right, and so that's a reminder, and I was trying to think whether it's that, in the future, next year, if this was a small year, and that, next year, FY '27, we are expecting some of the new builds to get done and occupied, and I just can't remember where we're at on, but I knew that we'd had a slowdown, but I just was wondering whether the next year after is also going to be a slowdown, or, but that's for another time, I think.
We, in our out-year projections, we are including a 5% year-over-year increase on the property tax, on taxable value.
Okay.
So less than 6.3% for 2027.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ramos. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis. Go ahead, Mr. Ramos.
And so we have to think through how we close that $9.8 million gap, and we have several scenarios that we want to walk the commission through. And so I will go right through those. The first scenario would be to address the gap with a full millage increase, not a full millage increase, but with millage increase only. And that equates to a millage increase of 8.722 mils. It would generate $9.8 million of property tax revenue, so it would fully fund the gap. And the projected impact to a homesteaded property valued at $200,000 is $130.83, the incremental amount that homeowner would have to pay. This right now is an estimate because we are limited by state statute on how much of a millage increase we could put year over year, and we'll have that data on July 1st. In scenario 2, we suggest covering the gap with 50% of a millage increase and 50% with the use of the excess fund balance. If we take that route, the millage increase would be 0.4361 mils, bringing the millage rate to 6.8658. And the estimated incremental impact to a homesteaded owner for a home appraised at $200,000 would be $65.41 for the year. We would then use the excess fund balance of $4.9 million to close the remainder of the gap, and that will leave $4.2 million of excess fund balance for a contingency account for future years. Scenario 3, which is staff recommendations, is a combination of reducing operating expenditures, using excess fund balance, and a millage increase. For the operating expenditure reductions, our recommendation is to reduce the fleet fixed payments by 50% to $2.9 million. And to reduce the incremental overtime requested by police and fire by 50% to $722,500. We recommend the use of excess fund balance of $550,645. That will leave $8.6 million available for a contingency account for future needs. And the millage rate increase of 0.5 mils will take the millage rate to 6.9297. It would generate $5.6 million of revenue. And the incremental impact to a homesteaded property owner for a home valued at $200,000 is $75 a year. The last scenario that we recommend, that we include here for the commission is, does not have any millage associated with it, changes associated with it. And we would look at operational decreases and the use of excess fund balance. And the operational decreases include identifying $3 million of reductions citywide, reducing the fleet fixed payments by 50%, and reducing outside agency funding by 50%. And then we would close the remainder of the gap with the use of excess fund balance at $2.8 million, and that will leave $6.3 million available for a contingency account. And that was a lot. So I'll pause there.
Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so looking at all the scenarios, and thank you for bringing us, I like it when staff brings us different options so that we can kind of, have these discussions between ourselves and figure this out. Because, this is a really big decision, is how do we fill a a $9.8 million budget gap after receiving $10.3 million in cuts, and $17 million in cuts over the last 2 years from the GRU Authority. Just going to scenario 4, just so we can, what does it mean after 3 years of budget cuts for us to cut an additional $3 million in expenditures? Be as specific as you feel like, but it's what does that mean in terms of the impact that would be felt on our services?
If it's across the board, Mr. Mayor, if it's across the board, you're looking at full units in the fire department. You're looking at increased overtime reductions in the police department. We're looking at reductions of vacancies across the city. Parks, Public Works have quite a few of those vacancies, but they also still exist in the in the police department. The fire department actually is pretty much fully funded. But police and fire, roadway surfacing, parks operations. But I've asked those departments in preparation for the discussion today to be prepared to come to the dais to speak about what would happen with those reductions. I'm speaking generally, but they are prepared to talk specifically.
Okay. We still have more things to do on the agenda, so I'm happy to just maybe point out that we've already cut significant amounts of our general government over the past couple of years. We can certainly take a look at what that means. But related to, millage increases, when we go back to 2023, we cut, 19? It was a $19 million expenditure drop, right? That was caused by the general fund transfer reduction. And then you said that millage increase was
0.9.
It was 0.9297. It was almost a full mill.
Right. And how much did that bring in revenue?
That brought in
probably almost 10 million, but shy of 10.
That brought in almost, at that time, it was almost $10 million of additional revenue.
Okay, so during that time when we did this, it was about 50%. What we were already either collecting in taxes, whether that was growth on the rolls, budget cuts, internal operational budget cuts, and then 50% of that was in a millage increase, right? I believe that was in scenario 2 and scenario 3 roughly is about that same amount. You're doing about 50-50 in terms of that we're receiving pain from the GRU Authority because they've cut an additional $17 million over the past year. $10.3 million for this year with a $9.8 million gap in ours. 50% of that is being covered by us in some way or another, and then 50% of it is through tax increases. I'll say that I hate going through this. Just the reality of the situation is just like when people impose tariff, like we're talking about tariffs at the national level. When you impose tariffs on a specific product, that raises the cost of the product. Everything has costs associated with it. And when the decision is to take $10.3 million away from the tax base of a city, not return that in the form of lower GRU rates, but just to take that money and use it for either operations or debt or whatever that excess money is, that has a cost associated with it. And so I would love to, as soon as we get back to some kind of a standard regular transfer amount that is based on actual property taxes and franchise fees, the way that any other property owner or business or anyone else pays that amount, that we bring these taxes right back down. But I don't see how we, I'd like to have the discussion, but figuring out, I think that 50-50 split is a reasonable way for us to move forward with this. And so I reluctantly support either scenario 2 or scenario 3 to get this through. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Manager or Mr. Ramos, whichever one, some of those options describe contingency. So would this be adding, we did not have a real contingency line in the budget last year, or maybe the years?
We did not.
So,
not for the current year.
Correct. So this would be adding, that would, in scenario, or is it 3 and, actually both 2, 3, and 4 it looks like.
Yes, sir. So what we would be doing is, as opposed to leaving the fund balance out of the general fund, we would be requesting that it be brought into the general fund as a contingency line item.
Right, and so we haven't seen that yet in that kind of big chart. But going forward, probably that would come into the big chart. And so that would look like, it would theoretically look like year to year our general revenue is But it's because then we have that contingency. If we don't spend it, obviously, it still it rolls over. So, okay, thank you for, I think this is kind of brave, but brave but realistic, like to say, like, we've saved that up over years and years and years, and to the mayor's point, we've been, frankly, over probably, 6-7 years, really, really kind of conservative, and that's why we have the fund balance, and that's why it's there. So I like the idea of also being able to give staff, that contingency so that everything's not a terror when something happens that we don't quite expect, right? I like scenarios 2 and 3. I really like bringing back all these options. Thank you so much. Because we can take this to our constituents and say, not exactly where they're making their own budget, but they can really look at it and understand that there's moving pieces. This is wonderful. I'm gonna post these 2 slides so that people understand some of the options. I like both 2 and 3. The police and fire overtime, I know that's probably difficult, but I also know that part of the reason why we're here is because we made some decisions, and police is just a big chunk of our growth this year. I mean, if someone said, where'd your deficit come from? We have some places because of less revenue than we would like, but also on the expense side, it's just that we really had to fully fund our police, and fire. So I think that's all I have for now. I like 2 and 3. Just the question Madam Manager, how do we feel about using that excess fund balance compared, not just for our budget, but what it signals to the world?
It is, the mayor explained it very well in terms of us still having a little over $40 million of fund balance at the maximum level to cover in case something happens. And so we have that, but as long as the funds remain there, they're looked at as a fund balance. And when we use them for things that are not one-time in nature, the financial world looks in negatively on that. And so that is why in the scenario 3, you see a very limited use of fund balance, because we're plugging a hole, but it is minimal comparatively speaking. So we're not using it for recurring purposes to the degree that we would be if we started to take it in chunks of $1 million and use it all, for example.
Okay, and sorry, I did have one more question. The reduction of fleet fixed payments in scenario 3, can you tell us a little bit about, is that really kicking a can down the road, or is it?
So I'm just going to do a very simple example. I buy a car. I know that car in 5 years, I'm going to need to replace it. I estimate what that car is going to cost me to replace in year 6. I divide that by 5 years, and every year I put money aside. And that's what those fleet fixed payments represent, us putting money aside for vehicle replacements in the future.
So it's sort of kicking down the can, but it's also a capital expense that sometimes people don't save for. Sometimes you just come up with it later. So the fact that we have done this previously is that conservative budgeting of putting it aside. And now this is going back to probably the way most people budget. They don't actually save for their vehicles ahead of time. Okay.
I think the city's fleet is in good shape. I think, Jason, would you disagree with me?
So you're saying our current stock but then also the funds we have built up in fleet.
Yeah. So I'm going to speak for Jason just a little bit, because I know that I know how he feels about this, and so this is still a painful thing for us, but it's a scenario that we can work through and manage through, and we feel comfortable with.
Okay. That we includes Jason, right?
For now.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Thank you, Madam Manager. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Wells. So let the record show that fleet management thinks our fleet is in good shape. That's good. Thank you for that work. I appreciate that. Commissioner Engel.
All right, I think this is where I prove I'm better at math than politics. Apologies to people that are here for GRU issues, but I do have 2 or 3 questions that I would really like to get into as we talk about the budget. I think I've got enough ideas to make everyone angry. So in a budget year where we're between $9 and $10 million short, I'm concerned about increasing the police budget by $4 million. That's a big chunk of money. I know that we have got 20 positions that had previously been frozen. We've unfrozen those, fully funded them. I would be very hesitant to tell anyone that we had hired that we are now cutting those jobs. I think we've done a lot of work on recruiting, building a good reputation for recruiting, and putting a professional force together. Of those 20 positions that we're adding this year, how many of those are actually filled?
So we added 11 of those positions currently in fiscal year 2025 that we've been able to fund within the police budget. So we really be only adding 9 new positions in fiscal year 26 because 11 are already active now, and the expenses being absorbed within the police budget, and we're bringing in an additional 9 next year, but fully funding the operational needs.
So have those 9 already been hired and we're just working through them?
No. They would have to go to the academy and go through that process.
Gotcha. I would say if we are looking at this type of deficit, I've heard several reports about how we are to the point that we are probably closer to having a fully staffed police force than we've had in a long time. Because of the recruiting efforts we've made, because of the improvements we've made to the pay package and everything else. I think one of the places we really need to look at is officers we have not hired yet, putting on hold until we've got some actionable money coming in, either by getting JRU back under control or whatever happens next as we budget. That just seems like an awfully large chunk of money when we're in this situation we're in, and that most of the stats we're looking at are moving in the right direction. And I'm hearing good reports for the staffing levels that we have. I don't want to lose the momentum we've got, but that just seems to be to money we don't have right now. So I'm a fan of scenario 3, but one of the areas that I would like to look at us potentially being able to cut some of those back is openings we have right now, looking at potentially freezing again until we've got some money on the table.
Did you have something else to add?
I've got 2 or 3 other areas, but I didn't know if we want to me throw out all my areas and then we all talk about
Put
them.
your
or if we
stuff
wanna-
out there, because everybody's.
The first time through the budget cycle. So, this one's a little bit longer discussion. About, 15 years ago or so, I don't know the exact date, but somewhere around 2010, there was an absolutely horrible group of people that lived in the county called Dove World Outreach. They were a religious organization, but the exact wrong type of religious organization. Burned books, hung an effigy of a black man off the front of their porch. Just absolutely terrible folks. We had a huge protest, eventually kind of drove those guys out of town, and the whole thing fell apart. At the time, that was in the county. Now that property's in the city, and looking at that same piece of property, if those same people were there and they were still hanging effigies and burning books, we would be giving them about a $4,000 subsidy because they're a religious organization and they would be immune from fire assessment. Looking at how we decide to help religious organizations and charities, I think the fire assessment is the wrong way to go about it. I think there's a lot of reasons for that. One is, I think it is very inequitable. Just going through the list of organizations that kind of got these benefits, I was able to find like one large church on the west side of town that got a larger subsidy from that fund than Mount Carmel, Mount Olive, Mount Pleasant, Mount Zion, the other Mount Olive, Mount Heron, Mount Moriah, like every Gainesville mountain church there is, plus the Gainesville Community Ministries, all put together, didn't get as big a subsidy from the fire assessment fund as one large church on the west side of town did. So I look at how that money is busted up, and I'm not sure that if what we're looking at doing is trying to reward good works or there's a need, that we just base how we subsidize these folks off of the square footage of the building that they have. There's some other problems with it. Like this one's it's not much money. You're talking about a couple $100 to both organizations. But in Gainesville, we've got an organization called the Pregnancy Crisis Center, I think. It is basically anti-abortion activists masquerading as a health clinic. We give a subsidy to them through this fund. We give about a 50% larger subsidy to them than we do to Planned Parenthood because they have a larger building. I don't know that that necessarily reflects the values of Gainesville or how we would distribute money if we were looking at trying to help those in need, do good works, or be equitable. So in addition to religious things, there's also some nonprofits that qualify for this. So I was looking at the list of nonprofits, and I pulled some 990s to see what we were doing with some of these guys. So there's a private religious school that pulling the 990s for has about $1 million, $1.5 million in revenue every year, has total net income of better than 6 figures, and we're giving them a $7,000 subsidy because they qualify for this fire assessment. I'm sure they do good work. I'm happy they've got a successful business model. I don't know that we need to be taking money out of a budget we don't have and sending it to an already successful business. Similar to that, Life South, excellent business, right? They do good work. They save a lot of lives. I have gone there, especially after disasters or atrocities that have happened in the state, and lined up to give my blood to make sure it goes to the right place. Life South is a great organization. However, last year they had $140 million in revenue and $6 million in net income. If you go to their website, I couldn't even find a place to donate money. All their donation links are about donating blood. They don't need money. They need blood. They've got a pile of money. But we're giving them $10,000 because they're an organization that qualifies under charities for this fire assessment. Peaceful Paths, Bread of the Mighty, St. Francis House are organizations that I believe in greatly. For the 3 of those organizations put together, we've put about $10,000. It's time to check my chickens. We put about $10,000 towards those 3 organizations. We give a little bit more than 5 times that to Shands. 2023, we give about 10 times that to Shands. Last year was about $50,000. Shands has $2.3 billion in annual revenue and $60 million in net income. So when I'm going to my constituents and telling them that we're looking at a millage increase, at the same time that we're cutting a $50,000 check to Shands, I'm not sure that that's the best way to go about doing it. Listen, there are organizations that need our help, absolutely. I think the fire assessment, the only thing we reward is having a larger building. Typically, not always, but typically, a more successful business or a more successful organization is going to have these larger buildings. So we are finding the already most successful, most resource-rich people and giving them the biggest subsidy towards their organization the way we're doing this now. And I think that's a mistake. This is going to be a hard conversation to have with some churches in town. This is going to be a hard conversation to have with organizations that need our help in these areas. But I think looking at the budget restraints we're having, it's irresponsible to dole out money with this type of formula. So whether I think there's multiple ways to look at changing how we do this. You could say instead of giving a 100% reduction to everybody, you could do a percentage. So that's everybody was kicking in a little bit, and the larger players would be kicking in a larger amount. You could do some solid dollar amount to say, like, all right, for charitable organizations and for religious organizations, we will cancel the first $1,000 worth of fire assessment. That would help out the little guys, but the big guys could kick in a little bit more. You could do away with half of it, say we will do away with it entirely, so we'll take $500,000 that we are giving away right now, put $250,000 of it towards the budget, take $250,000 of it and make it a community grant that organizations that need it can come and apply for it, and we can put money into organizations that are trying to help, right? Because I would much rather give money to a church that can show me that they are, clothing the homeless, feeding the hungry, helping people with their utility bills, than I would 4K to some burning effigy hanging bunch of jerks. Now, we ain't dealing with those guys right now, but we certainly have with a past around here. And, I think there's better ways to dole that money out to the people that need it, to where we do the most good than what we're doing with it now. And I would like to change how it is we are looking at that fire assessment.
And you said you had another one.
The other one's a long. You know what? The other one's a pension question. We'll hold it for another day.
Okay. All right. So, Commissioner Willetts, I'll come back to you in a second because I haven't had my chance to weigh in on this. Scenario 3 is where, thank you, Commissioner Engel. It's well thought out, and I appreciate where you're coming from on it. I'm a Scenario 3 guy. I don't like it, but we have a almost $10 million gap to fill, and this is a way to do that. And I'd come after it structurally, because the difference isn't going to go away. So if we spent down a lot of the fund balance, excess fund balance, it would continue to be waiting for us next year. So that is the only reason I'm interested in talking about the millage rate. If we did that, it would still keep us, we wouldn't be in the top 50 highest tax cities in Florida, even if we did that. There's this idea that we're already at the very top, the most taxed city in Florida. That's not accurate. It's not accurate. And we have the list we can certainly pass around to show that. I don't like it. I don't want to pay more taxes. I have to pay these taxes too. I don't want to do that. But a thing I'm not interested in doing is in Scenario 4, where we talk about expected expenditure reduction citywide of $3 million. What that is a reduction in city services. It hurts, people work at the city first, but it means that you're going to notice that services that you get as a resident of this city, someone who depends on this city, will stop being there for you. We've cut lots of things over the last years and done a yeoman's job, our staff has, of continuing to deliver services at a high rate. There's a point at which if you keep cutting what's available to city staff, you're going to notice those services and you're not going to be happy about it. It becomes a less good place to live at some point. So I don't want to do that. I'm not going to vote for that. Commissioner Engel, when we talk about lowering the number of officers we're able to hire, I hear where you're going with it, and it's not a bad approach. But there'll be more overtime necessary if we hire fewer officers. So I am in favor, as I said, of Scenario 3, which includes reducing some overtime expenditures. The only way to reduce overtime is to have fewer or have more officers on duty in the first place, who we're paying less to than we would be paying if we were doing it overtime. So we're not going to be able to take advantage of that savings if we're also not hiring as many people. That's an educated guess on my part. It's not an absolute truth, but I think it's probably accurate. I would be willing to spend down more of the fund balance than $500,000, but I see what the manager's saying as well on that, particularly when we're talking about looking at borrowing and bonding out more money for some of the projects we're working on to get them done faster, as we talked about earlier in the day. So probably is a good idea to keep that right where it is, and for those reasons, I support taxing myself and everybody else at that rate and following Scenario 3. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Engel, I agree. It's a really poor way of, if it's that we just do it because we don't believe in taxing nonprofits or churches in particular because of just the free speech implications, then that's what it needs to be. But if the idea is that we're somehow subsidizing them because they do good work, it's almost nonsensical, because you are giving them a subsidy based on square footage, not based on the volume of the work they do, not based on nothing but real estate, which is really bad policy. It just encourages sprawl, right? If we did the same thing for houses, if we said, we're going to give you a tax break if you just have a bigger house, if you have more impervious surface, if you have a larger parking lot, a larger driveway, we make rules, and on the other end, that's what spits out is perhaps bad consequences. I agree. I'm down for it, because it's just a bad way of doing it. Instead of taxing everyone equally and then funding the good work that many of the nonprofits do, but funding it. I would love to give more money to Grace Marketplace. And almost every church in Gainesville, probably 95% of them, if we ask them, they say, we believe at our core in serving the homeless or the poor. And so, if we can hand it in one check to Grace Marketplace, rather than subsidizing out and then hoping it comes back to do the work. And as an example of that, you're right. And the bigger churches, bigger nonprofits as well, they've got the money. I'll go give blood to Life South. That's what they get from me. But I just compare it to federal 529s. The wealthiest people, it benefits the wealthy because they're the ones who have the money left over to donate. They're taxed at a higher percentage. It's a poor way to subsidize good work. We should just do the good work, collect it from. So if there's a way to do that, I'm down for it. If there's a way to do it with we don't think it will infringe on First Amendment stuff, I'm ready to get rid of that out of the fire assessment. Have everyone pay equally for that service. Yes, I'm down for it. So thank you for bringing it up. We've all thought about it, but you're brave enough to really to kick the wheels on it. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. I'm sorry I didn't address that a moment ago, but yeah, I don't support that. Because I think it does open us up to establishment clause issues. I think it also, I think it's a lot to drop on the nonprofit community, and Gainesville's an enormous nonprofit town. I don't see that working. I think that's something that if we're going to do it, we have about a year and a half of conversation about it to try to figure out exactly how that works, and not try to squeeze it in right now when we're 2 months away from having to pass a budget. So that's my thought on that. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, I mean, well, to your point, Mayor Ward, I'm very interested in it. I've also been sort of figuring out ways you can thread that needle. Would it be like kind of a standard deduction type model? Would it be, all the things you said are, I think, reasonable ways to thread the needle as to making sure that you're supporting the nonprofits that really need the help. I do agree that, well, if we're trying to get it done by this budget cycle, which may be ambitious, because what we need to do is need to review how other municipalities are doing something similar, need to figure out how this would work legislatively. I think we should schedule it for, I was originally going to say for the July 17th General Policy Committee meeting, but if we're not able to do it for this budget time, I think within the next, 60 to 90 days, we should at least begin a conversation of it before, even if we can't get it done in this particular budget cycle, because I do think that there is a way to thread the needle on the whole thing. The thing with tax exemptions is they all sound great. You see this at the state level all the time, right? It says we're going to give a tax exemption to this particular group that we like, or that particular group we like. What ends up happening, though, inevitably, is that taxes keep increasing for everybody else to make up that difference. And so I think everything sounds good in theory, but in practice, it's like government has to fund itself, right? We have, there's, especially for the city of Gainesville, we have cut and we have cut and we have cut, and we're now running on fumes. And it's the same way that now that we're looking at a $10.3 million reduction from what we had originally, negotiated between us and GRU, there has to be some way of funding yourself. And so I'm in favor of having that conversation at some point in the future. I wanted to jump back, because now we're in the budget, so we're having lots of conversations all at the same time. We had conversations related to charter officers in the past, and I kind of wanted to follow back up in the conversation, because I think now is basically the time to have these kind of final budget discussions, right? I mean, we're going to be doing the final maximum millage rate on July 17th, and then we'll be finally approving all of that. So it's, if we could, so we had previously a lot of our smaller charter officers looking over, had submitted to us information. Well, actually, all of our charter officers, all of our administrative roles submitted to us their historical FTE counts, how much they have cut in recent past, what vacant positions that they have open, that sort of thing. I met with each one of the charter officers to sort of discuss all of this. I'm curious if we could circle back around. Soraya, if you would, if you could, how many? We spoke before about vacancies within your department and where you were in terms of vacant positions, and you talked about kind of operational impacts as related to where are you in terms of the final budget now, where your vacancies are in terms of what you submitted here that you're looking for.
Soraya Folsom, Director for the Office of Equity Inclusion. If the commission would tell me what they need me to cut, I'll make whatever cut needs to be made. We have cut, but I have cut probably more than most of the other departments that have been listed that have come before you. If we need to make additional cuts, I'll make whatever additional cuts that you tell me that you would like for me to make. But I think if you look at the backup and see the percentage cuts from every department, you'll find out that I'm probably at least in the bottom or in the top 3 of the ones who've made cuts. So if I could just know what you're looking for, I can come back with a plan for a reduction, either of services, positions, or whatever you feel necessary that you would like for me to cut.
I guess what I was curious about, because when we had this conversation from before, you mentioned that you had 5 vacant positions, right? And those vacant positions have been held over.
No, I don't recall it being 5.
How many vacancies do you currently have?
Right now, I told you that I had planned on filling 3 of them: the compliance manager, the compliance investigator, and an organizational development position. So I didn't tell you that there were 5 vacancies.
How many vacancies? You said that you were planning on filling. How many vacancies do you currently have?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4 vacancies.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're not planning on filling the 4th vacancy? Is that?
I'm not sure which ones I'm going to fill because I'm going through the budget process like everyone else and seeing what the needs of the commission are and the city are.
Okay.
So as we go through this budget process and the commission desires for me to cut more, I'll just cut those positions. I'm willing to cut whatever positions that you tell me that you would like for me to cut. And if you don't want me to fill them, I won't fill them.
All right. Well, that's the conversation
Yeah.
that we're having at the moment,
Yeah.
right? From just
So-
looking over all of the departments, I see that there have been vacancies that are there that are being held over.
There are vacancies in several departments
Right,
at the
right.
city. So whatever you guys want me to cut, I will come back and make those cuts. I have been a willing participant in cutting my budget every single year. I plan to do the same this year.
And absolutely. Everyone has done a really
Yeah.
tremendous job of being a team player and working forward and moving that forward. As we're looking at each one of the scenarios and as we're looking through all of this, I was just looking at growth in FTEs over time, which I know much predates you, and where there are current vacancies and where things are going forward, and looking specifically at the administrative roles. And I think last time you were here, you said that that you were looking at, you had 1 FTE that you were looking at eliminating in the next year, and then you, if I remember right, said that if you could eliminate 2 FTEs potentially without too much operational impact.
I don't remember saying that, but at least one of them I know I'm prepared to cut because we have another position right now that's being ARPA funded, and that money is going to run out. And I would like to keep that person in some capacity. And so to do that, I'm going to have to eat a position to be able to do that.
So you're saying that fourth, you
I'm
would
gonna have to
place
cut
that
it.
in,
Yeah,
and
I'm gonna
then,
have to-
but when we're talking about vacancies, you're talking about your core department vacancies, right?
Yeah, my
Those
core
4.
department vacancies.
Okay.
But that's what I mean, cut a position, because I'm going to have to get rid of one to be able to fund bringing that person on.
Right.
Because right now they're ARP. We have a lot of positions at the city of Gainesville that, not just me, but a lot of managers are going to have to make decisions. You're either going to terminate these people and let them go, or you're going to have to determine where capacity-wise they can be utilized to strengthen other areas within your departments, or new programming, whatever the commission decides to do. If not, those individuals are gonna have to be cut. And so when I'm saying I want to be clear, I'm going to cut a position, I'm going to cut a position so that that person will not have to be terminated.
Right, right. No, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
The, and so in your current budget, is there an
Mhm.
elimination of an FTE that is in there?
Yes, the equity specialist position is being eliminated.
Okay, so that's one FTE, which brings you down to, how many FTEs is that total?
10.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, so the position control manager for the city is Susan Boyd. She keeps these numbers, and I'm sure you have them, Susan, so the questions are being asked, and I keep on hearing it over and over, so can you just kind of clarify what we have in the record, so we can all have the same?
So-
Before anybody does anything else, let me say that I don't think it's appropriate for us to start going off the cuff, position by position, over 1,200 positions here.
That's fine.
I don't think that's appropriate today. I mean, if you want to have a conversation with if any of us, I mean, if we want to go this way, we can go this way. I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's, if we want to have individual discussions with charter officers offline and bring that back prepared to talk about at another meeting, I think that's entirely appropriate. Won't necessarily support it, but that's a very different thing than calling folks up and saying, how many people are you ready to cut today? I'm not comfortable with that, but if you feel like it's appropriate, go
I'm
ahead.
trying to figure out how to set a budget in a sprawling bureaucracy of the city of Gainesville
And
with
the-
7 members that cannot speak to one
And I
another.
suggested the way to do that is to have conversations offline and bring a proposal back. But please proceed.
At which point in this budget process will an actual budget be coming forward? I mean, we are doing, if we bring forward in July, so July 1st, property appraiser release tax values. On July 17th, city commission sets the maximum millage rate, right? And then on September 11th, we are setting a public hearing for the budget. So that is where so this is really the last meeting prior to the millage that you can have that conversation.
So, Mayor and Commissioners, if I can make a recommendation, I think part of my role, I feel comfortable in saying what I'm about to say. If commissioners want to see additional cuts from departments, they should let the manager, the charter know, I want to see additional cuts. We should come back with plans with additional cuts and show you the impacts of those additional cuts, and you can make whatever decision you want to make. And because we work for you.
Right.
But I think to go to the mayor's point, because we're down to a place where some of these positions, I don't think a lot of these departments and areas have a bunch of vacancies. And so we're going to end up talking about people at some point, or it's going to get close to it. And so I definitely would recommend, if you want to see additional cuts from the departments, from the charters, from me, hey, say, Zariah, I want to see additional cuts from you. Bring back more cuts. I want to see more than the cuts that you've already recommended. I want you to cut more. And as I've shared multiple times before, I'll come back with a plan for how we cut more.
Okay.
So, because we have people watching, so I would prefer we do that.
I understand. I am only speaking about vacant positions at the moment. I am not,
Okay.
I have no interest in cutting a filled position or having anyone lose their positions. But I do think
Yes, sir.
that as we're talking about vacant positions, as we're talking about positions that have remained unfilled, what does that mean? And that's a question of policy and in terms of operations, right?
Absolutely.
How much operations are we expecting from folks, and where do we want that to go?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So do you want us to come back in July?
Yes, I
Okay.
am interested, Madam Manager, did you?
No.
Yes, I mean, I am interested in what the operational impact would be of losing, we have an unfilled position within the auditor's office that I would like to see what the operational impact to the auditor's office would be. And then we have, then you have an FTE that you're being losing there. I'd like to see, based on what you said at the previous meeting, what the operational impact would be of losing 2 FTEs within your office as well.
Okay.
And just seeing if that's something what that means for the overall budget. As the mayor mentioned, that is not a huge impact to the overall budget, but I think it's
Absolutely not.
important to have these conversations about our administration as we're talking about budget cuts. So that's what I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. And to be clear, it is okay to talk about cuts. I think it's fair to say, tell me about this one position for somebody who didn't come prepared to talk about that one position. I think that's a tough place to put people. I don't know. I just don't like that. But that's just me.
Any
All right.
any other questions?
I've got more lights here, but I don't know that they're about your positions. Commissioner Engel.
It was from previous conversation we've kind of moved on from now, but I will send a similar situation to Commissioner Eastman, just on trying to figure my way through how exactly, when it is we're supposed to bring up different issues about a budget, and, you know, as we kind of move through this. So, yeah, so I was just had some other issues about or comments about the nonprofits, but again, like I think we've kind of moved on from that point.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just because this is a budget meeting, if we were asked the total number of vacancies, we're supposed to have those answers, and we have those answers. It's just that it is not my position as the city manager to speak for another charter's budget operations. And so I just want to put that on the record. We have 191.75 vacancies throughout the city. And we know department by department where those vacancies are.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
I don't like taking this approach today here. We've been going through the budget for the last couple of weeks, and I think it would have been respectful and fair to go to that department before about their vacancies. I think city staff have given up a lot over the 4 years that I've been here. All we've been doing is basically cutting positions within the city departments, and I think it's time there comes a place where that really has to stop, because you won't have an organization. Now, sometimes you have vacancies because people don't want to come to work here, and it's hard to recruit. I think we're having that situation with, for example, with the auditor. Every time the auditor gets ready to hire somebody, Tampa, Orlando, or somebody else has hired them because they got the message that this is not the place to come. So I think that we really need to, I just wish this had been handled a different way. And handled speaking to that department or going to them individually before. So we're going to vote on something today. I support scenario 3, because I think that's probably the fairest route we can take today.
Thank you, Mr. Chestnut.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, Madam Manager, I didn't look at, do you need a recommendation today on those scenarios? Are you looking for guidance today? Yes. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I am, because when we come back on the 15th, we set a maximum.
We definitely need
Yeah, so we want to come back prepared with the appropriate millage and budget for you all too.
Okay, so
But that is the maximum.
right, and that's why I said, so, you
It's
know,
not the-
obviously scenario 1 gives us a maximum theoretically we can throw out there, but perhaps it's a little dangerous because it's much more than we might want, as opposed to scenario 3 being half. You know, that maybe that's what we agree on. Is scenario 3 is the highest of 0.5. Scenario 2 is 0.4361. So I'm not quite ready to make that, but I just wanted to say that I think one of the issues is all these scenarios 1, 2, and 3 envision, in essence, the city manager filling our deficit. And only scenario 4 pulls back in all of our charters and say, we got a problem, we got $3 million to cut, whether we were gonna do that as a percentage detriment or something, right? So I understand Commissioner Eastman's, this is the time, because if we vote on scenario 4 right now, actually it is the auditor, echoing conclusion, the city attorney, we are gonna be turning to them and saying, go sharpen the pencil, as Commissioner Chestnut has said. And so it's kind of the right time, but it takes us saying, no, we're looking at scenario 4 where cuts are not just coming in essence from city managers. So obviously managed city is the biggest. Part of this may be confused by the fact that our charters reported so early in the budget process, which I love. And thank you, city manager, for having this drawn out and you can bring us chunks so we don't all do it at once.
Yes, sir. I just want to say, so scenario 4, it says citywide. That's just
Right. And that's why I said that's the only one of the scenarios that envisions us directing all charters, help us fill the hole. Because scenarios 1, 2, and 3, I believe they all just say, in essence, the city manager is going to help us fill the hole, as opposed to scenario 4 says, let's bring in the other charters, theoretically at least, and fill it. So I appreciate it. Now is kind of the time. So that's, yeah, I would be comfortable setting the top millage at scenario 3, so that we have the highest millage going out, unless anything changes with GRU government services. If that changes, then obviously we need to talk about a higher top that, going forward. So I'm willing to vote on that. I won't make the motion because I see some other people. I need to hear from Commissioner Book probably.
Mr. Folston, do you need to add?
Yeah, just want to add, Zari Folston, Director for the Office of Inclusion. I believe the charters have participated in all the scenarios. So I have a lot of respect for the city manager, but I think all the charters have made a commitment to assist in the budget in any way necessary. So all the scenarios are going to impact all of us. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're going to impact employees across the city.
Thank you, Mr. Folston. Commissioner Book.
Thank you. I think we have probably some public speakers, and it's pretty complex, so I'd really like to hear from them, and then maybe have some comments and questions after that.
Very good. Thank you. We are out of lights, finally. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have a handful of folks, starting with Mr. Randy France, followed by Spencer Morgan.
Welcome.
Good afternoon or early evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Randy France, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Operations for MV Transportation. I'm here today to talk about the ADA service we have provided in Gainesville since October 2003, nearly 22 years, and the proposed in-source of this service. I would like to make 3 points today. Our performance here is nothing short than outstanding. Our on-time performance is 98%. Most operations are at 90% or below. Our accident rate is 45% less than the average, so everyone in Gainesville is far safer. We received rave reviews and the highest ratings on our most recent client survey, RTS. Our employees' extremely high job satisfaction translate to great customer service. And all of this operational excellence would not exist without the local MV management team led by Gary Luke, who's with me today. Thank you for your leadership, Gary. The second point I would like to get across, other municipalities have looked to bring in ADA service in-house. MV has shared several studies that show insourcing is always much more expensive and brings substantial lower quality. Lower quality because ADA service is the most operationally intensive business there is. We transport fragile passengers under tight timetables with frequent cancellations and multiple medical episodes. Over the course of my career, I have worked in 2 public agencies and the private sector at MV. I have never seen a public agency that can operate nearly as efficiently as even an average private contractor, much less than the outstanding service Gary and his team provide the city of Gainesville. It's more expensive because operational excellence drives productivity, and that is the biggest cost driver. Just 15 to 20% of reduction in productivity would cost the city $750,000 to $1 million. Municipal governments provide more expensive benefits. An influx of vehicles strains maintenance departments, leading to vehicle breakdowns and higher costs. Less experienced, you will not match Gary's experience, less experienced paratransit management leads to more accidents and the great human and financial cost associated with those accidents. MV has 50 years of paratransit experience. These higher costs dwarf the imaginary $500,000 savings suggested in this proposal. guaranteeing higher cost for an in-source model. Finally, RTS represents 77% of our business in Gainesville. If this Gainesville business is insourced, the remainder is too small for MV to remain operationally efficient. Stranding all of those passengers, 15,000 trips a year, for the transportation disadvantage, elder care, and foster grandparent trips. Stranding 15,000 trips a year. We totally understand your budget constraints and stand ready to work with you to save money. There is no doubt that collaboration will result both in cheaper and better service in Gainesville. I look forward to working with you. Our most vulnerable citizens are counting on us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Spencer Morgan, followed by Judy Hamilton.
Welcome, Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is Spencer Morton. It's Morton. I'm representing with Citizens with Disabilities for the Disadvantaged Transportation Board for Alachua County. I'm also a passenger, a rider. I rely on MV for my medical appointments. It's not just me that I'm concerned about with the in-house proposal to move ADA back to Gainesville. And if MV leaves the service area, it's going to impact more than just the service of people within the city limits of Gainesville, but also people outside of the city limits who rely on TD services, such as people in Jonesville, Newberry, High Springs, every town, Micanopy, every town outside of Alachua County has people with disability that rely on these rides primarily for their medical appointments. If these stop, this could have life-changing situations for everybody. My question, to the board is, who is going to provide the services for all these people out that depend on this service right now, even in town? Who's going to give the rides? Who's going to do all that? Who's going to pick up people in a disaster situation? Right now, they have a program that if I need a ride to town during a hurricane situation in a shelter, I can get a ride. If MV leaves the service area and we have no service outside of Gainesville, people are stuck. They won't be able to go to the medical appointments, and they won't be able to go to shelters in an event of a disaster. And this could be a life-changing situation, and it could be devastating for a lot of people and jeopardize a lot of citizens in Alachua County with disabilities who provide on this service. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Morton.
Judy Hamilton, followed by Tony Gray.
Welcome, Ms. Hamilton.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Judith Hamilton. I've lived here quite a long time. I have been a transportation advocate for a long time. I have used both. When the city of Gainesville was, we were under TD prior to ADA being passed. I've been to past commission meetings back when ADA first was brought into law, but it was brought into law as an unfunded mandate, and the commission at that time did not want to fund transportation services, but a lot of us in the community got out there and came to a commission meeting, and we changed your minds, the people that in there. And I know at least one commissioner that's on your dais that remembers this stuff. So I'm not going to berate that, go back through history, but history is very important. ADA was an unfunded mandate. And when, I guess it was around 1997, the RTS predecessor for Mr. Gomez, there were several, but there was one who it was privatized at that point. They were looking at privatizing things. And basically, what happened was the city said, we don't want the ADA services. We want to put it into a privatization thing. And so we got, the disability community got dumped, in essence.
1 minute
Because it was
remaining.
too, I'm sorry, it was too, I'm sorry, but thank you. I hope that you will keep us in mind. Please, we are valuable people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Tony Gray, followed by Jim Conish.
Welcome, Mr. Gray. Can we pull the other mic down toward him there? Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Tony Gray. I work in human resources at the Alachua County Sheriff's Office. I have worked there since 2014, and I've been an MV writer since 2015. I utilize TD to get to work. I have a house out in Alachua. I'm very blessed to be able to live out in the country and work at the Alachua County Sheriff's Office and utilize them as a form of transportation. They provide me the freedom to live the life that I have pursued for myself. And were this to go away, I very simply would not have transportation to work. So I would very strongly urge y'all to retain this. Okay. It is worth noting as well that it is safe. It is safer than the city bus. For example, every time we're boarded, we're tied down, we're given seat belts, etc. When I was a student at UF, and admittedly I graduated in '09, but when I rode the bus at UF, they never tied us down. We just got on and rode. So this is a service that is specifically tailored to us. And it does have value. I utilize it all the time to be a productive member of society. So I very strongly urge y'all to keep this around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Conish.
Welcome, Mr. Conish.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish. I'd like to provide clarity on your discussion of the general fund transfer of $8.5 million. Due to systematic mismanagement of GRU since 2005, according to Mr. Bilarski, on non-fuel revenues of over $300 million, GRU makes approximately $25 million and is proposing to give you 1/3 of the profits. Now, to understand this, you have a $1.7 billion debt, and you have profits of 25 million. So take 3 zeros off each number. It's like having a $1.7 million mortgage on your home and income of $25,000, sir. The metrics of GRU's debt and net position are outliers. No municipal utility has metrics like this. And you say you're going to take over GRU and take lots more money out of it, but that will create instant debt downgrades, and the city and GRU will go down financially almost immediately. You're paying the street light bill for the county commission that's rolling in dough, $1.4 million. That is an anachronistic agreement based on the false premise that either you or the county can charge GRU franchise fees. That needs to go. Sir, you're going to spend $250,000 on another referendum. You're going to spend $150,000 attorney's fees on the new lawsuit. You're going to be spending money on the old lawsuit. And you're going to be paying GRU's attorney's fees also. That's probably like about $1 million to pass what could be nothing more than a straw ballot. Finally, every time the state steps in, first the Perry bill, and then the audit, and then the Clements bill, it's more and more extreme and it's more and more harsh because they've had enough of you. And if you continue to do this, we're going to have things happen in this community that will tear the community apart, like you guys being thrown out of office, like you'd be sued for all your abuses of GRU going backwards. And here's the countermeasure. We're going to have a special election. I suggest that the authority put a question on selling the GRU electric utility on this ballot and get rid of it before you destroy it even more than you already have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conish. It's always good to hear from you, sir.
That was our last speaker.
Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to comment on the MV transport, but I think it's pretty important to understand. Mr. France, I appreciate the excellence from the organization. The reason that we're actually having the conversation about this transfer to handling it in our RTS was because of the dramatic increase in monies that has been requested to go from fiscal year 2025 to fiscal year 2026. So that's what generated us having to take a look. And that has nothing to do with us wanting to protect the most vulnerable. That's why we have to evaluate that. So I would say that I welcome you to collaborate and speak just as one of 7 with the RTS manager, and that might be something we could speak about as a motion. But that came out of the cost increase by your company. So that's really important to understand, because we do want to provide the same, it's not necessary. We want to provide the same level of excellent service. If we don't treat our most vulnerable in ways that show the character of our community, then we're not doing our job up here. And that means none of us are really doing what we should be doing. So I would probably share that sentiment, and I would bet my colleagues share that sentiment. But it was specific to the budget request increase from your company that made us have to take a look. So we don't want to review, we do not want to reduce that service. We want, that's really important. So I just mentioned that, doesn't involve a response. On the budget, I had a couple of questions, but the Alachua County millage rate for unincorporated, does somebody have that number right now, what that is?
Cynthia Ramos, Executive Chief of Staff. The Alachua County millage rate is 7.6414. 6414, that's their operating millage.
All right, thank you. I didn't expect that quick. That's really good. We have 9 municipalities in the county, and we have Alachua County itself. And of those 9 municipalities, we're currently right now, we're 4th out of both Alachua County and the 9. So we're 4th. We're right in the middle as far as our current millage realizing these are in flux. So 5 lower, 3 higher. The county is much higher, and a couple of our smaller municipalities are higher. And I feel like we should probably be right where we're at. I think this is really, thank you, this is very, very helpful to have these balancing scenarios and show what happens when we take an extreme position or when we take a very conservative position or all those in between, because it allows people, Commissioner Willetts, you reference this, allows people to see for themselves what happens given what we do. I'm probably one of the few, I'm not in favor of us increasing the millage. And I know what that means to other budgeting levers. I think that if we stay in our current millage at the moment, that's already a slight tax increase merely based on taxable value. It's not enough, but it is an increase. And I think we budgeted accurately. It was basically 6.3% of taxable value going up, which gives us additional monies. It may be time that we actually have to do less with less. We have done more with less for the last 24 months, and we have pulled all the right levers budgetarily, but there are times when you say, that's right, we have to cut back, and to cut back, that also means we will not be able to provide X program, and that's a very painful enterprise. Commissioner Engel, the fire assessment fee and charity, I think we should actually take a look at that. I do. So I'm with you, Commissioner Willetts. We won't be able to do it in time for this budget year. That's the downside. So I would favor that, and we get that moving. So we look and see, are we following best practices of fire assessment fees according to other municipalities? I don't know what they're doing, but I look, and the fact that you looked at kind of specifics and organizations that probably should be bearing the cost is important. That may be a very difficult, but I would be in favor if you end up with something like that for 2027. We just won't be able to do it in the next 60 days. It's a timing perspective, but we need to look and see, are we really using those fees in the right way for the organizations that are doing what they are trying to do for our community? And then we have things, I'm just looking at a couple of my notes, is I would be in favor of us freezing salaries for fiscal year 2026 for non-bargaining unit personnel that are in the top percentage of our salaries, meaning not line personnel. We had 5 bargaining units that we've come to agreement with in the last 24 months. They needed the wages they got. That's what you do to keep people. I'm talking about HR taking a look at some percentage of our top paying individuals. I don't know what it is, but it's our charters, and it is probably our top administrators, because I think all top administrators value line people being able to be funded properly, get appropriate payment and benefits, and we hold the line on top percentages. I don't know what that figure is, but it's going to be, it would probably be worth us doing that this fiscal year, if we could do that. And I realize it creates other additional issues, such as salary compression. There's other factors that go into that. Some are unionized and some are not. But I would be in favor of us freezing our salary, and if we have to change the ordinance to do that, then we do it. And it's a small amount. I would be in favor of us changing our benefit package at the City Commission, and if that changes a factor, and it's a small amount, we do that because we need to role model some things for the people who are getting paid that are line operators. I'm not in favor of us doing anything with line operators other than continuing to agree with our 7 bargaining units and have them doing the job that we pay them to do. So these are just some options. I'm not in favor of us raising the millage, and I realize that impacts our ability to do other things. I would be in favor of us using excess fund balance at a value that allows us to have contingency for next year and know that we're probably still in difficult times next year. So those are my thoughts.
So scenario 4?
Something, yes.
Something similar to scenario 4, perhaps with a little...
With potentially more excess fund balance and cutbacks, and maybe a couple of these other smaller levers, like the top paying operators at the city remain the top paying operators, but there's no raise coming to those top paying operators, including us, right? And we're not top paid, but we would have to change the ordinance to do that, because you have to set the tone for what you're doing throughout the organization. So this is a rough one. tonight. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Book, it is a rough one tonight. I think it's, we are where we are, not by our own volition. I mean, I think generally when you're looking at governments and you're saying there's been, there's a budget deficit, you think, oh, okay, well, what happened to get us to that position? But we know what happened to get us to this position. We have $10.3 million between where everyone has agreed is a very, very low general fund transfer and what we currently have, right? I wasn't going to make a motion in this meeting, but I do think that when we raise taxes, as soon as we get back to a traditional equation-based general fund transfer, that we can bring these taxes back down to the same level. But what we are doing is simply taking the pain that has been imposed upon us and finding a way to solve the problem, right? And the problem was not created by us. It was not created by our staff. It was not created by anyone. It was created by an outside entity, the legislature taking over a utility that would be paying. In every city is the number one taxpayer within that community. Duke is the highest taxpayer where it is. Florida Power and Light is the largest taxpayer where it is. When you take something off of the tax roll, that has an impact. And that pain is being felt by the people of the community. And so we will feel it as a city. The people out there will feel it. And I think our community recognizes, because they voted by 73% that they are opposed to this takeover, that this is something that has been imposed on us and we have to deal with it in some capacity. And to that point, just to fact check a little bit here, we do have a resolution that says what the general fund transfer will be. That general fund transfer is extremely low. It puts us very, very low compared to all of our peers. There is not taking lots of money from GRU. GRU is set to make $53.3 million in profits this particular year, and they are set, if we stand by that transfer, a $17 million transfer. So this is not a huge burden on GRU. When we passed this, the debt rating agencies praised it. The Auditor General at the state approved it. There is no money being taken out that's more. And just also fact check, if you're actually looking at income and total money coming in, it is not your profit. That is how much you spend versus taken. Income is the total revenue taken. So GRU makes $500 million a year, and they have $1.7 billion in debt. So you bring that down, that's $500,000 a year to $1.7 million house. That is a very doable amount of debt, which is why we've always been a very highly rated utility. Anyway, going back to our budget totals, we need to find a way to be able to have some of these in-depth conversations about our budget. And the process as it is now we've been able to walk through each step of it. But I am interested in figuring out what the impact is of freezing all or portion, what it means to continue to have those 20 police officers frozen. I think that is the budget is the most important thing that we do as a commission. And I think our questions need to be answered. I'm interested in some of the questions that Commissioner Book brought forward as it relates to some of our bargaining units and related to what we're able to get through. I think it is important to have our questions answered, about the vacant FTEs with some of these administrative roles, like within the auditor's office, within the Office of Equity and Inclusion, within some of these other roles. I think if we're going to say that we're going to be raising taxes on our residents, we need to make sure that we are going through with a fine-tooth comb every single point in this. And yes, these are hard conversations to have, but I think we have the opportunity. We are coming back in July to, before we pass the final budget, I guess, coming up when is that final budget meeting? It's in September, that we can have these conversations and figure this out so that we can all legitimately look folks in the eyes and say, we went through this with a fine-tooth comb, figured all of this out, and here's the impacts and here's how we tried to mitigate it. But I see Chief Moy is here. Chief, if you'd like to speak to that.
Good evening. Yes, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Nelson Moy, Police Chief. So in speaking about the frozen positions, just to be clear, we're really talking about 9 because 11 of those have already been funded and are in process already in hire, right? Whether they're in the academy or about to enter the academy. So the 9 that would be after October 1st is really what we're talking about. So if you want to talk about the impact of freezing those again, right? And as you know, those positions have been frozen now for a couple of years. Mm-hmm. Right? We're just now getting to a place where the organization is looking for that added staffing just to get back to adequate service levels. So for example, restaffing those investigative units of which the workload you got to see. Remember when they presented before you and they spoke about their caseload? So it brings to bear bringing back those added units that are currently stressed. Investigations predominantly being one of them, traffic being another. As you know, we've talked about that here before. Currently staffed at 4 officers and 1 sergeant. Right. Not having them, we would just duplicate the same efforts that we have been doing for another fiscal year, right? And I know we talked about, if I may, for example, scenario 3, which is overtime, right? Right. The impact of that. So we're talking about a couple of combinations and a couple of scenarios, right? So, for example, we have 16 zones in our city. So if we were to reduce our overtime by that amount, all that I would do is eliminate minimum staffing levels. So currently, if a zone is not staffed, that is when a watch commander gets to call in overtime. That's when you see operational overtime. Short of that, me removing that mandate, it leaves those zones uncovered. There would in essence be no mandate, right? However, we've been in that road before. So I instituted minimum staffing levels this past year. So prior to that, there were none. And you were seeing these overtime levels spike considerably because there was no concerted effort to have oversight. So all that it would cause would be, yes, it would be less staffing on patrol. Mm-hmm. Response times may be impacted, particularly your priority 1 and 2 calls. Certainly the lower priority calls would end up holding longer, and they're already a concern to me. But we can keep triaging that with our desk sergeant and our desk staff, which we just did this year, and with great results. So yes, it could be done. And not having those additional 9 police officers, the impact is one that we've already experienced, which is units that are inadequately staffed. The intangible of that is, for example, I'll give you a clear example that is happening as we speak. I was brought into a meeting by our B squad, our sex crimes detectives, of which there 2 are short-staffed, right? And they presented a picture that was pretty concerning to me. And that picture had all to do with their burnout because of their caseload, which translated to their morale. And I assure you that if there's any one unit in the organization that cannot afford to make a mistake, is crimes against children or the elderly, those that are vulnerable. Sex crimes is just one of those things that is unforgivable. Right. So quickly I had to make a decision. And where do you think I went to? Which is something I vowed not to do. Back to patrol, took 2 former detectives that I had yanked from investigations to patrol and put them back. So I'm constantly now doing an internal whack-a-mole just to bring back some stability to critical units. I would imagine you would see some added stressors in those investigative units. You would see some cases that would take additional time to come to fruition or to completion, and added stress. And ultimately that added stress, as you know, because we've lived it and I can speak to it, is certainly one that impacts morale. And the reason why those unfrozen positions brought us a great opportunity in the long run is because it gave us the opportunity to be fully staffed, something that this agency has not seen in years.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chief Maya.
Yes.
I don't think I have any other questions or comments here, except that I do think that I think that having a conversation about more details within the budget before we pass our final budget, it would make me feel more comfortable, and I think would probably answer some of our questions. Thanks.
So I want to address that. There is nothing wrong with us going deep into items in the budget. Nothing at all. My objection was to asking particularly small staff departments to come up and talk about how they would fill or not fill positions on the spot. There are weeks in between meetings when those conversations can be had if we have individual questions about things. And then we can bring recommendations back to the meeting to talk about and to at least give a heads up to Chief Moya if we want to have a discussion about that, to Mr. Folstead if we want to have a discussion about that. I don't like putting people on the spot without giving them a little bit of prep on them on that being done. I don't think it's fair, and that's my objection to it. Not that we shouldn't look into every detail of the budget. Of course we should. I don't like being put on the spot for stuff, and I don't think it's fair to do it to anybody else. So that's what I'm talking about when I say that. There is plenty of time to go piece by piece, line by line in the budget. And that's how I choose to do it, is to talk to people offline and then bring back ideas that I have, having had those discussions, not months ago, but, hey, I'm thinking about asking this question today, be prepared, that kind of thing. So, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I'm going back to, I think, Mr. Francis. Mr. Francis? Yeah, you say that we are 77% of your budget. Have you sat down with transportation, with RTS? Yeah, can you come to the platform, microphone?
I'm sorry, your question again, please?
Right, MV transportation, you said is 70, RTS is
Yes, ma'am.
77%
Yes, ma'am.
of your budget. Have you,
77% of our volume is RTS volume,
I-
ADA paratransit service.
all right, so have you sat down with them? Or-
Yeah, we were made aware of the study to insource it in late March or early April. I cannot recall the exact date, but the third-party study that was conducted to insource it, we were made aware of that study. We had an initial conversation with RTS. We at MB, and as I shared with the RTS staff, are currently looking at alternative service models, ways we can find more productivity, and that's where we are right now. And I have shared that, and we've also shared an analysis on, I believe it was 3 other markets that looked to insource it, and the reasons why they chose not to, all of which I had mentioned in my 3 minutes.
I see.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, I hope you can go back and sit down with them, because we do want to be sure that we provide the service for our vulnerable citizens.
And I would like to thank all of our RTS clients. They're great clients to work with. They have the same passion. I'm very passionate about what we do at MV, and I just want to make the right decision for the most vulnerable citizens in this community.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
All right, thank you very
Yes,
much. I have one more thing. I think that questions about the budget, I believe the first budget we started off with was with the charter officers some weeks ago. And I think that, to me, that would have been the time to really raise that level, or to really talk about the vacancies. But, as a commissioner, you can bring up whatever you want. To Commissioner Book's question, I don't have a problem with freezing the salaries, changing the ordinance of the commission. I think it's also worth looking at with HR, the top salaries of top administrators, and freezing those at this point. If that's also going to get us, just to see what it is, and doing that across for all of the charter officers as well. So, where I am. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Before I go to you, Commissioner Engel, I'll just say I'm not going to vote for salary freezes.
Okay.
Commissioner Engel.
I do have a Chief Moyer question, if you could pop back up there. I just want to make sure that I understand the scenario we're talking about with the officers and the staffing that comes in. Again, first budget, I'm still trying to wrap my head around how all this works. So, of those 20 positions we unfroze, we've hired 11. We've got 9 that we haven't hired anyone for yet, that are still kind of out there and vacant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. 9 that are scheduled after October 1st, so the start of the new budget cycle. But we're actively processing applicants.
Sure, but we haven't offered anybody a job yet for you.
Correct.
So with 11 coming online that gone through the academy, is that correct?
That is correct.
So we got 11 that are going through the academy that are coming online nowish. So our staffing levels for the police department are going to be higher in fiscal year 26 than they were in 25, regardless whether we funded those 9 or not. We're still adding on officers. Is that correct?
In patrol, yes.
Okay. And the 9 that are still hanging out there would not be patrol, or would they?
No, those 9s I start restaffing others. In fact, part of the 11 I may start slowly, perhaps maybe as many as 4 positions out of those 11. I may be able to try to restaff other parts of the organization.
All right, Rosetta, I'm not opposed to looking at holding off on hiring those other 9, especially if we're looking at we have increased our force moving forward. And again, this is not a decision I like making. You know, I said I know the culture of our police station has changed. The investments we've made to make sure that we've got a quality force and that it's, you know, that we're moving in the right direction. I don't want to derail that, but we've got a $10 million hole, and that's a good chunk of it. So much like you spoke about when we get GRU back where it's supposed to be and we're getting the funding coming into the city that any other municipality with utility would have, I would certainly like to look at getting a millage rate back where it was, unfreezing the positions that we had, and those type of things. But I think if we are looking at this big a hole, I would like some information when we come back next time about what that would look like if we froze some of those 9 positions. And thanks again for walking me through that and make sure I understood it correctly. Appreciate it.
Before you sit down, did you have anything else?
No, that's all I had for this one.
Okay, thank you. Chief Moy, if we don't add positions, are we likely to see the savings and overtime we're trying to achieve? Is that likely to be impacted if we don't add positions?
The savings in overtime?
Right.
It depends what kind of line I draw. So, for example, if I withdraw minimum staffing, like I said, I know I'll have a deficit in our patrol numbers, which we've had before. We just have to, explain to the organization, those patrol officers, that will lead to some added stress. Currently, we have the luxury by minimum staffing to fill all 16 zones. As you can imagine, when we take away that minimum staffing level, because I'm now no longer allowing others to be called in to fill those slots, if we have call-outs for sick time or PTO or training, if it's 12 officers that show up, that's who works it. If it's 9, which we've had, that's who works the city. So yes, it will add considerable added stress to those patrol officers.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Willets.
I move to redirect the city manager to bring back scenario 3 with the highest millage at 6.9297. Yeah, because that's really all you need. Really, all you need is come back with the core of this. There can still be other developments, other charters. There can be conversations, but we need to move forward to know what we're bringing back on July 17th. So I'm going to move for scenario 3.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and second. I see no further lights. Did we have public? We did have public comment, yes. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, that passes 6-1 with Commissioner Book in dissent. Commissioner Book, yeah.
Yeah, just on the collateral thing, I think it might be beneficial, and this probably does require a motion, if we're not trying to freeze salaries, but we need to know what that looks like. And that's an analysis of those, and that can be done very quickly. So I don't know what you all think, but I think we need the figures. So the motion is, you're going to have to help me with this one, but it's have staff provide analysis to the City Commission of cost savings of the salary freezes to 3 categories: the top 25%, the top 15%, the top 10% of our organization, and any salary schedule ramifications or consequences.
MAPS employees.
Right, employees that are not within a bargaining unit, right? Because bargaining units already, we've already bargained, we've already handled those things. And this is, I'm talking about salary, not benefits package. But we need to know what that figure is. That's clearly, that would be, end up going straight to HR. if we were doing that, it would provide that back.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, this is not news to us or new to us. We have already been talking about it. We did not bring it as a recommendation because we would not recommend it. However, we're not commissioners.
Right, and
But we're prepared to provide the analysis.
It's easy to bring it back.
I figured that's something you probably have in short order already, Madam Manager. I know that y'all have been considering this. I mean, you can anticipate some of the questions that come up, so I appreciate that. But it would also include City Commission, all right? So that, and any, I don't know, what about any potential ramifications for benefits or pension to the commission?
You just want to cut to the bone. That's
Ma'am?
You want to cut to the bone.
So it includes us. We're not in the top 25%. But it does include the same thing to see what that looks like.
We understand.
As well as top 25%, 15 and 10.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Engel.
I would say that I would like to take a look at the benefits and how we run some of those, but I think you're in a similar situation that to untie ourselves from all that is not something that's going to make sense in the next 60 days. We're tied into some state programs and those type of things. I don't think you can just do that on the commission level. And I would say I'm also similar to the mayor that I don't see salary freezes as getting us out of this hole.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. I see no other lights. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. That passes 6-1 with Ward in dissent. Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, thank you. And while we're doing that, I guess that would mean we would need that back before the budget meeting, before we pass a final budget. So I would also like to move that staff review the impact of and I might need help with this one as well. Continue the freezing of the previously frozen police positions, as well as the elimination of vacant positions within the administrative charter positions, or the charter officers.
For a second.
Say it one more time. Yeah, say it again.
Hold on. The budget, hear the impact of to review continuing freezing of the previously frozen police positions, and the impact of eliminating vacant positions within the administrative charter rules.
Second.
Is it an analysis?
Just an analysis, yeah.
Of the charter.
All right, motion and a second. Mr. Falston.
Because I've already got messages, my request is just simple. Could we look at vacancy impacts across the board? Period.
Is it?
What you were saying?
Not just
I
charters,
said
everybody.
I said the administrative charter. So I just wanted. I didn't. I'm making it broader than my original request, but I don't want to make it as broad as across all general government. I think at this point we need to be more surgical, and so I'd like to make this more surgical.
All right, so we have a motion and a second.
Second.
So once again, I'm going to disagree. I'll maybe the only one to dissent, but I will be the only one to dissent, and I'm okay with that. We're looking at very small numbers here to make points, and they're not going to make the impacts we think they're going to make. In my opinion, that's okay. The motion's going to pass, and that'll be okay. Commissioner Willis, yeah.
I do want to offer something, because we say it's not a big impact, but between Commissioner Book's motion and Commissioner Eastman's motion, and looking at reduce additional police and fire overtime $722,000 under scenario 3, the numbers get closer to something we have proposed. That is not a budget line that we've already passed. So I would just push back a little bit to say, like, some of these start to get to at least protecting something that we have previously cut. So I just want to offer that a little bit. So thank you.
All right, I see no other lights. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, so that passes 5-2 with Ward and Willis in dissent. Commissioner Book.
It's just a quick, kind of from a collateral perspective on MV, that's a really critical service. And I don't think this requires a motion at all, but I think, Mr. France, you would be in short order, would want to be talking to city staff, who I know would be open to that, and say, this is what we can do, because that may generate the director, the city manager to come back and say, well, we've seen, this is some additional information that might change our budget picture, but recognize it is, you know what we're facing and you've seen, so, but that's something that any potential vendor could do anyway. The service level is absolutely essential, but we have a director telling us we can do that, and we can do it in a more inexpensive way. So, no motion is necessary for that. I just think it's important that you should keep open that line of communication, I would think, and you would probably be wanting to go to them right away if there's additional things, so that they can make good informed decisions to us, to the manager, or through the manager. So, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I see no further lights on this. Madam Clerk, what's next?
Mr. Mayor, we are on to our ordinances for second reading. 2025-416, proposed charter amendment regarding the City of Gainesville's local public utilities, Gainesville Regional Utilities, governance for the special election on November 4th, 2025. This is an ordinance 2025-416, ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, proposing an amendment to Article 7 titled Gainesville Regional Utilities Authority of the Charter Laws of the City of Gainesville, providing for submission of the charter amendment to the electors for approval or disapproval at a special election to be held on November 4th, 2025, approving the question to be placed on the ballot, providing that this charter amendment will become effective if approved by the electors, providing directions to the codifier, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Engel.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion the city commission adopt the proposed ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion, multiple seconds. I have a couple things that I want to add. One thing very specifically on this before we go to public comment. I've seen pushback, read about pushback at the GRU Authority meeting last night against this. And of course, read the same pushback in the letter from a GRU attorney before our last meeting, with the implication, as Commissioner Book pointed out last week, that, basically it was a threat. If you do this, we're going to sue. They didn't even wait till we did it to move to sue. So as of right now, as of yesterday evening, we had not passed this on second reading. We've only now heard a motion to pass it on second reading. But already the lawsuit train is moving, man. And that train never had to get on the track. It has been approached as if it were inevitable, as if there were a force of nature pushing that forward, and there is not. The legal community did not have to be fed in this manner. A simple thing to do would have been to say, for the GRU Authority, as the Gainesville City Commission had already done, we have heard you, community, and we may not like what you have said, but we have heard you. Instead, they presented it as if it were inevitable that an appeal to Judge Wright's decision be moved forward. Appeals are not inevitable. They are a choice. The GRU Authority chose to spend more public funds to keep the public's voice from being heard. There are many, many points along this whole process where we can argue about whether or not the resolution that the Gainesville City Commission adopted to set a formula for a transfer is the correct transfer, or whether or not whatever number the authority has picked out of the air is the appropriate transfer. There are lots of arguments to be had about that. But something that should never be up for discussion in the United States of America is whether or not we ought to listen to the people. And once again, the GRU Authority has said, instead of listening to the people, gosh, there's nothing we can do to stop this appeal from happening that we could just vote not to do. So here we are. There will be clearly a request for an injunction against what we are likely to vote to put on the ballot. But I don't want us to move forward without taking this moment to say that is not inevitable. They do not have to appeal a judge's decision on this to keep the people quiet. And that's what this is about. I understand it's inconvenient. I understand they like their positions and they would like to keep having those positions. I get it. I probably in their position would say the same thing, that I would like to keep my position, but I would like to think that I would not say, no, we don't want to hear the voice of the people. I would like to think that representative democracy lives on 4th Avenue as well as right here on University Avenue. That's where I am right now. Let's have some public comment on this.
Yes, Mr. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to have to leave shortly, so I hope it's not very long. We all know where we stand on this.
The first public comment was Jim Conish. I'm not sure if he left the building. All right, then we're moving on to,
Can I go first? Because I have a 6:30 nature center commission meeting with.
okay. Without objection,
Come on,
we'll
Mr.
move
Ross.
to Mr. Ross.
I'm gonna make it really quick.
Okay.
Chuck Ross, and I just want to say I endorse everything that Mayor Ward just said. You said it perfectly, and in fact, last night I kind of told him the same thing.
There you go. Thank
But, and I need to run. So thank you all. Thank you for supporting this, and you're doing the right thing because they're not.
All right, Susan Botcher, followed by Janice Gary.
Ms. Botcher has left the room as well.
Oh, okay, so, Ms. Gary?
I think you know that I'm Janice Gary, and I'm president of the League of Women Voters of Alachua County. The reason we're having these tough discussions, and the reason we've been doing this for 2 years, is because we have an authority that has taken money without a formula, without collaboration, and without consideration of how it will affect the people of this community. It affects the disabled people of this community. It affects the police force that protect this community. And the authority has withheld that money with no rational thought about how it will affect each and every person in this community. And we are Gainesville. We do not count to the state officials who would take away our integrity of our democracy and the sanctity of our home rule. We are Gainesville. Our voters and our leadership work to preserve the quality of our essential services, like fire protection, police assistance, and the future of our power and water sources. We are Gainesville. We will not succumb. I ask for your unanimous vote for the referendum in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gary.
Dr. Bobby Murmer.
Dr. Murmer.
It ends our public comment.
Very good. I see no further lights, so please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Yes.
might, I just wanted to point out, and I'll be very respectful of your time, that this ordinance, again, is to place the referendum on the ballot to eliminate the charter provision, Article 7. There's one slight change to the language proposed first reading before second reading, taking a cue from Commissioner Wilkes' point. Also, the clerk had brought it up independently to add that Oxford comma after manage, operate, and control, between operate and and. To be absolutely clear, that's the only change that's been, and that's in the backup, and that's what's been provided before you.
I'm an AP style guy. I don't know if I can sign on to that.
I'll leave that for your deliberations.
Trust in your city attorney, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Attorney. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Book? Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Mayor Ward?
That passes unanimously. Mr. Attorney, on the next item, do we need just a majority or do we need?
Just majority.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our resolution for the evening, 2025-496, resolution instructing the mayor to issue proclamation calling November 4th, 2025 special election with the recommendation that if proposed ordinance 2025-416 passes, the city commission should adopt the resolution, and if it fails, the resolution should not be adopted.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. There's been a lot of discussion about cost related to, there's been some discussion about cost related to all of this. Just for the record, we have money allocated in the current budget for a special election. Is that correct?
Correct. We have a elections program that currently has funds. It was not specifically allocated to a special election, but can be used for such.
And because there's no other special elections, this is, well, relative, it may be that it's higher or lower depending on what we have allocated, but it is roughly on par with what we've seen historically.
Yes, that's correct. But I would just mention that it's typically something, since we weren't anticipating any elections, that we would roll over to the next budget cycle. And so we may need to ask for an increment to account for the cost of the upcoming election in 2020.
Right, but it wouldn't be the 200, I think, 250,000 or whatever was listed in the GRU authority description. Like, it is significantly less than that. It is.
I believe so, yeah.
And then if we were to put this in the November ballot and there is no runoffs at that time, would we still be charged some amount of money? Is it free to put it on in November?
It is not free to put it on the ballot.
Is it more or less money roughly than what they're charging us for a special election?
I think it's an equivalent. To be honest, is my first run through, so I don't know.
It is my understanding, I'll just say, it is my understanding that it is exactly the same amount of money, whether we put this on the November ballot next year, we put it on or we have a special election.
That is
why it is structured in that way, I am not entirely sure, but this is budget neutral and it makes no difference whatsoever whether we put it next year, or we put it this year. What we're doing is we're moving this forward and making sure the people's voice is heard as quickly as possible because they had already voted by 73% in order to make this.
That is my understanding.
Well, regardless, we've already written a law that says just a moment ago, we wrote a law that said we're going to do it. So this is just enacting that law.
Great. I just wanted to make the point here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Willetts.
I move adoption of resolution 2025-496.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And Madam Clerk, before we move, after we vote and before we move on from this item, you have a follow-up to this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Just some.
Okay, but before we move on from the item, I see no other lights. Is there any public comment on this?
I don't have anyone signed up. No.
All right, then please call the roll.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Book.
Aye.
Commissioner Willets.
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Chestnut is absent. Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Chestnut absent. And Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just real briefly, with this special election, we need to call a canvassing board. The only thing I need a little direction on is to be able to go ahead and post the notice. Just talking to my staff on the timelines, it takes a while to get enough applications for the community member, so a little direction from the commission to go ahead and advertise for that would be helpful.
And I will tell you all very plainly, if it were not clear from my previous comments, I fully intend to be vocal about this election, so I am not fit to be on the canvassing board because I will be vocal about this. Commissioner Eastman.
I move to direct the city clerk to advertise the canvassing board for the upcoming special election.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any public comment on this? All right,
No
seeing
public
none.
comment.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes 6-0 with Commissioner Chestnut absent.
And Mr. Mayor, when that time comes, we will be bringing back an item for direction to appoint the members of the canvassing board. As you can see under section 9.14 of your code of ordinances, that board does consist, as you referring to as the mayor pro tem, or a member of the commission, the city clerk, and a citizen to be appointed by the commission. In the event that the members of the commission are unable to serve, if just by virtue of being an active participant in the matter, and therefore wanting to avoid an appearance of impropriety, then the city auditor would step into that role under your charter. Those are decisions you can make when that item comes back for direction after we get hopefully some people that are volunteering to step forward for the citizen role.
But to be more clear, you said mayor pro tem, or another member of the
Correct.
commission. Okay.
So that may be where you go, but that'll be a decision for you to make when we bring that back to you.
Let's just all keep that in mind as we move forward. And look, it's my personal choice to want to be real vocal about this. If any of you don't want to be real vocal about it, that's okay. Nobody's going to be, disappointed in that because we need somebody to serve in some capacity on this canvassing board, which, by the way, I've served on for other elections, and it's a very rewarding experience. I highly recommend it. I've just already been, I've already, made it clear I can't serve. So that's just wanted to put that out there. So. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, member comment.
All right, Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll lighten the mood and bring up everybody's spirits just a little bit by celebrating staff and just saying what a great time we had at GFR and Impact Gainesville's open house last night. It was absolutely incredible. If you did not have a chance to make it, you really missed something special. Commissioner Book was there, and I was really, really proud of the outstanding precedent that this staff has set by doing something that very few communities across the country are doing the way we're doing it. And so our approach to gun violence has been a little unconventional, and I think that's one of the reasons why it has been as successful as it has been. We, of course, know there's still work to do, but I was so proud of staff last night. We had a great turnout. It tried to rain a little bit on us, but that didn't stop a thing. We had great T-shirts, we had great food, we had great fun, we had an awesome DJ, some swag bags, and I want to encourage everybody to go see the offices. Please go see the offices, because it is not what some people might think. Some people might think it's just space for staff. No, it's much more than that. It is space for community. And I'm so grateful, Manager Curry, thank you so much for making that happen. That was something, as you all know, that I was really passionate about from this dais, and it's awesome to see it rolling out. It is going to continue to make a huge, huge difference. And once again, it's outstanding. And I want to also not be remiss in thanking our partner in this, Santa Fe College, because we certainly could not have done this without them. They're giving us, or not giving us, but certainly they could have done us differently in terms of the price, meaning it could have been a lot greater than what they're actually charging us to rent out that space. So that certainly does not go unnoted. We're so grateful to have them on board as partners. And I just wanted to say thank you to staff. It is Gun Violence Awareness Prevention Month, and that was an amazing way to celebrate that and acknowledge that. The community really did appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to be there last night. I'm glad some of y'all were. Staff is doing a remarkable job, and I want to tell everybody, including staff, especially staff, I went to talk to a couple of different community groups this week about other things, and there are folks who aren't the sort of community groups that you would normally think of as plugged into this, but they've noticed. They know that the city of Gainesville is achieving results because of the way this has been leaned in on and because of the work that is being done. The larger community, even people who are not the usual suspects, wrong terminology, have noticed, and our staff is doing amazing work, and it's working. The most important thing is that it's working. So thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. This morning, we had a guest here at City Hall. The PK Young Wayfinders came here to, they are a summer course with middle school age, I think rising fifth graders up through ninth grade that are learning about the environment, learning about how they can get involved in their community, and teaching literacy more broadly. And so they came here to City Hall to learn about local government, how their voice can be heard within local government. I had a chance to speak with them. We had someone from the Public Works Department talk about stormwater. They had written a series of letters, which I'll leave up here for you guys to read. They're all addressed to Mayor Ward, but they kind of wanted it shared with everybody in order to let these young people know that your local government is a place where you can come, you can have your voice heard. They were asked to write about what rights mattered most to them. There's a large diversity of rights that they've decided to focus on, from the personal to the broad. I said I wanted to just read a few of them because I wanted them to know that their voice is heard in local government, and that when you do hand things to your policymakers, it does matter. This one says, "Dear Mr. Mayor, I think we should always be kind to everyone, and we do at our school. Sometimes it can be rough, sometimes it can be easy, so rules are important." I'm just reading little snippets of it. One said, "I want to thank you for inviting my school and me to the City of Gainesville City Hall to meet you. My intention of going to the City Hall is to get a better education on how the system works. I am super glad to go to school in this town." But they also went to the more intense. This one is from a young man who asked a lot of great questions today. "Dear Mr. Mayor, not all immigrants and African Americans are equal yet. After all, even with the progress that we've made, some people are still getting shot in the streets, deported, and over-incarcerated for no reason, just because they fit the description. This is against the basic human right to to feel safe. Please fix this. I'll leave all of these out there for you guys to read, but I was very impressed with these young people, and I'm glad that they were able to come here and have their voice heard at our city hall. So I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Willetts.
Mr. Mayor, this morning I rushed back from Providence, Rhode Island, where the weather is far cooler than it is here. I went to a Strong Towns National Gathering, and then it bleeds over into Congress for New Urbanism's annual meeting. And I just wanted to express that I have a name tag that said Gainesville. An amazing amount of people have fond memories somehow of Gainesville. And one in particular was some kind of urban planning consultant, transportation, housing, I don't know, something coal and... Does this sound familiar, Mr. Person? Cole, something Cole, and anyways, one of these, and from somewhere in Tampa or Miami, and they praised RTS as being, our system as being arguably the top one or two bus systems in Florida. So I just wanted to say that out to staff as a compliment, that even out in the world, these things get said. I was very proud. It's hard to hear because we're under our current restrictions, but I wanted to make sure that that message got out. And also, I was able to meet a community member who was so passionate about making Gainesville a stronger place with housing and financial stability through how we plan our city, that she volunteered to be a volunteer at this conference. And so I got to run into, someone told her, hey, there's someone from Gainesville. And someone told me, hey, there's someone from Gainesville. And we got to meet. So it was just really great. But the reputation of Gainesville is out in the world. And we probably all see it, not just because of Gator basketball, but we see it, and I just wanted to make sure that our staff knew that people pay attention to what we do here. Things that we do were on the list of achievements that they say, this is what happened in the past couple of years on how we make housing more affordable by reducing parking requirements, or how we change lot size a little bit to make sure that we can have more starter homes. And those things trickle out, and sometimes the rest of the country actually follows us. Even the state of Florida, the legislature has seen some of what we do, and they kind of think maybe some of this is right. So I just wanted to share that a little bit. I was hoping I should have said it when Mr. Gomez was here about that comment about RTS. I'll try to make sure he hears it so his staff can hear it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Willetts, and welcome home. Commissioner Engel.
I just wanted to echo, excuse me, I just wanted to echo some of those same sentiments. When we looked at the budget, one of the big decisions we made today was to not just keep draconian cuts to our staff going. And as someone who was as involved with City Hall before I got, elected, as many people would be in the community, I've learned a lot that staff does that I don't think it's appreciated out there. Like just how much more than fighting fires our fire department does. How much more, our parks department does than just keep the parks mode put together. Every part of this city does so much more than what you would expect just that to do. And that's one of the reasons I think that we've got to take the budget discussions that we've made and not try and continue to put more responsibilities on those people. But when I hear people talk about it like that, I'm very proud of what we've been able to accomplish with a lot of this, and so many people take on so many extra responsibilities. That being said, I'm also very glad to see that we're putting this decision back into people's hands and back on the ballot. There is no kings in my country. That's all I got.
Very good, very good. So I want to add just a couple of things. First of all, we have had, this old man Ward going at it here, we have had actual difficult, tense negotiations up here in the past about things. What we did today was not. I mean, yeah, there are important decisions that need to be made, and we can disagree, but we have disagreed with intention and with our hearts in the right place. And I have been up here when that was not always the case. And I've seen lots of other local governments really go at it about things that really didn't matter much. So I want you all to know that I appreciate staff as well, that I appreciate all the effort and heartache that goes into decisions like this. And, we're going to fight hard for positions that we believe in, and we ought to. and we're going to bring our own thoughts about this up here, and we ought to. That's what we got hired to do. So don't walk out here thinking, I hope that nobody walks out here thinking that, oh man, I wish we hadn't said that. This is the process. And it is, compared to some of the processes this commission with different people have been through in the past, it's not that tense. There have been, I mean, you can hear stories from people who still work here about commissions that offered to meet each other outside. That's not hyperbole on my part. So I appreciate what everybody brings to the table here, and whether we agree or not is not the issue. There's a reason that we vote on things, and it is okay to not always be 7-0 on things. I appreciate where everybody is on all of this. I look forward to a point where there's a little more money to work with, and we can not have to have those kind of discussions. But we're a year or two, maybe 3 out from that, unfortunately. It's going to take us a little while to solve these problems that have been visited upon our community. I will, as Commissioner Engel alluded, I will be out Saturday morning at Coral Roberson Park. I hope some of you are able to join me, but if you can't, I completely understand that as well. All right, thank you all for your time and your lots of time and attention today, and I appreciate you. We are adjourned.